Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 12th Annual Research Symposium 2022 conducted by the National Building Research Organization. I'm Kameshika Humange and I will be your host today. The symposium returns under the theme of building resilience amidst economic challenges with the contribution of many experts as well as multidisciplinary teams at NBRO. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. I would like to invite the following dignitaries to light the oil lamp. Mr. Harshvitan Arachi, Additional Secretary, Disaster Management Division, Ministry of Defense. Dr. Sudat Yalegama, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Keynote speaker for today, Professor Sirimal Aberatna, Head of the Department of Economics at the University of Colombo. Mr. Yamada Tetsuya, Chief Representative of JICA Sri Lanka Office. Major General Sudantarana Singha, Director General of Disaster Management Center. Mr. Atula Karunanayaka, Director General of Department of Meteorology. Mrs. M.C.N. Balasurya, Additional Director General, Department of Management Services, representing the Interim Management Committee of the NBRO. Mr. L.D.N. Kumarasiri, Chief Financial Officer of Disaster Management Division at the Ministry of Defense. Representing the University of Moratuwa, Professor S.M.A. Nanayakara, Senior Professor, Department of Civil Engineering. Representing the University of Peradeniya, Professor Ranjit Disanayaka, Senior Professor, Department of Civil Engineering. Representing the industry, Engineer Danuja Jayapala, Deputy General Manager of MAS Holdings. And Engineer Director Asari Karunawardana, Director General of National Building Research Organization. Thank you so much. I would request all to remain standing for the national anthem. Thank you.
Sri
Thank you. I'm so sorry I have to ask you to stand again. Please join me in a moment of silence to remember all the lives lost in disasters in Sri Lanka. Thank you so much. To get the proceedings of the day started, I would like to invite the following distinguished guests to the head table. Professor Shrimal Aberatna, Head of the Department of Economics at the University of Colombo. Major General Sudhanta Ranasinghe, Disaster Management Center, representing the IMC of the NBRO. Mr. Yamada Tetsuya, Chief Representative of JICA Sri Lanka Office. Engineer Dr. Asuri Karunawardana, Director General of the NBRO. And finally, General Kamal Gunaratna, retired Secretary to the Ministry of Defense. He will be a bit late today due to his commitments. However, he will be joining the proceedings soon. Thank you so much. I would like to invite everyone to direct your attention to the screen for a short video on what NBRO, the National Building Research Organization, is.
The National Building Research Organization, also known as NBRO, is a premier research and consultancy institute in Sri Lanka. Our inception dates back to 1984, and currently, we are under the purview of the Ministry of Defense. NBRO is the national focal point and mandatory institute for landslide risk reduction and the key consultancy and research institute of disaster management and resilient built environment of Sri Lanka. NBRO has 6 technical divisions functioning under the directorial guidance of the Director General. The technical divisions of NBRO include Geotechnical Engineering and Testing Division, Building Materials Research and Testing Division, Environmental Studies and Services Division, Structural Engineering Research and Project Management Division, Human Settlement Planning and Training Division, and Landslide Research and Risk Management Division. Our long history of providing unique, customized and integrated consultations and solutions to a wide range of clients from major development projects in Sri Lanka is made possible by our diverse technical expertise. Our technical staff consists of competent and hard-working experts ranging from engineers, geologists, environmental scientists, architects, quantity surveyors, town planners, chemists, and sociologists. Our multidisciplinary technical team includes experts qualified from reputed local universities and high-ranking international universities. NBRO is equipped with international standard laboratories and modern field equipment. We have a building material testing laboratory, a soil testing laboratory, and an environmental monitoring laboratory providing diverse testing services. All 3 laboratories are ISO IEC 17025, 2017 certified and have modern and sophisticated testing instruments. At NBRO, our well-trained laboratory and field staff work under the supervision of qualified professionals to ensure our clients' requirements are met. Our competitive advantages are having a perfect mix of qualified, competent and experienced multidisciplinary technical teams, international standard laboratories and the types of modern state-of-the-art field equipment. Also, what makes us unique is we are a one-stop service provider for the total project lifecycle, continuing to serve our clients from the project inception to its completion. The services NBRO can offer to the international service providing markets include project management related services, ground improvement related services, geotechnical engineering services, environmental monitoring and planning services, spatial databases and communication platforms development, applications of drone technology in disaster management and construction, building materials testing and compliance services, disaster resilient housing related services and related laboratory services. Apart from providing technical consultancies, as a research institute, NBRO is conducting applied research catering to national priority interests. Our key research areas are building disaster resilience, landslide risk reduction, early warning technologies, environmental risk reduction and the development of reliable building material technologies. Further, the annual research symposiums conducted by the NBRO are a very good opportunity for researchers to publish their work. So there are up to 150 research articles have been published so far, and we have already received patents for some groundbreaking innovations. As per the vision of the organization, we always work towards creating a safe nation and a sustainable disaster-resilient environment.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite Engineer Dr. Asari Karunavardhana, Director General of NBRO, to welcome all of you for the event.
Good morning, everybody. Our keynote speaker, Professor Srimal Abheyaratna, Head Department of Economics, University of Colombo, Mr. Yamada Tatsuya, Chief Representative of JICA, Sri Lankan Office, Mr. Harshavitana Arachi, Additional Secretary, Disaster Management Division, Ministry of Defense, Dr. Yalegama, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Major General Sudant Ranasinghe, Director General, Disaster Management Center, Mr. Atula Karunanayaka, Director General, Department of Meteorology, Professor Nanayakara, Senior Professor, Department of Civil Engineering and University of Moratuwa, Head of the Department, and other academia from the universities, representative of international affiliated agencies and foreign delegates, distinguished invitees representing government and non-government organizations, professional bodies and industries, high-rank officials from the Triforces and police, sponsors and media personnel, members of the Interim Management Committee of NBRO, and staff of NBRO, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to warmly welcome you all today to Building Resilient Amidst Economic Challenges, the 12th Annual Research Symposium of National Building Research Organization held in BMICH today. NBRO holds this symposium each year with the purpose of disseminating the outcome of the research and development work that we carried out during the year. So this year, the 12th symposium, we are supposed to present our work, which we have done in year 2022. So I believe that the theme, the building resilient amidst economic challenges for this symposium is very appropriate and timely under the today's concerns. Amidst today's challenging economic and social situation of the country, there's no doubt that reducing human, economic, environmental damages and losses from natural disaster remain as a crucial key collective challenges. Building a disaster resilient is a challenging and faced tasks which require understanding pre- and post-disaster management options such as disaster preparedness, disaster mitigation, disaster risk communication, etc., which need a complex and multi-level engagement of wide range of stakeholders ranging from high-level policymakers, government officials, and private organizations to disaster-prone communities. Also, economic constraints further intensify these challenges of building safer and disaster-free communities as financial constraints further impose pressure on the communities already vulnerable to disasters. Let me elaborate a little bit of our specialized service renders during the past year, other than the customary provided technical interventions. NBRO is operating with a board vision of a nation living in a safer, sustainable, and disaster-resilient built environment. During the recent past years, NBRO has expanded its services to other technical agencies to address issues related to the land development, regulation of construction and development to assure the sustainable and disaster-resilient built environment. In this, land development and regulation of land uses in disaster-prone areas, geological and geotechnical engineering services, the structural condition assessment of a high public occupancy building, quality control and standardization of building material, and real-time assessment of the urban air quality are among the key services that we have provided. NBRO is well known and mandated as the focal point for landslide risk reduction in Sri Lanka, and NBRO is providing that service since the 1990s. As you all know, from landslide hazard identification to reducing the impact of landslide, NBRO is performing several vital activities, especially operation of 24/7 early warning center with using data obtained from 330 automated rain gauges installed in the catchment area are very significant. And we are working with a disaster management center to disseminate this early warning to the affected communities. We are now able to issue the accurate early warning with the improved lead time with the technical support of JICA. A mobile app has been developed to ensure that the last mile dissemination. So that is a kind of intervention that we carried out last year. So this JICA project, so we have been undertaken with the technical cooperation with JICA expert, Japanese expert, and we have provided some kind of new system to reduce the time gap of this issuing early warning. Also, this mobile app is a kind of intervention, so we can disseminate the early warning message which very minimum time. In addition, mitigation of high-risk landslide identified in the strategic locations, make available land risk-related information to general public, and as well as the public and private sector stakeholder for decision-making process are important engagement. One of the landslide work, mitigation work we complete in the Malapattawa area near Walapane Nuraliya Road. So this is very important. This road has been subjected to frequent landslide during the heavy rain period. So with the request of the District Secretary and the Disaster Management Center, we have mitigated that one. So now this road is now safe for the whatever the adverse weather conditions. And similarly, we have started mitigation of Kaduyannawa landslide. And recently, the Nallatanniya landslide, there was a landslide in Nallatanniya blocking the Sripada access road. So NBRO quickly respond to that disaster. And now we have been able to control the situation, and we hope to mitigate that one within this year. So enhancing disaster resilience of built environment is one of the prime areas focused at by NBRO. So as you know, recently UDA has incorporated the requirement of NBRO geotechnical clearance for high-rise development activities in their revised regulation in order to minimize the impact of adjacent structures. So we have understood that it is necessary to have a legal, enforceable national building code for Sri Lanka to make sure that the disaster resilient built environment is in a long run. So NBRO is actively working with the SIDA, UDA, and the Disaster Management Center to establishment of national building code, which is timely needed task. So I think this is one of the priority area. So World Bank already agreed to give the necessary support for this one. So this coming year, so I think we are going to establish this, we are going to put the initial step of establishing building code in Sri Lanka in next year. So I hope the theme building resilient amidst economic challenges is timely, important theme to discuss, exchange ideas, and act for future. Our effort in bringing together representative of this varied spectrum of stakeholder, institution, research institution, international organizations, etc., here at this event to share their research outcomes with the intention of converting them into the actionable policies, action plan, which will practice in future. So the government of Sri Lanka intends to take action to mitigate and manage the landslide risk as a major intervention of its future disaster risk management strategy. Understanding the vital role of DRR in Sri Lanka, our Honorable Minister, Mr. Pramita Bandara Tennakon, encourage and guide us to extend this fullest support for these activities. The Honorable Minister personally advised to establish this building code because he is very concerned of this safety of the high public occupancy building. So, and also, of course, the quality of the construction and standard of these development activities. So, as I mentioned earlier, so we are trying to establish this building code. So, Honorable Minister convey his regard for this symposium. Unfortunately, due to his commitment, he won't be participate this event, but there will be a message on behalf of him in the later course. It is my privilege to thank our secretary who will join very soon. So, in addition to the secretary, he is the chairman of Interim Management Committee of NBRO. He has been holding this position since 2019. And I must say the flexibility given by him to work in this technical work is we have to admire. So because of the flexibility and the guidance, I think NBRO has get more recognition in the country, and our service has been expanded. So I must thank our secretary and the chairman of the Interim Management Committee for guide NBRO, and we warmly welcome, and I'm sure he will join very soon because he's with some high commitment official meeting. He will join soon. Also, I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Professor Srimal Aberatna, Head of Department of Economics, University of Colombo, and accepting our invitation. I am sure that his lecture will give an insight of this economic crisis and how important is disaster management in this present situation. Also, I would like to warmly welcome Mr. Yamada Tatsuya, Chief Representative and the JICA staff. So I must say JICA has been working with NBRO since 2007 or 8. So we had a series of technical cooperations. First one is the capacity development of the NBRO, we call the DIMSIP, then the technical cooperation for the structural countermeasures, and recently we completed the technical cooperation for the enhancement of non-structural countermeasures. So all these technical cooperation help NBRO to develop their capacity. Mr. Yamada, so I must thank you because your people has given the on-the-job training, and because of that, NBRO has improved their capacity, and now we are in the position to carry out the mitigation design and the early warning and whatever come to the landslide disaster up to the international standard level. So I must thank JICA, and I expect the continuous support from the Japanese government to upgrade this landslide mitigation situation in the country. And also, I would like to thank our sponsors and all the members here. So I think with your support, and especially the universities, all the universities, Peradeniya, Mostua, and Colombo, and all the universities have supported us, Ruhuna, because in NBRO, whatever we need the expert advice, so universities have supported us. That gives the kind of recognition to NBRO when the NBRO is giving the decision. So all these decisions from the expert to the grassroots level, we have kind of integrated solution. So all the universities are supported, and all the stakeholders, starting from our ministry and our the stakeholders and the district secretaries, GAs, everybody has supported. So all of you, because of your all support, I think NBRO has become one of the important institution today. So I believe we all together we will able to keep delivering what the country is required, and hope today's event will be very successful. And this is the platform to share your knowledge and give your thoughts and for the disaster management, especially landslide and the building resilience. So I hope this symposium will be a very important event, and you will have a very fruitful discussion in the course of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, may I invite Mr. Yamada Tetsuya, Chief Representative at JICA Sri Lanka Office and JICA's Corporation for Disaster Risk Reduction, to deliver a speech.
All the dignitaries sitting in the head table, distinguished guests, all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. It is my honor to be part of this 12th annual research symposium organized by NBRO. Disaster risk reduction, DRR, has always been one of the main priority areas of JICA's assistance in Sri Lanka, because Japan and Sri Lanka are both prone to many kinds of disasters such as flood, landslide, earthquake, and tsunami, and we mutually shared experiences and know-how and knowledge on DRR. And we helped each other when tragic disasters happened, like in 2004 tsunami in Sri Lanka and Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami in 2011. As you all know, Japan led the discussion in UN World Conference on DRR held at Sendai, Japan in 2015, and has made a big contribution to adoption of Sendai framework for DRR. Since then, the Sendai framework is our most important guideline for all our cooperation in the sector. One of the main strategy and targets of Sendai framework is to reduce economic loss caused by disasters. To this end, we must enhance our prior investment in DRR, including structural and non-structural measures. Some may argue that it is not the best time for us to invest in DRR given this current economic crisis. But apparently, the risks are increasingly higher given the rapid global climate change. Nature is not kind enough to tell us the best time. Therefore, making our society more resilient is an urgent task even at this challenging time. We cannot wait until another disaster happens, and then we cannot afford to incur a huge loss or cost from another disaster. So I would like to commend the organizer of today's event for choosing the right time and the right theme. Now, let me touch a little bit upon JICA's concrete DRR cooperation in Sri Lanka. JICA developed the DRR roadmap in 2017, which you can see in your hand today. Based on this roadmap, JICA has been implementing many DRR projects with our partners. We think it is high time for us to update the roadmap because the situation and context have changed in many ways, including this economic situation. Fortunately, JICA has been enjoying a strong relationship with NBRO and other partners in Sri Lanka for more than 3 decades. Since 1984, we have collaborated on various types of projects such as technical cooperation projects for landslide mitigation, development of structural and non-structural measures for effective mitigation of landslides and associated hazards. Not only the physical projects, but also we are currently collaborating on science and technology research partnership projects for sustainable development, which focuses on bringing new technology and know-how from Japan to Sri Lanka. So I would like to express my deepest appreciation to NBRO, headed by Director General Engineer Asiri Karunawardane, under the supervision of the Ministry of Defense, and the entire team for the fullest support rendered to us. I strongly believe that all the efforts and initiatives will surely contribute to making Sri Lanka society more resilient to disasters to ensure sustainable development. In concluding my remarks, I would like to thank all the participants here today and wish you all Great discussion throughout the symposium, and we look forward to future cooperation with NBRO and other partners in Sri Lanka to build a resilient society in Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for that remarkable speech. I would like to invite Engineer Dr. Asuri Karunawardana, Director General of NBRO, to award a token of appreciation to Mr. Yamada Tetsuya, Chief Representative of JICA Sri Lanka Office. Thank you so much. To deliver the keynote speech today on today's theme, Building Resilience Amidst Economic Challenges, I would like to invite Professor Shrimal Aberatna. Hold on. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. There is a video by JICA on the disaster risk reduction. I'm so sorry. It's really tough on my tongue. Disaster risk reduction, a video by JICA. So let's pay our attention to the screen. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kojima from JICA's Disaster Risk Reduction Group. In this session, I'll be introducing about JICA's cooperation for disaster risk reduction and how we indicate disaster risk reduction with sustainable development. So there are the two main objectives of today's session. Number one is to understand international trend on disaster risk reduction. And second is JICA's strategy in DRR sector. As you can see from this chapter, there are many conferences and strategies for disaster risk reduction. You don't have to memorize all, but what I want you to understand is that this Sendai framework is an ongoing framework since 2015, and the Sendai framework is reflecting this previous framework and the United Nations Conference. Since 1990, the number of the disaster worldwide has increased dramatically. In addition, economic damage caused by disaster has been on the rise compared to the number of fatality due to the increase in settlement resulting from population concentration in city and other factors, as well as economic development in many countries. And please show the graph. Working on the disaster risk reduction in advance reduce the level of damage caused by the disaster. This approach is also more cost-effective when compared with the cost required for post-disaster recovery and reconstruction. So as a result, it also leads to a sustainable economic growth. This slide shows what the Sendai framework is aiming for. As the figure shows, 3 inputs need to achieve 4 output targets. However, if inputs are limited to early warning and evacuation, only the number of deaths and victims can be reduced. On the other hand, if the risk reduction project is implemented, the targets can be achieved. From now on, I wanted to explain JICA's strategy for DRR sector. This is JICA's new initiative, which is a strategy to address issues in developing countries. It's about JICA's view on DRR, and I suppose you already have similar idea in your mind. but I would like to take this opportunity to briefly explain JICA's thinking from now. So the goal through this is to substantially reduce the number of deaths, victims, and economic growth caused by national hazard. And this is divided into three cooperation policies. So from now on, this will be explained. So I will now explain three cooperation policy. Please show this figure. The first one is to gradually augment structural measures to support rural society and economy. It's about increasing green area. Now it's a green area. The approach of JICA is to implement a model project that are high priority and high impact. Through such model project as a symbol of the country, we aim to disseminate DRR approach and a principle appropriate to the country. The second one is here to strengthen overall DRR governance, including non-structural measure. The policy is to deal with risk or red area that cannot be reduced at present, since DRR projects need long period and disaster come more frequently. So this is non-structural measure include disaster monitoring and early warning, understanding of disaster risk, and land use, etc. So this is to support capacity development in various ministry and local government, which are related to non-structural measure and national and local DRR planning. And last one is promote Build Back Better. We will contribute to the reconstruction of country and society that are more resilient to national hazard by reducing fundamental risk and overcoming existing vulnerability by structural measure during the reconstruction process. So this arrow mark show stepping up to a higher resilience level using the opportunity of disaster. So those three are combination of JICA's cooperation policy, but I want to highlight is that risk reduction through structural measure will be most important. So this is a case of Philippines. Since the 1970s, JICA has been supporting disaster risk reduction investment through flood control planning and capacity building and human resources development. This is a very rare case in developing countries that there is a major department which is responsible for just flood control. So as you can see, budget for flood control is rapidly increasing. And this is a very good practice in Philippines too. This is a map including Metro Manila. This where the capacity of the capital city of the Philippines. There were several projects based on the master plan of the river flood control. So this map shows a comparison of estimated damage with project and without project, with project and without project. And so in this is in 2020, Typhoon Ulysses hit the area. As a result, in this case, it's estimated that it reduced the economic damage by about 85%. So I want to say in Sri Lanka too, we will continue to promote the risk promote this kind of proactive investment in disaster prevention that leads to a fundamental risk reduction. Okay, that's all I have to just share. So thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, I'd be pleased to answer them. So you can ask me anything via email or so too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. To deliver the keynote speech on today's theme, Building Resilience Amidst Economic Challenges, I would like to invite Professor Srimal Aberatna, Head of the Department of Economics at the University of Colombo. Professor Srimal Aberatna is also the chairman of Stakeholder Engagement Committee at the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, a chief technical advisor at the Green Finance at UNDP Sri Lanka, a visiting fellow at universities in Japan, Vietnam, Australia, and Italy, and a consultant to many international organizations, government agencies, and corporate sector organizations in Sri Lanka. His research interests are trade policies in developing countries, growth and development policy issues, macroeconomic policy issues, economics of political conflicts in developing countries, and global economic crisis and developing nations. He is also a member of the Economic Freedom Network Asia. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you. All my distinguished guests at the head table, ladies and gentlemen, including the members of the National Building Research Organization and members of the forces. Thank you, Dr. Karunawardena, for the invitation to share my thoughts. When I read about the profile of NBRO, I realized that the importance of this service. It's a service provider doing research and then disseminating that research output for the safety and development of this nation. So there is no question about the importance of this activity regarding Sri Lanka's economic development. However, there are challenges that we need to face. We like to see the promotion, the enhancement and expansion of activities as such in the future, and becoming less and less dependent on external sources of funding. Also, we should be able to make use of that research output, not only for knowledge, but to translate into application and then to see the results, building our safe environment for living and working here in this country. However, there are challenges in all these areas, and I have seen that Sri Lanka is one of the lower ranked countries in the world which spend money on R&D, research and development, so that all the institutions that are involved in research and development, including the universities, we are faced with the challenge, and that challenge is the resource limitation. I'm sure this organization may also have that challenge. so that we are also dependent on external sources, donor funding. Thank you, JICA, for supporting those activities, at least to compensate for our inabilities. So building economic resilience itself is needed to promote this service provider, R&D in the country in general. And while R&D, the research output, contribute to our development, and the development itself should contribute to the expansion, enhancement, capacity building in this particular sector. So there is an interrelated. The relationship is not only one way, it's both ways. So with that concluding remarks, actually I brought here at the beginning, the link between economics and R&D, or in this particular case, building research output for the safety and development of our nation. I was inspired to speak about the economic challenge, because we are living in a particular challenging time, so that our dependence on external sources has in fact increased. Countries over time should reduce that dependence. We should be less and less dependent on donor funding, external funding. We should have our own strength to fund more and more of these activities. But unfortunately, we are in the reverse direction for some reasons. I am going to explain those reasons, and then how to make changes, at least for the next 10, 20 years. In fact, our president has said that by 2048, when we celebrate the 100 years of our independence, we should be a different country and different means high-income country. 25 years to go, not a difficult task, because there are, I can list out number of Asian countries. Within 25 years they enter there, including Japan. And from after the Second World War until early 1970s, Japan has maintained on average 10% economic growth rate annually. It's not a difficult task if you make the necessary adjustments. So what are the necessary adjustments? We should understand from the crisis that we are in today. So I have been talking about this crisis after we fell into the crisis during the last couple of months or couple of years, even before the crisis, that we are coming to a crisis like this. So during the last couple of months, more than a year, I have seen that there are many popular arguments out there. So I'm not going to explain all these things. Okay? I'm going to say that this is not the way out. So just to say that IMF program, yes, it helps, but we will understand that it is not the solution. But it has a relevance. Let me explain that later if there is time permit. Tourism revival, we have seen about close to 1 million tourists arrived last year, so that we think that okay, when the tourist income comes, we are out of the danger. No. Even if your tourist arrivals doubled, you will not improve your earnings to more than $4 billion. Import controls, we will save our foreign exchange. No. Import controls will not take the country out, even if you control all the imports that we bring to this country, obviously that's going to be disastrous. But you will save only $20 or $22 billion. Import protection for domestic industries, no, that is quite often I hear this argument, and that's coming from the business sector. So the economists think that they know business better than the businessman, and also the businessmen think that they know economics better than the economists. Both ways. It's like giving money, giving a lottery win to a person so that he will become rich, so that giving money to all the people in the country, 22 million people, or giving lottery wins to all 22 million, and we can make all of them rich. It's not a way out, and it's not the way to promote industries. FDI would suck out everything. That is another interesting argument coming from there. And even if a foreign investment takes out everything, that is only the profit. So on average, profit margin of a company on average is around 10%. Increase it to 20%. So even if the investor takes out all 20%, that is only 20%, and the other 80% remains here. In fact, if they believe in that this is the place that we should do our reinvestment, last year or 2020, I saw that Singapore, out of the total capital investment, capital formation in that particular year, the original Singapore origin capital investment was only 17%. Other 83% came from all foreign investment. They haven't taken their profits out of the country because they like to reinvest it in the same country. Finally, open economy, and that's the source for all evils that we have faced. And you must have seen that everything, those things. And that problem is there because of the open economy. This problem is there because of the open economy. So all the economies in the world, if they are having open economies, they all should have that kind of problems. I haven't seen that. So refuting all these arguments, I'm not going to elaborate each and everything here. For the first part, Sri Lanka can boast about many things, but I leave that part out. But let me ask you a simple question, that you borrow some money from foreign currency. Okay, in foreign currency you borrow, we call it foreign investment, foreign borrowings. And then you spend it to do something, maybe risk management project or building, construct a building, and maybe you are spending part of that borrowing, whatever necessary for that project, equipment, machinery, and from wherever you borrow. And you spend the rest of the borrowings to finish that project. Now you are coming to a maturity of that borrowing, so you need to be prepared to pay for that. How do you pay it? If you don't earn foreign currency, you can't pay it in rupees. You cannot print rupee notes and pay it back. If you don't earn foreign currency, you will be in trouble. Why did I bring that example here? That is exactly the problem of Sri Lanka. Our basic problem, the most fundamental problem which has caused this crisis, is foreign exchange problem. I'm going to show it to you. After 2 rounds of policy reforms that we had in this country, first 1977, second 1989, so we were also caught up in that wars, in fact twin wars, one in the north, other in the south, which has also much to do with this problem. So after 2 rounds of policy reforms, particularly after the demise of President Premadasa, there has been no reforms in this country. Economic reforms. We abandoned reforms after that. In fact, we had some other multiple objectives to look after, to reach, and by forgetting reforms. Not only that, but also we move into one of those I listed out earlier, policy regimes called protectionist policy regimes. So during the past 20-25 years, the country was caught up in a policy regime, something called, we have policy bias against exports, which we call anti-export bias. Sometimes we also attempt to substitute that export growth with the growth of non-tradable sector. So in economics, we make that distinction between tradable sector growth and non-tradable sector growth. Tradable means you produce anything, a commodity, a good or a service, whatever it is, which can be traded across the borders so that you generate foreign exchange inflows. Non-tradable sector, you still produce something, a good or a service, or anything like that, but for regulatory reasons, so for natural reasons, you can't trade it with the rest of the world. So whatever the professions that we are in, service providers or producing something tangible commodity, we should be in either of these cases. But the two are interconnected, interrelated. But if you lean onto one side, it's not going to happen. That's what happens when we forget our export growth and when we attempt to substitute with non-tradable sector growth, which happened during the last 20 years or so. So the crisis built up slowly. It's not coming overnight. It built up slowly, but the collapse is overnight. And the collapse requires some triggering factors, which we have seen during the last 2-3 years. In fact, Sri Lanka should have been in this crisis long ago, because I started writing about it 2008. Are we heading towards a foreign exchange problem? Because I saw in 2009, we were going into that crisis. Anyway, there were a couple of occasions that Sri Lanka would have collapsed, but somehow, fortunately or unfortunately, something came up and then the economy was rescued. But this time, nothing came up, so it collapsed. After writing this one, then I saw Venezuela was falling. I wrote about Venezuela. I talk about Venezuela. After that, I saw Lebanon was falling. And in fact, day before yesterday, in my Twitter account, I got a message. Somebody from Lebanon going to a coffee shop and ordered the cafe latte at 10:30 in the morning, and then the coffee shops, the typical Western coffee shop, you take your stuff and you meet your friends and you spend hours and hours and maybe the whole day there. And then he ordered whatever he did. After that, he ordered his second coffee at 1 o'clock. So from 10:30 to 1 o'clock, the coffee price has gone up. So we are not yet in that kind of situation, but economic disasters can bring you to a situation like that. Within number of hours, your inflation raised the prices of whatever you buy. When you join the queue, it is priced like this, and when you come to the counter to make the payment, the price has gone up. And then that's Lebanon, and in fact, our situation is far better than the Lebanon situations. This is what happened when we forget tradable sector. You can compare our export, merchandise export, that is commodities, tangible exports, earnings. You can look at 1995, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. You can now compare actually Sri Lanka with Bangladesh, Myanmar, Cambodia, and even Vietnam. Vietnam and Sri Lanka, we were in the same position early 90s. When Vietnam entered into the policy reform process, we were exporting almost similar $4-5 billion worth exports. In fact, Sri Lanka was in a much better position because we were exporting by that time more manufactured goods, whereas Vietnam was exporting still primary goods, rice and fish. But look at what has happened after 25 years. Sri Lanka is exporting 10 billion in 2020, and Vietnam has been exporting 283 billion. In fact, last year, 335 billion. Last year means 2021, the year after that. Whereas we were exporting 12.5 billion. So you can see what has happened and the source of the economic crisis. In fact, the graph shows you as a percentage of GDP, our export growth, and the orange line shows including services. You can see a little upward trend of that orange line. That is because of the end of the war, starting from 2010, and our tourism started flourishing. Less than 500,000 tourists increased to more than 2 million. So because of that, we improved it. Otherwise, our export growth has been a problem. Now, I am not going to talk about this economic theory because that is for some other thing, but just to mention that a country that focuses on non-tradable sector, I'm going to tell you, give you a list of non-tradable sectors that grew during the last 10, 20 years. When a country focuses on non-tradable sector, financed by the government largely, not the private sector, based on borrowings largely, because government cannot raise investment funds, and those countries will end up with budget deficit, unmanageable budget deficit, and that is where the IMF intervention is important, plus trade deficit, that is the balance of payment, external finance deficit also. The link between these two deficits, which we call twin deficit problem. When we look at East Asia, they focus on the trade deficit and improve the tradable sector growth, so they could achieve surplus in balance of payment and also manageable budget deficit. The countries which focus on the other way around, budget, and then they spend on building economic growth based on non-tradable sector, and then ended up with both budget deficit and unsustainable trade deficit. That's the link. So even foreign investment which came to Sri Lanka those days, this is during 2012 to 2021, you can see manufacturing and agriculture sector is less than a quarter of investment. All other foreign investment also went into non-tradable sector. All others we call non-tradable because they are not directly generating foreign exchange. They will support, but does not generate foreign exchange. So the foreign exchange problem in 2021 at the peak of our issue, you can see the first part of the table gives us total earnings, 20.6 billion from all sources that we earn. And the bottom part, our spends, outflows, 28.4 billion, that includes debt payments also, foreign debt only, 4.5 billion. So where do we find that 8 billion shortage? In fact, this is not only in 2021, even in the previous years. And every year we used to say that, okay, remittance and tourism income cushion our trade deficit. Our trade deficit was growing, but it was cushioned by sending people to Middle East. It's not a sign of prosperity. If people are leaving the country, even for temporary population, it's not a sign of prosperity. Now it has speeded up because of the crisis. And if that part is not enough, remittance and tourist income, then we use the central bank's reserves, foreign reserves, to finance the shortage. Plus, we use foreign borrowings to finance the process. So this is the height of the problem. Otherwise, it has been growing over the last 20-25 years. What we should do now? I'm going to list out a couple of things to build our economic resilience to take care of not only our progress and development, but also to take care of our service providers like this, reinforcing each other. The long-term one is we have to reverse that falling export trend. We have to reverse it. And how do we reverse it? We need to bring back our open economy. Is Sri Lanka an open economy? Well, rhetorically we say that Sri Lanka is an open economy, but that simple graph will tell you that it is not. Bangladesh is more open than Sri Lanka. China, India is more open than Sri Lanka because the amount of taxes collected from import, external trade, will tell you how open the country is. Well, there are other measures, other indicators also. This is only one of them. 4.5% of the total government revenue in India. In Sri Lanka, it is 17.6%. In fact, the next year, this is even before the crisis, okay, 2019, before COVID. And in 2020, it has gone up to 26%. And Singapore, well, we all know that quite open, 0%, that means nearly zero. So which means this is not an open economy anymore. Although we boast about that we opened the economy before everyone else, many of the Asian countries, but today we have fell back. So we need to build that export economy again. That is the way out. It may take time, but I'm glad that the budget, the last budget, has some important elements there, but still we need a lot of things to do. Our long-term recovery plan to build our economic resilience. Second, short-term one, medium-term, establish macroeconomic stability. This is where we need IMF and debt restructuring and all these things, and also reforming our budget. We have attempted increasing your taxes so much. And I heard that some people's take-home salary has gone down to 10,000, 15,000 because they have borrowed housing loans, vehicle loans, personal loans from their salaries, and so that when the tax hit them, this month and they unplanned, unanticipated, and so that their take-home salary has gone down to 10,000-15,000 rupees. Many people have that problem. Still, we have 2,400 billion budget deficit, even with that kind of increase in taxes. 2,400 billion budget deficit, which has to be covered by the end of the year with more borrowings. So there are a couple of things listed out here, major ones. So our state-owned enterprise problems, Sri Lankan Airlines, CPC, CEB, and Water Board, and all these things are actually related to that problem. So there have been so much discussions about these things at policy level, but still the outcome is yet to be seen. But we also need to live today and tomorrow. This is the short-term issue. Short-term issue. So until we get things done for day after tomorrow and next month, for next year, we need to live now without falling further into the crisis. Not going in Venezuela or Lebanon directions. We need to hold it right now, and we need to start moving back. So for that, now we don't have fuel lines. So some people think that, okay, the crisis is over. No, we don't have electricity 2 hours because we don't have coal to generate electricity. Earlier we had a stock. Now we don't have a stock. And when the ships bring coal, about, I think, 60,000 metric ton in one ship, and it is enough for 1 week. So that we need to continuously, at least every week, there should be one ship coming to our port to unload coal, to provide electricity throughout the day, which we are not capable of doing that even now. So we are not out of the danger. Somebody has said that, forgive me for saying that here, this is like interval in the hellfire. I hope it is not. We are on the recovery path with the help of Japan, India, China, IMF, and our lenders, debt restructuring. And we also need to earn dollars using some short-term measures. With that, we will build our economic resilience. So it is not necessary, not enough to go back to where we were in 2019, because in 2019 we were already came long way to the end of the tunnel. So going back to recovery means going back to 2019 level. It is not enough. We also need to go beyond recovery, building our resilience. And that requires nothing other than export growth. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you so much, sir, for that valuable insight, as well as sharing a positive outlook about the current economic challenges. I would also like to welcome Secretary to the Ministry of Defense, General Kamal Gunaratne, retired. To the head table, welcome to the event, sir. I would also like to invite General Kamal Gunaratne, retired, the Secretary to the Ministry of Defense, and Engineer Dr. Asuri Karunawardana, Director General of NBRO, to award a token of appreciation to Professor Srimal Abhiratna. Thank you so much. As he is unable to attend to this event due to an unavoidable circumstance, I would like to play the video message by State Minister of Defence, Honorable Premitha Bandara Tennakon.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed honored and privileged to address you at the 12th Annual Research Symposium of the National Building Research Organization. NBRO is one of the leading state research and development and technical agencies in Sri Lanka, which currently functions under the purview of the Ministry of Defence. Since inception, NBRO has been contributing to the sustainable development of Sri Lanka for nearly 35 years through its much needed technical guidance and valuable research findings. NBRO has strengthened the technical capacities to provide extensive and multidisciplinary technical guidance in disaster management, housing and construction sectors. The annual research symposium of NBRO is a significant event as it has been a research and technical advisory organization for presenting research findings and dissemination the outcome of research projects they performed throughout the year. I believe that the theme of this year's symposium, Building Resilience Amidst Economic Challenges, is timely and very relevant. Innovative ideas are priceless and important with regard to the formulation of effective policies and regulations. I believe the research outcome presented here in this scientific forum will definitely contribute for enhancing disaster risk reduction. I am looking forward to witness the research accomplishment of NBRO and wish all the very best to the scientists of NBRO who will present their latest research outcomes today at this conference. Building a disaster-free, safer environment would not be a dream anymore, as it would be the greatest gift we could bestow on future generations. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite the chief guest of the event, the retired General Kamal Gunaratne, the Secretary to the Ministry of Defence, to address the gathering. General Kamal Gunaratne, a gallant military leader with a distinguished military career spanning over 35 years, holding a number of command, staff, and instructional appointments, and having almost 3 years of service as a government official of Sri Lanka, is currently holding the secretary appointment of the Ministry of Defence, a main administrative appointment in the government administrative system. A past student of the Dharmapala Vidyalaya, Pannipitiya and Ananda College, Colombo 10, General Gunaratne possesses a master's degree in the field of Art and Science of Warfare from the University of Balochstan, and has earned his highest military academic qualification from the esteemed military institution, National Defence College, India. He also possesses an MPhil in Defence and Strategic Studies from the University of Madras. Sir, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Additional Secretary to the Disaster Management Division, keynote speaker of the symposium, Head of the Department of Economics, University of Colombo, Professor Srimal Abhiratna, Director General of the National Building Research Organization, representatives of Japan International Cooperation Agency, representatives of other international agencies and international delegates, distinguished invitees representing governmental and non-governmental organizations, professional bodies and industries, Director Generals and representatives of Disaster Management Council, Med Department, Disaster Management Center, and NDRSC and other departments, members of the Interim Management Committee of NBRO, directors and the staff of NBRO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I consider it as a great pride and a privilege bestowed upon me to address you all as the chief guest of the 12th Annual Research Symposium of the 12th of the National Building Research Organization. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation towards the Director General of NBRO for inviting me to be an integral part of this inauguration of the symposium today. It is my earnest belief that the NBRO, being a research and technical consultancy organization, the annual symposium is a significant event of its calendar of occurrences. It is a perfect opportunity for the technical staff of the NBRO to present research findings and disseminate the outcomes of the research under very timely theme, building resilience amidst economic challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, disaster management is an essential part of the sustainable development of a country that cannot be overlooked due to economic constraints. As of now in Sri Lanka, most of the damages to humankind and infrastructure are reported under landslides. Amidst today's economic and social situation in the country, there is no doubt that reducing damages and losses from natural disasters, particularly from landslides, remains as one of the key collective challenges. The increasing numbers of landslides and vulnerability of affected population are critical problems in the country, and for example, Miriabadda, Rilpola, Samasarakanda landslides, as well as cumulative impacts of slope failures all over the island, have a negative impact on the economy and the GDP of the country. More people are affected by the rising scale and frequency of landslides, and the poorest suffer most from these setbacks. Today, simply we are facing a crisis on top of a crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic, energy crisis, economic instability which we experienced in the very recent past, turned our lives and economy upside down, where the recovery will require a long period of time. At such backdrop, I must highlight that it is commendable that the state research institutes such as NBRO have adapted to the challenges by making fundamental changes in their action plans, reshaping the institute's technical landscapes and continuing to work towards achieving their mandated responsibilities. As we all conquer, science, technology, research and innovations are main paths which we have to use to find answers for such dilemmas. However, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the research work lined up here today, it becomes well clear that NBRO has captured these essences to be deliberated during the symposium today in an exemplary manner. I am well certain that their findings will not only provide the baseline for the relevant policy makers to develop and revise policies accordingly to achieve the development targets of our country, but also serve the other stakeholder institutes excuse me, to combine efforts towards building resilient societies. Ladies and gentlemen, on the other hand, if we consider the thematic review of Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which is an international framework developed to guide efforts on disaster risk reduction, it becomes well clear that we have to adopt new approaches towards disaster risk reduction. As the risk is increasingly systematic, we also must be joined up in our approaches if we are to reduce risk by working cross sectors between and within institutions and ensuring harmony through implementation of policies to executing activities. Cooperation between NBRO and other international and national partners, including academia, research centers, development partners through landslide mitigation, early warning generation, human settlement development, geotechnical approaches provide a green light among the path to achieve resilience. Furthermore, I am delighted to mention that I have noted throughout the years, NBRO has expanded and diversified its technical capabilities across different fields in disaster management and provided their technical consultancies to strengthen the government efforts in sustainable development in Sri Lanka. I have witnessed NBRO as a tireless advocate which provides customized and integrated technical guidance to build a resilient and disaster-free Sri Lanka. NBRO is a national focal point and mandatory institute for landslide risk management, and it is also known for breaking new grounds on research and innovations on disaster risk management and resilient built environment in Sri Lanka. Further to that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to specially mention the technical support provided by NBRO during events such as damages to buildings, recent episodes of urban air pollution, technical support in quality assurance of materials used in Digavapiya Stupa restoration project, landslides and slope instabilities due to extreme weather situations such as Kadugannava and Nallatanniya land instability, which required to adopt crucial decision-making within a short stretch of time for the government agencies to make timely decisions. In that, the leading role played by the NBRO during the hours of need has further solidified the crucial role of NBRO in disaster management in Sri Lanka and its unique capacity to provide services in the field. I hope that the coming year will strengthen NBRO with further regulatory powers with the enhancement of proposed National Building Research Institute Act. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I conclude my address. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, sir, for that meaningful speech. I would like to invite Engineer Dr. Asiri Karunavardhana, Director General of NBRO, to award a token of appreciation to General Kamal Gunaratne, Secretary to the Ministry of Defense. As a leading research and development institution in the country, the NBRO is conducting this annual research symposium to publicize the output of the research and development activities conducted by their talented team. As the first order of business, the proceedings of the 12th Annual Research Symposium of the NBRO will be first among the special launchings of the NBRO in 2022. The National Building Research Organization Annual Research Symposium proceedings are a collection of research papers and academic studies presented at the annual NBRO Research Symposium. These proceedings showcase the latest research and development in the field of building and housing construction and cover a wide range of topics such as structural engineering, materials science, building codes and standards, and natural hazards and disaster risk management. The 12th Annual NBRO Research Symposium focuses on the theme of building resilience amidst economic challenges, and its sub-themes are understanding disaster risk for resilience, risk reduction for resilience, regulating development for resilience, and quality assurance for resilience. These sub-themes highlight the importance of understanding and managing disaster risk and reducing risk through proactive measures, ensuring that development is done in a responsible and a regulated manner, and ensuring quality in the construction process to increase resilience. The symposium proceedings include 36 research papers that present the latest research and developments in these areas. I would like to invite Engineer Dr. Asari Karunavardhana to hand over the symposium proceedings of the 12th Annual Research Symposium of the NBRO to General Kamal Gunaratna, the Secretary to the Ministry of Defense. Thank you so much, sir. Chemical disasters still are relatively frequent even in many industrial countries in the world. In Sri Lanka, also the frequency and severity of chemical accidents has increased in the last few years due to the rapid development of chemical-related industries. Risks and impacts of chemical disasters should be assessed systematically for safeguarding the affected communities is an essential requirement. Realizing this urgent need, NBRO conducted a study on developing a systematic assessment of chemical disaster risk in Sri Lanka for the past 2 years, and one of the main outcomes of this project is the Manual of Systematic Assessment of Chemical Disaster Risk in Sri Lanka. This is a guideline document providing a step-by-step technical know-how of conducting a systematic assessment of the chemical disaster risks in Sri Lanka. The manual can be used by government and non-government organizations to conduct chemical disaster risk assessments throughout the country, irrespective of the size and the location. I would like to invite Engineer Dr. Asari Karunavardhana to hand over the manual to Major General Sudhanta Ranasinghe, the Director General of Disaster Management Center. Thank you so much. The National Building Research Organization, jointly with the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, executed a project called the TCLMP-1, the Technical Cooperation for Landslide Mitigation Project, during 2013 and 2018. In TCLMP-1, various structural countermeasures were implemented at selected pilot sites from Matale, Nuwara and Badola districts, thereby transferring the technical knowledge and enhancing structural mitigation capacities of the NBRO. After the successful implementation of the TCLMP1, JICA extended further support to the NBRO to implement the TCLMP2, also known as the Project SABO, that focused on the capacity strengthening on the development of the non-structural measures for landslide risk reduction in Sri Lanka. Non-structural measures are measures not involving physical construction, which use knowledge, practice, or agreement to reduce disaster risk and impacts, in particular through the policies and laws, public awareness raisings, and training and education. The project has successfully completed in 2022, and a number of publications were generated through this project. All these documents can be freely downloaded through the NBRO website, www.nbro.gov.lk. Today, we officially hand over a few guidelines prepared under the project that include Disaster Resilient Land Use Planning Guideline, Case Study Disaster Resilient Reports for 3 local authorities, Guideline for Disaster Resilient Land for Regulations and Development Standards. I would like to invite Mr. Yamada Tetsuya, Chief Representative of JICA Sri Lanka Office, to hand over the manuals to Engineer Dr. Asuri Karunavardhana, Director General of the NBRO. Air pollution is regarded as the 5th leading risk factor for mortality worldwide. In Sri Lanka, this condition could be significant since more than 90% of the population in Sri Lanka exposed to PM 2.5 levels exceeding the WHO guideline value. According to the air quality monitoring data to 2021, long-term pollution levels in some urban areas in Sri Lanka are alarming with respect to the both PM 2.5 and PM 10, and almost all urban areas exceeded the WHO annual guideline levels. The pollutant levels in most urban areas were significant, may exceed 24-hour average standard levels during the period of November to March in each year due to the contribution of transboundary air pollution. Therefore, having a real-time island-wide air quality monitoring network is very important to the country to identify air pollution hazard situations that experience in November-March period in the management of man-made disasters in Sri Lanka. The NBRO have developed such a network for Sri Lanka through their research and development project, and today they present the final report, Air Quality Status Report in Urban Areas of Sri Lanka 2022. I request to play a video on this regard.
In Sri Lanka, Colombo air quality levels gradually deteriorated from 1997 to 2008, and then increased from 2012 to date in response to the implementation of air pollution preventive policies and strategies. However, in the present day, air quality all over the country shows significant seasonal deterioration from November to March in each year. The Air Quality Monitoring Network developed by National Building Research Organization collects real-time data, and it indicates the significant seasonal increase of air pollution is caused by the transboundary air pollutants that transport from other countries through the winds received from the northeastern direction. Particulate matter is the most significant pollutant associated with this transboundary pollution, and pollutant exposure levels are highly dependent on the meteorological conditions. During these seasonal air pollution conditions, a clear reduction of visibility in the lower atmosphere is observed all over the country, especially in urban areas. Also, High particle concentrations in the atmosphere have a potential impact on reducing solar radiation, hence it reducing solar power generation as well. Increased particles in the atmosphere also significantly affect human health, especially to sensitive groups. Therefore, it is essential to take necessary precautions to minimize exposure to high levels of air pollution during this period. With the intention of public awareness, NBRO provides information on the real-time air quality of main urban centers of Sri Lanka on its official website, www.nbro.gov.lk, and timely issue alert notes to relevant authorities to protect the general public. As citizens, we have an individual and collective responsibility towards minimization of exposure to air pollutants during this critical periods.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite Mr. H.D.S. Premasiri, Director of the Environment Studies and Service Division of the NBRO, to hand over the report to Mrs. K.S. Apsara Mendis, Director of Air Quality Management Center of Ministry of Environment. The Building Materials Research and Testing Division successfully obtained a patent for developing a fiber-reinforced paving block with improved shock absorption and water infiltration characteristics. Let's have a quick peek into this groundbreaking achievement.
The apparel industry of Sri Lanka is the most significant and dynamic contributor to the economy. In 2021, the apparel industry contributed 44% of exports while focusing on sustainable manufacturing processes. But due to no textile waste recycling facilities established in the country, textile wastage is becoming a critical problem. So the industry takes many approaches to give a solution to this problem. Some of the synthetic waste is sent to cement kilns, which are incinerated as fuel in the cement manufacturing process. The ever-increasing amount of synthetic waste exceeds the burning capacity of cement kilns and causes an increment in carbon footprint. So the National Building Research Organization took the challenge of developing new environmentally friendly sustainable material by utilizing this textile wastage.
The National Building Research Organization always takes action toward making a safe, sustaining and resilient environment. Also, the NBRO has an excellent research unit, and they take challenges by giving vital solutions to industrial problems. Therefore, our scientists and engineers always strive to invent new concepts and developments. So, the NBRO took this opportunity, and we are very proud to receive a patent for this new research development carried out by the Building Materials Research and Testing Division.
This research was initiated to utilize synthetic fiber-blended fabric waste as a value-added product. Later, this concept was further developed for outdoor sports areas, considering its shock absorption and water infiltration characteristics. Through this approach, we gave a permanent and reliable solution for synthetic fiber-blended textile waste management. And this research was carried out by Building Materials Research and Testing Division of NBRO under the supervision of Professor S.M.A. Nayakar. This is quite an interesting study as well as the outcome. As the initial step of paving block production, raw materials are weighed according to the mixed proportion. Then viscous cement slurry is prepared to coat fabric pieces with cement binder, and other materials are added for further mixing. After that, homogenized mixture is filled into molds and compacted through vibration and pressing. Then cast blocks are demolded after 18 hours and subjected to water curing for strength development. The novelty of the development is improved shock absorption capability, and this was identified during the initial strength testing trials of fabric cement composites. Under compression type loading, the specimen was initially subjected to elastic deformation and thereafter plastic deformation before failure of the specimen. It was due to the elasticity properties and reinforcing effect of fabric fibers incorporated into the cement matrix. So, shock absorption capability of developed paving blocks were measured with the use of artificial athlete apparatus in accordance with BSEN 14808 standard. This block has the capability to absorb impact force by 21% with respect to conventional concrete pavements. Additionally, this block has improved water infiltration capability of 99.6 liters per square meter during 30 minutes time interval. Also, the developed paving block satisfies the requirements specified for compressive strength, tensile splitting strength, abrasion resistance and skid resistance according to relevant national and international standards. The deterioration of fabric fibers in alkaline environment under wetting and drying cycles was assessed to estimate the durability of paving block, and it is at satisfactory level as per the standard requirement. Accordingly, fiber reinforced paving block is recommended for outdoor sports surfaces, jogging tracks, children's parks, walking paths and home gardens due to high shock absorption, water infiltration and slip resistance properties as well.
Actually, this is a very interesting innovative research development for the sports field. As an athlete, we are expecting more effectiveness of energy use while running on a safe surface. So running on this surface is more comfortable for my joint, and I feel less tiredness when I running on this surface. The other thing is this surface has better grip than the other surface such as ground and grass tracks. So I think this development is a productive surface for the sport field.
Due to the high performance and qualities, the product can be introduced to the market at a competitive price. On the other hand, this development is environmentally friendly product due to utilization of textile waste.
Thank you. I would also like to invite all those who like to take a first-hand look at the fibery enforced paving block. Samples are available at the corner end of the room. Furthermore, NBRO wishes to express our gratitude to Professor S.M.A. Nanayakara for sharing your professional knowledge and technical expertise with us and for providing invaluable guidance for the success of this research and development project. I would like to invite Engineer Dr. Asiri Karunawardana, Director General of NBRO, Ms. Sunetra Muthuratna, Director of Building Material Research and Testing Division, Ms. Meheshi Gannorua, Engineer, to hand over the token of appreciation to Professor S.M.A. Nanayakara for contributing to this research. The National Building Research Organization implements various structural measures to mitigate landslides in the country since 2008. These measures are designed to stabilize slopes and prevent landslide occurrences and are based on engineering knowledge and research. Currently, more than 125 vulnerable sites have been mitigated, and about 120 sites will be mitigated in the near future. These measures protect infrastructure facilities and critical elements such as roads, schools, hospitals, and administrative buildings from slope failures and landslides. The spatial locations and the relevant information on the implemented mitigation sites are incorporated in the Landslide Risk Information Portal of NBRO. This platform intends to spread the situation awareness and disseminate information on elements at landslide hazards among the scientific communities and authorities for decision-making purposes. I would like to invite Major General Sudhanta Ranasinghe, Director General of Disaster Management Center, accompanied by the Engineer Dr. Asiri Karunawardana, to launch the database.
Yeah, this gives the information of the mitigation work that we carried out. Actually, this was the request from the Disaster Management Center, General Sudhanta Ranasinghe. So this gives all the data. I mean, what is the cost of landslide, and what is our design, how much it cost, and who are the beneficiaries. So all the details are there. So this will be really useful for the Ministry of Finance, Central Bank, all the people, and we can calculate what are the costs that we have expended for these mitigation works. So that will be really useful. So now we are compiling all the data. So now we have included all the work that we carried out on the climate improvement project and various projects under government funded as well as the foreign funded. So this gives the database to get all the data. This used for the financial purposes as well as the engineering purposes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The National Building Research Organization is collaborating with the Think Lab at the University of Salford in the UK to enhance the country's technical capabilities for disaster risk reduction activities. As part of this collaboration, a research project called the Mobilize 3.0, a digital tool set for building resilient communities, is being conducted in the Kaluthara district with the support of the Kaluthara District Secretariat. The goal of this project is to use innovative ideas and solutions to transform current practices into data-driven decision-making approach for creating resilient communities, involving collaborative local partnerships. This local transformation is being investigated through a living lab established at the Kaluthara District Secretariat Office. The MEGA, a multi-hazard local risk communication mobile application, is being developed to establish a whole society approach to building community resilience. This project aims to empower the local community and decision makers with the tools and knowledge they need to make informed decisions and take action to increase resilience to natural hazards and climate change. I would like to request to direct your attention to the screen for a video demonstration on the updated version of the Living Lab system developed for Kalutara. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that's an end to the inaugural session of the 12th Annual Research Symposium. I want to extend my gratitude to the dignitaries at the head table on behalf of the organizers of the event. Thank you so much. Up next, we have a very interesting panel discussion on inclusive risk management and resilience building amidst economic challenges, moderated by Ms. Wasita Vijayanayaka. I'm so sorry, ma'am. Wasita Vijayanayaka, founder and executive director of Slycan Trust Global. An attorney at law specializing in public international law with a focus on international environment law, Ms. Vijayanayaka has over a decade of experience in working on climate change and inclusive resilience building at national and international level. She is a member of the high-level consultative group of the I'm so sorry. The National Expert Committee on Climate Change Adaptation of the Ministry of Environment, and a negotiator for Sri Lanka for climate change negotiations on issues of environment related to climate change adaptation, loss and damage, gender, and compliance. In her role as the global lead for SLICAN Trust, she oversees work in Asia, Africa, and Europe, with a special focus on climate and disaster risk transfer and finance, climate-induced human mobility, and provides technical support for government and key stakeholders related to inclusive and participatory climate and disaster resilience building. Madam, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And the organization is called Institute Resilience Global Partnership. One of the panelists would speak more on it. So I would quickly invite the panelists and we can start the panel discussion. So good morning, everyone. I think it's still good morning. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this very important event and also this session, which holds a lot of importance at present, nationally as well as globally, because we are faced with all sorts of risk, climate disaster, as well as issues related to resilience building. So on the panel today, we have 5 speakers. I will give a brief introduction to them before they speak, when I invite them to come and take the floor. I'll quickly give the short introduction to welcome them to come to the panel at the moment. So first, I would like to invite Mr. Susit Arambepola, who's a consultant DR specialist and former executive director of ADPC. Thank you. Then I would like to invite Dr. A. Sarangan, Additional Director General of Department of Development Finance at the Ministry of Finance. Then we also have Professor Ranjit Disanayake, who's a senior professor at the Department of Civil Engineering, University of Peradeniya. Then we have Dr. H.A.G. Jayatissa, Director, Landslide Research and Risk Management at NBRO. And the last panelist is Mr. Dennis Momba, who is the Director, Research and Knowledge Management at SLICAN Trust. Thank you very much. For a brief structure on how we're going to have this session, we have 60 minutes. Each speaker would have 8 minutes for their intervention. I would give you a sign when it's at 6 minutes, so we could keep to time. And following the discussions, the interventions that the panelists would have, I would request questions from the floor. So if you have any questions, do note them down. And these will be taken in one go. So hopefully we will keep to time. We'll have 20 minutes for discussions. And I will keep the introductions also very short for that purpose. So a brief intro now for our first speaker, Mr. Susit Arambepola. Mr. Arambepola has started his career in 1978 and has decades of experience as a geotechnical engineer at Central Engineering Consultancy Bureau, as well as NBRO, as well as the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center. So I would quickly invite you to make your intervention. Would you have a presentation or would you just do a, just in question?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank NBRO for inviting me for this very important and also timely discussion. Before entering into the deliberations, I would like to get into a few figures which are very important figures for this discussion. According to the recent ADB and World Bank joint publication, Climate Risk Country Profile of Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka is ranked 103rd out of 181 countries in the 2020 ND-GAIN index. ND-GAIN index uses a score which calculates a country's vulnerability to climate change and other global challenges, as well as other readiness to, as well as the readiness to improve resilience. in vulnerability assessment, it also considers a combination of things, political, geographic, social factors, as well as determination to vulnerability to climate change and impacts. And when we see some of the figures, we see first the number of heat days or hot days. For instance, the days exceeding the 35 degrees of Celsius has increased from 22, will increase from 2200 by 2090 according to the estimates. As well as, the temperature rise will be there. So both in combination will have great impacts on sectors like agriculture and also even in human settlements for all the citizens population it will have impact. At the meantime, there will be many short duration but high intensive rainfall events which will lead to floods, landslides and other health hazards, which also will have greater impacts on many of the sectors, especially the transport sector and also the human settlements, agriculture and many of these things. So during the past from 1990 to 2018, UNDRR, United Nations Office of the Natural Disaster Risk Reduction, has estimated the total loss to be around $7 billion during the past nearly 3 decades actually. At the meantime, real same loss, World Bank has calculated to be as an average figure of 3.7 billion losses actually. So that means, although, our profile shows that, our climate change impact is moderate, but we can see that, there will be a huge economic, impact on our economy because our economy is not that big, so there will be a big impact on the economy actually. So for that actually what can be done, first thing is to, have, climate predictions. For instance, last year the IPCC has released their 6th report and which will provide new emission scenarios. So I think, we should first try to do the, modeling and also try to see the, short, medium and also long range forecast for our climate outlook actually. I know that, there are many institutions like Met Department who will be able to, conduct such studies. So for instance, now with DMC, many of the technical agencies are responsible for disaster risk management. They are doing, they are, bringing a lot of, early warning and also DMC is disseminating that. That's good for short term. But medium term forecast actually, I know that they are doing, but usage of such data in most of the economic sectors, especially agriculture or farmers, I don't think is happening to the extent it's necessary. And also the long-term forecast, which is useful for strategy development and also policy development, and also to see whether there will be any sort of changes in the geographic focus of the areas. I don't know it's happening or not actually. I think the first thing you should attempt in using this medium forecast as well as long range forecast in development sector so that we'll be able to reduce the impact. The next important thing is to have a culture of resilience or culture of climate adaptation actually. As a country, if we see our historic perspective, we have a very good culture or climate adaptation culture, I would say. Because we can see all over the country, especially in the north and also north central provinces, we have number of reservoirs built by our kings ancient time, that will store water actually. That is not only to use during the drought period, but also to restore water during excess water during flood season actually. And whole civilization was built around that, and also, our staple food comes from those areas, and also people have been living very conveniently in those areas. So therefore, that is a very good example. Even in landslide prone areas, if we go and, talk to some of our elderly farmers, they will say that, they even used to convert the landslide prone areas into, paddy fields and so on actually. Because they had techniques, they had, managed to, reduce the influx of water into those areas, and also they convert them into, paddy fields. Even, all around our country, we see a good mango process, although now it's, getting impacted by various other sectors, but we have a very good, mangrove forest. And also in flood-prone areas, since we have very short-term floods, we have, our own techniques developed, for instance, in Western province, especially in Colombo district or Gampa district, we will see the elevated foundations in most of the flood-prone areas. So therefore, impact was less.
Mr.
But
Arambapala.
unfortunately, all these good culture that has been developed for adaptation is no more there, or we have some problems or challenges in implementing. Especially, these problems are associated with implementation of various policies and also acts, and also regulations. Especially, the control is, I would say, not to the extent that we expect. Especially the local governments have to see. For instance, now government spend a lot of money for resettlement of people. What is the point in allowing people to stay or live in or build houses in any place they want without looking at the hazard impact? And also after that, spending a lot of money to resettle them in other areas. There is no, I mean, such policies should not be applied. If we can, implement our rules and regulations to control the building industry. I am very happy to hear that, NBRO with UDA is trying to, implement the building code in Sri Lanka, and also we may have some other good examples. For instance, we have seen many guidelines developed by NBRO, and also if you go into the website, you can see many guidelines and things. But I think, guidelines, all these things are good, but we need to develop a culture for adaptation. So that is the only solution. With this, I will stop. And,
Okay, thank you very much. No, you kept to time. I was just checking whether the timer there was working, but I'm not sure it is. So that's why I want to flag that you have 1 more minute left earlier. So our next speaker is Dr. Sarangan. He's the Additional Director General of Department of Development Finance at Ministry of Finance. He has a PhD in economics, and he's also a member of the Sri Lanka Administrative Service, as well as the associate member of Institute for Financial Managers, UK. Dr. Sarangan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. That we start with some small slide. Sorry. So once we look on that, first how that economic impact on this disaster risk management aspect. First we look on the external factor which we can't even control ourselves. So actually that is the report which published by the World Economic Forum. You can see that what will happen in the next 2 years. The most important risk which mainly the economic risk. The first is identified as a cost of living issues. Second, you can see the natural disaster and sorry, that I couldn't find it.
Extreme weather.
Yes, extreme weather. Sorry, that. So then next 10 years, what will happen? That's a failure to the mitigate what's that climate change. That includes the climate change will be the long-term the strategy. So then once we look on this, what's our situation, that look on that the second slide, which small, I think that. Okay, that's I explained that, because this is also the report published by the World Economic Forum in 2023. What's the risk for the Sri Lanka? Mainly, that's the cost of living is the identified as the most risk area. So let's see look on that the second one, that how it is our government is going to face this situation. Actually, you all know that our government has a government facing the problem is that foreign debt as well as local debt. Now we are struggling to do the debt services to this one, and some of the discussions going on to reschedule the debt structure. You can see that our GDP, the debt to the GDP ratio, it increases kind of exponential effect. That's a 2022 is a proper estimated figures is almost 130% of the GDPs for the our debt. So then how do we face this one? Actually that debt in the sense we have to minimize that. Our government strategy is to minimize to obtain the new loan. So that's the reason we increase the taxes, because how do we increase the revenue? That there's an easy way that to increase the tax rates. So you all experience about the pay tax and some other indirect taxes, maybe that maybe that 8% to now increase to 15%. So mainly that we target for increasing the direct tax as well as the indirect taxes. So there's a problem, because once you increase the indirect taxes, it affect for this your purchasing power. So your savings capacity will reduce. In other way, that once you look on the indirect taxes, mainly the VAT and some import, maybe the parallel sales, then customs import duties. Those are the indirect taxes which affect for our cost of living, because it increase the production and the cost for the commodity. So then that it increasing it lead to the hyperinflation also. So that is the main problem, that once we increase the taxes also, then we have to look on that both part, because as we have the pros and cons, because our immediate solution activities to increase the taxes to minimize that our foreign debt, and we do that debt services, and the other hand we have to look on the vulnerable people because of the cost of living. So that's both responsibilities we have. So how do we do that? Then look on that the cost of living matters, mainly that once this problem arise, it directly, there's economic shock directly first affect for the poor people. The poor people in the sense we can divide the three sectors, mainly that urban sectors and estate sector, then rural sector. So mainly that then we can divide in further that those sectors in subgroups like poor, then middle income family household, then the upper class people. So then what economic shocks affect first to the estate poor people, then it's affect to the urban poor. So then only it goes to the rural level. That is the pattern, how it is affecting the vulnerable group. So then we look on that in the sense task for the estate people, estate poor people. So mostly you know that estate poor people who are working in the mainly the T sectors. So this is the two things, because we have to look on their livelihood, as well as those are the people who actually support for our foreign earnings through the tea export. So that is a most important group that we should look on that. That's the reason, because you know, nutrition, malnutrition and the food security is most important. So in the sense that we have to look on that, because why? Because you can see that, because I can explain a lot of things about this economic impact, but this forum is not for this discussion deep on the economic impact, how the NBRO can support to those sectors. So then in the sense what we expect for the NBRO, because already you had explained that's a mobile app and the what is that risk, what is that the climate and the weather forecast pattern and say that. So that is the one of the, I think that is one of the right direction that NBRO giving to supporting to the government to mitigate those kind of the vulnerable situation to those mainly that poor people who are in estate as well as the rural urban sector.
So one more minute, Dr. Sarang.
Okay, so that is the things that we look on that. So in the sense you can look on that strategy. You can provide the forecasted data of this agriculture sector people, because they can even work on that, because they can even face those fertilizer problem and pesticide problem and those kind of, because they use some traditional conventional method to one protect those things when organic farming and all these things. But the problem is they can't even predict or even they can't control the climate change and the weather disaster. So that is the most important. Once you support those people, then they will look on that their livelihood and they support to our food security and nutrition through the government programs. Not final, but you can see that this program, this thing, the most important that this is the corruption practice in Sri Lanka, because this is also one of the reasons why we want to look on when we go for the reform program of this country, the corruption, because the government sector, the public sector people who has, we are ranked 102 out of 180 in global corruption report. We are scored 37 out of 40, because that's a very low. We are in a very serious situation about the corruption. So that is also one of the area we look on. But
so thank you very much, and I'll come back with questions for panelists once all have spoken. Next speaker today is Professor Ranjit Disanayake. Professor Disanayake is a senior professor in engineering at the University of Peradeniya, and he's also the chairman of the Green Building Council of Sri Lanka, the president-elect of the Institution of Engineers of Sri Lanka, and he's also been the former secretary to the State Ministry of Rural Roads and the State Ministry of Urban Development. Professor Disanayake, if you would like to intervene for 8 minutes, please.
Yeah. You wanted to know about the resilience of the built environment. Maybe my answer may be different if you wanted to answer the same question about 2 years before. I might say that you must go for the better location and the better foundation and the plinth beam and so forth. But today I think the disaster that is like a flooding and so forth may be like coming annually, but the economic disaster is almost every day that we see. Now today you see that when you go to the built environment, there are so many things, like the material prices has gone, land prices, scarcity has gone up, people are struggling to pay the electricity and so forth. So that now we have to think about go for the new construction where like a low cost method, and whereby get the daylighting, as well as we try to go for the rainwater harvesting and so forth, water efficiency and the material efficiency, as well as not because I, as a chairman of the Green Building Council, I am telling that exactly we have been talking about the sustainable construction, green building practices and so forth. I believe the subject that we have talking much more relevant than any other days, because we are under stress in the land, energy, water, you name and everything, right? Of course, operational costs. So that in the sustainability, we were mainly targeted on the 5 areas, like the land efficiency, water efficiency, energy efficiency, material and indoor environment. So that very important to face the economic crisis, we must focus on whatever we do, which should be the operational cost must be minimum. As well as the comfort of the built environment is minimum, thereby you can cut down the air conditioning and so forth. So this is what. But anyway, then we have to look into this is the everyday disaster. disaster come once in a year or twice or so forth. So that where the flooding and heavy wind and so forth, right? Then tsunami may not come very frequently, but of course we have to think about such a disaster also. Then of course when we build our building or the house, we have to make sure that we build in a proper location. And of course, considering the ground condition is very, very important, and the place in the foundation in the proper location is very, very important. And again, the reinforcing is very important because of the during the disaster you may get the threat, thrust, and various other lateral load, not like in the normal condition. So that in order to face these kind of lateral forces, we must reinforce the structure. Even in the single story, we may have to reinforce. So that therefore, the roof is very important. So that what we say usually, the structure from starting from the roof to ground level, there should be a better connectivity and the place in the good place. Otherwise, in the wind, roof might go in the flooding, foundation may wash up. Therefore, we have to make sure that the proper location, properly link up construction will be there. Of course, then you can take up the disaster too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for very efficiently putting those words. Our next speaker is Dr. H.A.G. Jayatissa. He's director. He works as a director at National Building Research Organization, and he's also holding a Doctor of Science in Geosciences from Universitat Geosciences Eberhard Karls Universität. So I think Dennis would be able to pronounce this better than I from Germany. And he will be speaking for 8 minutes as well. The timing is there now, it's working, so you can keep an eye out for that as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. So actually, so Benny have talked about all disasters and the economic disasters and all these things. My focus is actually how we could manage landslide disaster or landslide risk amidst in the middle of economic challenges. So with that, actually, I would like to present you some present situations and how we could face the challenges. So as failures in Sri Lanka, so we have landslides, slope failures, cutting failures, and subsidence, and also rock falls. So these are the fatal incidents that we encounter in Sri Lanka. So incident-wise, actually, we observe all these incidents in the Central Highland, which covers 30% of the land area of the country, and it is spread over 14 districts with a population close to 38%. These are some of the major events occurred in Sri Lanka within this area. When we consider about landslide is the highest fatalities and encounters the highest fatalities in the country. Sometime in some years, actually, around 250 people died by this, and of course the flood is the most destructive event, but still the landslide gives the highest fatalities. And up to now, actually, so we have counted like more than 1,500 lives and more than 200,000 homeless. So there are many reasons actually behind this one, but one of the major reasons associated with high rate of casualties and damages are especially this one. So we live everywhere, not like in developed countries, so well-planned countries. We live everywhere and have built and building as we wish without proper land use planning or adequate attention to the problem. And this is one of the major reasons that we cannot control this one. And by doing so, we have increased the vulnerability. So when we come to this risk management, any risk management measure must target to reduce the existing risk, which is now existing, and the impending risk, the new risk. So with that aspect, actually, as an organization, so we have managing the landslide risk as in the flow chart. So we have some risk identification tools to identify the tools. And with these tools, actually, we identify the high risk, medium risk, and low risk families. The high risk families are resettled or relocate. Medium risk families are promote to living with landslides with different approaches. And those approaches are actually something like a risk communication tools or risk mitigation tools. Now, the problem with this, actually, the economic crisis is that, so especially the structural countermeasures, which comes under risk mitigation, is became very difficult, and also at the same time, resettlement and relocation has also become very limited and difficult because of the financial constraints. With that, actually, what we can move into that other directions where possible is the only solutions. So with actually, which came to my mind after giving this topic, actually, the economic crisis has increased the poverty and hence the vulnerability of not only the communities but also even the institute and the country. And apart from that, so what I experience is that actually we are facing crisis within the crisis, that is draining of the human resources. So we are actually losing a lot of human resources expert. And at the same time, we cannot live out our responsibility of protecting people. So how we could achieve this one? So we have to better prepare for that one. Actually, this is really a challenge. So with that, actually, with this economic crisis, I would like to focus that we have to, especially the resettlement of high-risk families and structural mitigations are the key concerns which restrict with this economic crisis. So these has to be strongly prioritized, and available funding should be diverted only for the most critical and important things, because we are lacking of the financial resources. Another thing is that structural countermeasures have to be complemented with especially the bioengineering techniques, nature-based and hybrid solutions, so that actually we can achieve some level of resilience. Especially in that aspect, actually water management is a key issue in instabilities, so that we can integrate this one with the nature-based solutions and the communities, so the communities can manage by themselves. And next aspect is that actually empowering the vulnerable people by inculcating and strongly promoting the living with landslide concept. That has to come from the bottom-top approach, not the top-bottom approach. For that, actually, risk communications tools such as early warning, awareness, and preparedness planning, and some of the risk mitigation tools such as land use zoning, guideline development and planning, as well as development controls and diverting people from hazard-prone areas to safe areas can be used. So this is like in the historic settlement pattern. Actually, we had a very good settlement pattern. We all observed and we all believe that. But nowadays, actually, we have destroyed that pattern. So we can correct these wrongdoings again back, but it will take a long time. So in such activities, as we are doing now, so we can get a lot of supports from the international collaborations and technical cooperation project. As we are now doing with lot of, especially with the JICA support, so we are doing a lot of such kind of projects. However, I found some limitations also. Whether we develop implementation is a key concern here. Whatever we develop, actually implementation is a key concern in Sri Lanka. So we have more than enough rules and regulations, but the question is how to implement them in the ground. And this is a key concern in Sri Lanka. So whatever we have documents, we have rules, we have regulations, but implementation is very difficult in Sri Lanka.
Dr. Jatin, 1 minute, more or less.
Yeah, okay. So I have a little. So we have experience from developed countries like Japan or Germany or somewhere in the Europe. The implementation has to start from the local authority level. In Sri Lanka also, there are actually a lot of local authorities where we can start this implementation. So we are going from top to bottom, but if we start from this level in an impartial implementation methodology, and that will be possible, I think. Another thing is that actually we need a holistic approach. For example, even though the Central Highland is named as a central fragile area, the major projects are approved there, and major projects are still going there. So that I don't see this kind of holistic approach in implementation. Finally, I would like to get one few words from Mr. Arampal actually. We all have to find opportunities to effectively merge the regulations, technical solutions, as well as national policy framework for implementable task risk management in the country. So that's my thought, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Exactly on the dot on time. So next speaker is Mr. Dennis Momba. He works as the Director for Research and Knowledge Management for Slyke and Trust Global. Dennis, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can we put the presentation up? Yeah, so I will try to talk about more or less two different topics in 8 minutes. So one is risk finance and transfer, and the other is human mobility in the context of climate change. And so I work for Slyke and Trust. Slyke and Trust is a non-profit think tank. Our main office is and has always been in Sri Lanka, but we also work in Asia and Africa and different countries on topics related to climate change and resilience building. And Sri Lanka, as we all know, and many other countries across the world, finds itself faced with a quite complex landscape of risks, and this includes climate and disaster risks, but also other risks like we have heard a lot of it already, financial risks, market risks, risks related to supply chains, and a number of different factors. So I think it's important to look at this and see how these can be best addressed in a comprehensive manner that exploits synergies also between different mechanisms and instruments. And there are the direct impacts that result from these risks and hazards, like the loss of life, the loss of property, damage to property, infrastructure, and the productivity losses. But there are also a lot of long-term cascading and compound impacts that are there. And these are often also covariate across different groups and areas. And that are also partially non-economic, like impacts to like social cohesion, to livelihoods, but also to like community setups. And one of these is human mobility. That includes migration, but also displacement due to disasters, or what was mentioned, the planned relocation out of disaster-prone areas. So this is also an impact that results from these risks, and that has profound effect on communities, and it can be addressed through risk management mechanisms. So maybe very briefly, I think we are all familiar with risk management and different elements of this. So I won't talk about like the analytics, awareness, prevention, risk reduction. What I want to focus on is risk transfer and risk finance. And there's a main question there is who actually owns the risk and who pays for impacts and who pays for the risk finance. And there are a number of mechanisms like insurance and a number of financial instruments that can be applied on the macro level for the country, but also on the meso level for aggregators, or on the micro level for individual households, individual people, individual businesses. And again, insurance is one of these instruments. There are also things like contingent credit lines that can apply on the micro level as well as the macro level. And then, of course, there are social protection systems. So at the moment, Sri Lanka has a range of these mechanisms. There is a crop and livestock insurance scheme that covers amount of certain crops and also of livestock. There's a farmer and fishermen's pension schemes, the National Natural Disaster Insurance Scheme. There are a number of social protection mechanisms, and there's also a policy environment that has different commitments related to insurance. For example, in the nationally determined contributions submitted to the Climate Change Conventions, UNFCCC, there's a commitment to have insurance and risk transfer in different sectors. Again, in the National Adaptation Plan, a similar commitment to innovative insurance mechanisms in the Climate Prosperity Plan, in the National Environmental Policy, in the Draft Agriculture Policy. So there are a number of policy commitments that contribute to this enabling environment for comprehensive risk management and for risk finance and insurance. And just to quickly bring it back to human mobility, again, there are different kinds of human mobility, and things that have been mentioned already. Migration comes in different forms, so we have now done a number of case studies on different aspects of this in Sri Lanka. One is in agricultural areas. We did a case study on the migration that is there cyclically from agricultural communities that are impacted by climate change to urban areas and back, usually for a certain amount of time. There's also, of course, permanent migrations, and there is labor migration, which we also did a case study on, with labor migrants going to the Middle East, which have reported a number of impacts related to climate change and disasters that have prompted or influenced their decision-making to go abroad. For example, heavy rains that impacted their livelihoods or destruction to their houses. So these are all risks that people face. And then planned relocation is, of course, there to reduce exposure and reduce risks. And these can be addressed through risk management and risk transfer mechanisms. So risk transfer basically means to transfer this risk away from the individuals and across either the country or like a group or even in global financial markets to basically share this risk or pool this risk. And in designing these mechanisms, there are different criteria we can look at to make them more inclusive and to be to ensure that they address the needs of the most vulnerable groups and communities. So that would include migrants and displaced people, but also smallholder farmers, of course, or the informal sector. And for example, if you look at agriculture, farmers are the ones that currently have access to insurance, but of course there are also farm laborers and there are different people involved in the agricultural supply chain that might not have access to insurance and other risk management mechanisms. So on the one hand, these mechanisms can build resilience and therefore reduce like mobility, help people to adapt in place, but it can also help people who are moving to do this more successfully and be protected while they're on the move or in the destination areas, and also when coming back. And gender and inclusion of youth are also two important criteria that I would like to mention. I don't think there's time to go into detail on this. So very briefly, so again, we did a number of research projects on this topic over the last 2.5, 3 years, mainly focused on food systems, but also on other sectors like tourism, entrepreneurship, and the garment industry. And what was identified by many of the stakeholders is the need to have a platform or mechanism to share the data and knowledge that's available across the different institutions and different stakeholders, including the private sector, and also to use emerging technologies like machine learning, but also for example, insurance distribution, and to invest in additional awareness creation and capacity building to strengthen the financial literacy of the beneficiaries and the financial inclusion, and also access to financial services of, for example, smallholder farmers. And to conduct, and I think it was already mentioned a couple of times, comprehensive risk assessments to identify where the actual needs and gaps. So one key solution identified is building multi-actor partnerships of different actors, so including government actors, but including also the private sector and communities and civil society organizations and research institutions, and have that as a mechanism to exchange data and knowledge, but also to develop collaborative mechanisms and solutions. Blended finance is one of these opportunities, but there are many more possibilities to collaborate across different stakeholder groups and different levels. To have this vertical integration between the local, national, and regional and global level, but also the horizontal one across different sectors, across different areas. And to just zoom in a bit on the insurance as an example, because it's one of the most visible risk transfer mechanisms. There are now a number of pilot schemes in Sri Lanka to pilot parametric insurance, that's index-based insurance. And based on good practices from other countries, we can see this is a way to go, but there are also many opportunities to enhance existing insurance by bundling it with certain other interventions, for example, with loan or provision of inputs, access to knowledge, even things like loyalty schemes, to have packaged products or hybrid solutions that combine indemnity and index-based insurance.
Dennis, 1 more minute.
I will wrap up soon. And to also look at different levels again to connect these. So we have a number of knowledge products out on this. I just want to bring in the global level again, because that's what we are also doing to connect national, local, and global level. So there are a number of platforms and mechanisms that can be used to access finance for these solutions and bring this finance through the existing mechanisms and through new mechanisms to the ground level for actual implementation. So one of these avenues would be the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, which has now committed to establish a fund on loss and damage. And when we talk about risks, that is basically risk retention, risk transfer is a risk that exceeds the limits of adaptation and then becomes loss and damage. So that can be a way to access additional, to access funding and to access transfer of technology and knowledge. There are also other initiatives like what was mentioned earlier, the Resilience Global Partnerships, which is a partnership between the G7 and the V20, of which Sri Lanka is a member, and which has recently also launched the Global Shield on climate risks. And there are a number of these global partnerships, initiatives, and forums that can connect to local and national actions on risk management and help to bring in innovative financial instruments and ones that are inclusive and multi-stakeholder driven. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Exactly on time. I think this is helping, the seconds being visible loss is helping to keep to time today. Thank you very much. Lot of information, lot of knowledge shared by the panelists. I jotted down one question each, but I think we wouldn't have to go time to go into different questions. So what we will do is I'll quickly give a recap of certain things you've highlighted and have a common question, and maybe you can answer in 90 seconds, and then we take 2 to 3 questions from the floor. So there's a lot of commonalities in what everyone is mentioning in their specific expert area in the panel today. So some of these include how finance needs to be addressed, means of implementation, not necessarily finance, but also the technical aspects, knowledge that can be accessible. And then the need for taking into account the present state in the country, globally as well, and how evidence and data is necessary to take actions that's inclusive. So what I would ask is, how can this resilience that we are looking at, while we are in not a very positive economic situation globally and nationally, how can this be long-lasting? How can this be long-term than looking at just right now and taking action? Because the tendency when there's a crisis is to look at the very short term to address something, but can this be also including the long-term aspect? And in doing that, based on all the work you're doing, how can this be incorporated into your institutes and processes to ensure the inclusive and participatory aspect is there? Because everyone did highlight elements of social and cultural and economic aspects in your presentation while taking into account disaster technical aspects. So I'll start with, we go in the same order if that's okay? Yeah, okay. So Mr. Mr. Arambapola, if you would like to add 90 seconds.
I think one of the problems I see is, people don't understand the economic benefits of engaging in adaptation, very much actually. And also they don't understand very much also the social benefit. For instance, the main benefit if we are living in a safe environment is that, we will be safe. Our family will be safe. And also our infrastructure, buildings will be safe. That people understand, but other economic benefits they don't understand. So I think this is the difference between our, our historical perspective and current perspective. Because if we see the, historically how we adapted to the situation, from storing water in a reservoir and also engaging in agriculture, we all get benefited actually. And when we have, the mangrove areas preserved, those who are, engaged in various livelihood options within that area, they got benefited actually. But in our areas, we do not see that sort of economic benefits. But, there are many economic benefits that we also when you engage in adaptation. For example, if we are, constructing a house, even in a prone area to, integrating, resilient elements, then we don't need to, worry about that actually. That is one of the main. And also, we can use the,
material around us to, create the safe environment. For instance, we talk about the nature-based solutions. Main understanding that I get is, through nature-based solutions, we get also a lot of economic benefits. For instance, in landslide-prone areas, if we use trees or plant species to, protect the slope with its root system, we also can have economic plants in that area actually, so that we'll be able to use that to gain some economic benefits.
This is adding to the Mr. Arambakola. Actually, that for this moment, as I mentioned, that the cost of living is most important aspect at this moment. So we look on that the vulnerable group, how we can mitigate their problem. Actually, then we can go for the food security. That's the most important. So when we go for the food security, that we can increase the production. Mostly that the rural area, mostly that you can see that western province depends on the other provinces to get that food, the supply. But the problem is the market access. So if we produce more, then if they don't have the enough or sufficient market access, they can't get a reasonable price for their production. So they lose. So then we have to look on that aspect, because that's during the COVID period, you can see several of the people who are in the village level, they wasted their agriculture product because they couldn't sell it to the. But on the other hand, that the Colombo, even the Western people, they couldn't get it the vegetable and other things. So we should look on that aspect. And most important, in order to that protect that our agriculture, the ocean resource is most important. We have the ocean area, which is more than that our land area. So then we have to look on that, and we can invest on that to get fish. This is helping to the food sector, nutrition, and other thing is the foreign exchange. So in the sense, the disaster in the once we go to the sea, normally the traditional fishermen should aware about this disaster and the risk, how they may face, because that's the reason we are now just going, our fishermen are going around the shore, not going to the deep sea. So then we have to look on that aspect also.
Thank you, Professor Disanayake. Maybe one thing when we are going towards the end, concluding inputs, looking at how the infrastructure could come in different sectors also, because it's implicitly there as a component of anyone's life, every sector, but also a bit of highlighting on these aspects, so it relates to what we are discussing as well. Thank you.
Okay, basically that you want to see how this should be have a sustainable infrastructure facilities. I believe that it is very, very important that most of the country, the tool that they have is the building codes. Sri Lanka is still lacking the building codes. As far as I know that it has been approved by the government, and the NBRO is working on it, so that all stakeholders like we are coming from the ISL and the CEDA and the other organizations like the the National Housing and the various other organizations must get together, should formulate the national building codes. Thereby we can reduce most of the risk on the infrastructure failures and so forth, as well as the resilience can be guaranteed only that one. Otherwise just it become talking when there is a disaster. Therefore it is very, very important we all get together and come to the conclusion of the formation of the national building codes of Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Disanayake. Dr. Jatis.
Yeah, so actually in the long-term aspect, especially if you look at the developed world, actually their development is long-term. And that development was achieved based on the non-structural countermeasures. The most of the zoning, regulations and rules implementation, guidelines and all these things are applied with the concept of non-structural measures. So that is why it is sustainable. So in our historical land use pattern, actually if we study it, it's focused only mostly in the flat areas. even though we have floods or something other disasters, but the central fragile area was kept free. But now, in recent history, actually, we have moved into that one, especially with regard to the landslides. Actually, we have created this problem. So that is why it is very important for us to go for a living with landslide concept. Because millions of people are living in those areas, now we cannot avoid this problem and we have to live with the problem. And even with these structural mitigations and pumping millions of money, and we cannot stop it. So that is the most important aspect actually. For specifically to your questions, if you want to go for a long-term solution, sustainable solutions, it's mainly the non-structural countermeasures such as zoning, land use planning, guideline development, applications, and early warning, awareness, something like that. So that is why it's very important. But the main problem that I found here in Sri Lanka is that so nothing can be implemented. The violating rules and regulations became a heroic action. And everybody is happy after violating rules. So this is the main problem. So that is why I took some sentences from Mr. Arampola's wording that we all have to come together to develop implementable plans, technical solutions, and rules and regulations where people can accept, people can afford, and we can implement on the ground. And that is the long-term sustainable solution.
Thank you very much. For Dennis, maybe like given what the other panelists said, I'll ask two things maybe if you can highlight. One, maybe the information about how finance could be accessed, like from example, Global Shield, because this is something that could connect with disaster, climate, as well as finance and risk. And also on maybe the example of how Bonn had this flood and how the recovery happened, where the finance adaptive capacity could fast track addressing risk for infrastructure and settlements, not necessarily mobility-based settlements, but in a disaster, how this has been addressed. In 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So for the first one, about the Global Shield, so I think there are other opportunities like that. Let's take the example of the Global Shield, which is a joint initiative by a group of developing countries and a group of developed countries to provide finance to build like pre-financed solutions. For example, insurance, but also other arrangements that are already set in place before a disaster happens or before an impact occurs. And for that, there's like the aspect of building capacities in countries, but also providing finance, for example, premium support for insurance or capital support, because that is often, especially if we look at like smallholder farmers, an issue, because there's not a lot of premium that farmers can pay, and then it's difficult to get reinsurance for insurance company or to make a business case out of it. And for initiatives like that, especially the Global Shield, they have chosen a number of pathfinder countries, and they're looking at countries that are A, vulnerable, and B, have already existing structures. And Sri Lanka, I think, qualifies for both. Of course, we all know there's vulnerability to climate impacts, but there are also a lot of existing mechanisms that are already there, like the insurance, the crop insurance, or the national natural disaster insurance, that can be used to distribute funding and support to communities directly on the ground. And if these mechanisms can be highlighted, and also the policy commitments that are there, this can help to access these kinds of funding. And I think that would be the answer to the first question. The second one, well, I'm from Germany. I've been in Sri Lanka for, I think, 6 years now, but before that I was living in Germany. And recently in 2021, there was also large flooding in Germany, in the area actually where I come from. And that was, there were also a lot of issues, I think, with the early warning, but interesting to look at is how this worked. After the disaster, basically the area was reassessed, and buildings that were destroyed in disaster, that were the areas were identified as very vulnerable. The government didn't allow people to build again in these areas to prevent, to reduce the exposure going forward, and provided funding for people to move somewhere else, and then also provided funding for like as a compensation funding, because even there, most people have insurance, but then it turned out this disaster was not expected. It was a flood disaster, and most of the insurance schemes for the house, for the belongings, for the car, did not cover this kind of impact. And again, people then were left without coverage, and then the government provided. So I think that's also highlighting the importance of building evidence-based mechanisms and also not only looking at the current impacts, but as you said, the anticipated impacts as well, and going forward to see that the coverage corresponds to the needs and to the climate risks that are actually there and how they correspond also with other risks. Yeah, so maybe that.
Thank you. I actually wanted that to be highlighted because we speak a lot about Pakistan floods, and just before that, Bonn was affected, and how the two adaptive capacities changed the accessibility of resilience for communities could be assessed. And this is a suggestion because there are different formats of how we can access funding through different inclusive processes, and evidence on what's already existing could be an entry point for Sri Lanka, even for infrastructure, climate, and disaster can be merged, building on the existing policies and processes. So just want to get a knowledge aspect in. Before the questions come in, we have, I think, 8 minutes because we started a bit late also. Could I ask for maybe maximum 2 questions from the floor? If anyone has a question, do raise your hand, and someone hopefully could pass a mic there. Anyone has any questions, or is everyone very hungry? I think it's about 12:45 now. Yes, is there a mic? Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think I'm standing between the audience and the lunch, but I'll make it short. This is again regarding the bond, and as we speak, as you all mentioned, we talk about how the funding can be given to those people and how they can support them to move out from the vulnerable zones and hazardous areas into safer locations and all that. And we do have a serious issue in Sri Lanka. As we know, 15,000 identified people are waiting for the relocation. So how best can we get connected with this CAT bond and this program? Because we talk of finances, we talk of economical crisis, what we are having. So this is one important area. I'm sure at least now we must start working together at least to reach this bond. I do not know how to reach this, if you can advise us and guide us for this issue. Then second point, we are talking about the building codes and the living with landslides. And here also, there was another area where we have been discussing long with Dr. Alseri, going vertical because of the land issues. So we like to ask the audience, anybody, your inputs on the going vertical and where are we on this process of going vertical. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the input and the question. I'll take another question and then the panelists could respond. Any further questions or comments from the floor? Floor in the sense audience. I don't want to be condescending by saying the floor politically sometimes. Okay, right. I'll get the panelists to answer. I think the first question was for Dennis, if I'm not mistaken. You have a mic with you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the question, and I think it's a good opportunity to actually build these partnerships. So, I mean, one way is directly, I think, bilaterally to connect, but then I think so a platform like the Resilience Global Partnership is a good way to connect not just with Germany, but like with other countries as well, and other organizations who are working on this topic and who are in a position to provide assistance. So this is like basically a kind of like not intergovernmental, but like a partnership that has government members, different countries, and that Sri Lanka potentially can join. There's no barrier, I think. So that process could be followed up, and of course, like we as Like and Trust also, we do try to make these knowledge connections, and Rosita is a member of the high-level consultative committee of the Resilience Global Partnership, so she might be in a good position also to answer this. But I think, just to maybe clarify, so also I think in Germany the response was not perfect. Germany, of course, has more financial resources to address this, and I think there are things to be learned from, but also, of course, things that have to be adapted to the Sri Lankan context, and things that even Germany potentially can learn from Sri Lanka. So I think it would be very good to have this exchange and see how support can be given and facilitated.
Thank you. Any additional responses? Yes.
Yeah, I would like to talk about this vertical housing. Of course, especially country like Sri Lanka, land is a big issue, and it has been identified as one of the threats that we have. And the land usage of the land for the single houses will destroy the environment. Therefore, the solution is a vertical housing, vertical construction, and of course, in order to sustain the vertical, the housing or the construction, we must support with the other facilities. So then again, one area is other facilities like can be concentrated to the one area. Of course, the land planning, of course, very important. For example, waste management, supply of the power, water, and everything is be much easier than scattered housing. Therefore, it is a must. Land is the must for the sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any quick additions as closing remarks? If not, yes, anyone? Okay. So I think that brings us to the close of this session. Thank you very much. We might have gone 5 minutes over time. Apologies for that. But thank you for all the information gathered. I think there was a common thread of engagement plus consensus on where we need to go. So maybe what we can take from here is how we can go forward with what we discussed and implement next steps, because implementation was highlighted multiple times. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, panelists. And I will close this session now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was one interesting discussion on the way forward. Now, I would like to invite Engineer Dr. Asiri Karunawardana, Director General of NBRO, to present the tokens of appreciation to the participants of the panel discussion. The moderator of the panel discussion, Ms. Wasita Vijayanayaka, Mr. Susit Arambepola, Consultant DRR Specialist, former Executive Director, ADPC. Dr. A. Sarankan, Additional Director General, Department of Development Finance, Ministry of Finance. Professor Ranjit Disanayaka, Senior Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, University of Peradeniya. Dr. H.A.G. Jayathissa, Director, Landslide Research and Risk Management Division, NBRO. Mr. Dennis Mumbauer, I hope I pronounced your name right, Director, Research and Knowledge Management, SLIC and Trust. Thank you so much, sir. We do have another panel discussion, another session that is lined up, but before that, if anyone, before lunch, if anyone's hungry, or there is tea there, if anyone wants to serve themselves. Under the theme of building resilience amidst economic challenges, it's quite important to get a proper understanding of what disaster risk is. And our next session is catered towards that. To chair the discussion, I would like to invite Professor Ranjit Premasiri, Professor, Department of Earth Resources Engineering at the University of Moratuwa. Professor Ranjit Premasiri is the professor and the former head of Department of Earth Resources Engineering at the University of Moratuwa. He has a PhD from the Keele University of UK, 2012, an MPhil from the University of Moratuwa, 2006, and bachelor's from the Peradeniya University in 1994. He is also a member of the Institute of Geology of Sri Lanka, the Geological Society of Sri Lanka, Geoinformatics Society of Sri Lanka, as well as the Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science in Sri Lanka. He is also a fellow member of the London Geological Society of UK. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for kind introduction. Very good afternoon. First of all, I must thank NBRO and organizations, all the organizers for inviting me. This is the second session of 12th International Research Symposium of NBRO. Actually, this session is on understanding disaster risk. This is a very important part of the disaster risk management. So I think this session includes 4 presentations in line with the theme. So I will invite all the speakers, presenters to the head table, or I should invite all here? Okay, shall I invite the presenters? Mr. Chanaki Malsha, Mr. W.K. Chandrasena, and Mr. Prabhat Dilusha, and Mr. Ranjan Veerasinghe. So I'll invite first presenter. He's going to present on precipitation influence on landslide, a case study for the landslide event in November 2021 in Kegol district, Sri Lanka. I invite Mr. Chanaka to. Before I presentation, I should inform that the floor, after all the presentation, we can have a quick discussion or clarification. So I will invite one by one, and first we made all the presentation, and after that we can have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm Chanaki Malsha, a jurist from Kegel District Office. Today I'm going to present precipitation influence on landslide, a case study for a landslide event in November 2021 in Kegel district, Sri Lanka. So this is my outline. As we begin to discuss on precipitation influence on landslide, it is important to understand the devastating nature of those landslides. This is a landslide occurred in Dambulla in Ramukkana DSD on 9th of November 2021. We lost 3 lives just because of this particular incident. So landslide is one of the most frequent and widespread natural hazard that can lead to huge damage to life and property in mountainous terrains in Sri Lanka. So Kegel is one of the top 14 landslide-prone districts in Sri Lanka. In 2016, Kegel experienced the most devastating landslide in recent history, resulting in loss of 147 lives. In 2021, there were 3 landslide events in Kegel district. We mainly focused on November 2021 event in this research project. So what is the triggering factor for landslide? Rainfall is considered as the most important natural physical process that triggering landslide in Sri Lanka. Rainfall can affect directly and indirectly on landslide. Direct effects include saturation of soil mass and increase in their weight, like that, and indirect effects include facilitating for weathering and removing fine particles, like that. So landslide can occur when there is a high intense rainfall for a shorter period of time, or low intense of rainfall for a shorter period of time, longer period of time. So because of the devastating nature of landslide, it is important to take necessary action to reduce their risks. So landslide risk reduction can be divided into structural risk reduction and non-structural risk reduction. So as we discussed earlier, there are a strong relationship between landslide triggering and rainfall. So issuing an early warning based on rainfall is effective non-structural mitigation measures that today we use. So early warning is issues when rainfall in a certain area exceed the short values. In generally, NBRO use 75 millimeter of rainfall as 1 hour threshold value and 150 millimeter of rainfall as 24-hour threshold values in evacuation level. So understanding the relationship between rainfall and landslide is crucial in landslide risk management process. So this is our study area. This study is carried out for landslide event in 9th of November 2021. So majority of the incidents occurred in Rambukkana, Kegol and Mavanella DSDs. There were 3 fatalities were reported during this event. And according to the reports data, there were 101 number of buildings were at high risk, whereas 400 of them at moderate risk. So these are my objectives: to study the effect of rainfall on ground instabilities in Rambukkana, Kegol and Mavanella DSDs in Kegol district during November 2021 event, and to evaluate the effectiveness of the current landslide early warning system used by NBRO. So as we already discussed about our study area and the objectives of the research project, so let's take a look at the methodology that we conduct this project. So we start with the landslide database analysis. During that we have studied 382 NBRO reports and data was collected. So after that, we want to find the most suitable rain gauge to get more accurate rainfall value that responsible for each landslide incident. But there was a problem because spatial distribution of rainfall is highly unpredictable at that kind of extent. So based on fundamental geographic principle, we assume that the same amount of rain is received within a basin. That assumption is mainly used in this research project. So this is how the research was further progressed. So we use available LiDAR data to prepare the drainage basin, and using that prepared map, we have selected the applicable rain gauges to get rainfall values. So available raw rainfall data was used to analyze the rain characteristic, and number of incidents that relate with each rain gauges was also calculated. So let's discuss our results. So according to the reports data, majority of incidents were recorded around 3:30 a.m. on 9th of November 2021. And using the map produced, we have selected Kotawalla, Anwarama and Kagalu Mahavidyalaya rain gauge to get rainfall values. So number of incidents that relate with each basins were calculated. So results were shown in the table. So according to that, there were 135 events in Kotawalla basin and 58 in Kagalu Mahavidyalaya basin. So this basin name was got by their rain gauges. So this is the graph of 1 hour rainfall for the disaster time of period. So according to the graph, at the time of incident, 1 hour rainfall intensity for the event was for Kotawalla was 41 millimeter and 19.5 millimeter and 17 millimeter of rainfall was observed within Anwarama and Kagalu Mahavidyalaya rain gauges. But either of these values did not exceed the current NBRO threshold value, which was 75 millimeter. And before the incident time, there were few peaks observed, and some of them were higher than the incident time rainfall values, indicating that there were more intense 1 hour rainfall within those basins before the incident. So this is the cumulative rainfall graph for before the last 72 hours from the incident time. So according to the graph, Cotavello rain gauges has exceeded the current 24-hour rainfall threshold value. But Anwaram and Kagalu Mahavidyalaya rain gauges never exceed any of those threshold values. But there were notable number of incidents reported in both basins. So why was that? So when considering about the 72-hour rainfall, all got significant amount of rainfall. So Cotavello got 301 millimeter of rainfall, 331 millimeter of rainfall got by Anwarama, 208.5 millimeter of rainfall got by Kagalu Mahavidyalaya. So as a summary, landslide occurred even with low intense rainfall if it falls for an extended period of time, such as 3 days. Cumulative rainfall effect on triggering of landslide rather than the 1 hour rainfall in this event. And hence it is important to study 42 and 72-hour threshold limits. So these are my conclusions and recommendations from this research project. So even though the effect of 1 hour rainfall is not significant, ground instabilities occur when combined with higher cumulative rainfall values. Hence the influence of cumulative rainfall was the dominant driver in triggering the majority of incidents in this event. If it rains continuously, cumulative rainfall is significant. Hence it is not enough to consider only 1 hour and 24-hour rainfall in landslide early warning. Issuing early warning based on DSDs isn't accurate enough if the site is located far away from the considered rain gauge and not in the same basin of the rain gauge. The study suggests that it is more appropriate to develop the early warning process based on the drainage basin and distance from the rain gauge. It is proposed to install rain gauges representing effective locations of drainage basin and incidents in future developments. These are our references. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Janaka. I'll invite for the next presenter. Next presentation is on assessment of toxic vapor concentration and estimation of pollutant load for chemical disaster. A case study on worst maritime disaster in Sri Lanka. The present is Mr. W.K.N. Chandrasena. Over to you.
Good afternoon all. I am Kastunalim from Environmental Studies and Services Division of NBRO. Today I am going to present about my study on assessment of toxic vapor concentration and estimation of pollutant load for chemical disasters, a case study on worst maritime disaster in Sri Lanka. This is my presentation outline. It basically contains introduction to chemical disasters and also MV express ship incidents and also objectives of my study and followed methodology, resultant discussion, conclusion, and finally limitation assumptions of my study are also addressed. Let me take you into brief introduction to chemical disasters. Technically, chemical disasters can be described as unintentional release of hazardous substances. So, the result of such incidents cause fires, explosions, and releases of toxic or hazardous materials. For an example, the very recently deadly explosion at Beirut port can be considered. In addition to that, the very famous incidents are Bhopal incident in India and San Juanico accident in Mexico can be considered. These are some photographs related to chemical disasters which have occurred in the world. So when we move to Sri Lankan context, the graph 1 shows the provincial distribution of chemical disasters in Sri Lanka. And it clearly shows the western province is the most vulnerable area for chemical disaster due to the number of chemical disasters is high and also the population is very high in the western province. And the graph 2 shows the temporal distribution of the chemical disasters. And there is an increment in that graph. Therefore, the number of chemical disasters occurred in that period is high. So, as a land of water, Sri Lanka is a key pointing for shipping. Among very recently updated information says 90% of the world trade goods are transported by shipping. Among them, half of them are transported by ships. Among them, half of them are harmful to the environment. Very recent example is the MV Express Pearl ship incidents. If I get a brief conduct to that incident, it was a Singapore-registered container ship, and it carried a lot of chemicals and dangerous goods. You can see it contains 348 tons of bunker fuel, 9,700 tons of epoxy resin. Likewise, there are a lot of dangerous chemicals were within the ship. And also, this ship was anchored out harbor of the Colombo, about 18 kilometers off the west coast of Sri Lanka. And the reason is that unexpectedly there was an accidental fire occurred on board the ship. The smoke plume created by that fire extended for several kilometers in the land side. So you can see that photograph show the plume of that plume of that fire. And the main important thing is the ship contained highly volatile toxic chemicals that can be directly exposed as vapor to the atmosphere. So therefore, the situation presented a high risk pollution of the waterways and air with hazardous noxes. These are my objectives. First one is to identify potential risk areas due to chemical releases, and second one is to estimate release pollutant loads. To achieve those objectives, I followed this methodology. There are 5 steps. First one is model selection. Second one is data collection. Third one is model simulation and selection of LOC. LOC means a level of concerns. And finally, pollutant load estimation. After completing those 5 steps, I can plot the vulnerable area like that. This is the methodology I followed. This is the step 1. There are 2 types of model available for assessing such kind of incidents. That's the advanced models and operational models. When we talk about the advanced models, that models need more detailed, precise information to operate that models. And when we move to operational models, these models results should be clear and instantly available. So these models can be used for emergency planning. And these models are applied by decision makers, public safety responders, and also emergency management. There are several kinds of commercial codes available for such kind of models. For an example, SLAP, PACE, Aloha can be considered. For this assessment, I have used Aloha software. Aloha is a hazard modeling program which is used widely to plan for and respond to chemical emergencies. When we move to data collection, there are 2 types of data needed. First one is chemical details and other one is meteorological details. For chemical details, I have selected 3 chemicals based on the stored volume and the volatilization capacity. The chemicals are nitric acid, vinyl acetate, and methanol. When we move to meteorological conditions, I got the information from the Katunayaka International Airport. So the data that I used were wind speed, wind direction, air temperature, and atmospheric stability. Yes, this is model application. Individual substance modeling has been carried out for each chemical. These are the common details that I input to my model. Location of the release, wind speed, wind direction, depth of release, discharge rate of chemical, and initial area of release, water temperature, air temperature, and stability cost, like that. Step 4 is selection of toxic level of concerns. There are several level of concerns available. For example, AEGL, that means acute exposure guideline, and second one is ERPG, emergency response planning guideline. Here I use ERPGs. There are 3 types of ERPGs, that means ERPG 1, 2, and 3. Yellow color represent ERPG 1, and orange color represent ERPG 2, and red color represent ERPG 3. What is ERPG? The ERPG 1 means the maximum airborne chemical concentration that an individual can be exposed to for a period of 1 hour without experiencing temporary health effects. Likewise, ERPG 2 means the maximum concentration that can human expose for a 1 hour period without experiencing serious health effects. Like that, ERPG 3 means the maximum airborne concentration that human can expose for a 1 hour period without experiencing fatal health effects. The last problem is the pollutant load estimation. Here I did pollutant load estimation for sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon dioxide, and particulate matters. For this, we did some mass balance analysis according to the cargo manifest. According to that, we have identified nearly 43% of the total load was susceptible to burn. Therefore, according to that, we have calculated the pollutant loads based on these pollutant factors, emission factors. The table shows the emission factor that I have used for the pollutant load estimation. This is result and discussion. This is based on the nitric acid exposure. So the result shows red and orange color. You can see red and orange color tiers are within the sea level. On the yellow color area represents the land side. Therefore, it was identified that area of about 120 kilometers can be considered as a vulnerable area for nitric exposure. The identified area is very relatively highly populated area. Therefore, there may be a risk due to nitric acid exposure. And when we move to methanol, it clearly shows the ERPG1 up to 3.5 kilometers and ERPG2 up to 1.5 kilometers and ERPG3 up to 0.6 kilometers. All three tiers are within the sea level and there is no exposure to land. Therefore, the vapor concentration calculated for the methanol was dispersed below the safety threshold before reaching the land. When we move to methanol, vinyl acetate, same as the methanol, all three tiers are within the sea level before reaching to the land. All the critical exposure levels are within the sea level and close to the location of the ship, and there may be a risk of seawater contamination also. This is the summarized format of my presentation. You can see only one ERPG is dispersed into land. Other all ERPGs are within the sea level. Therefore, the risk for the communities is very less. And the pollutant load estimation says the pollutant number of metric tons emitted. For an example, the result gives the CO2 emission is 2,296 metric tons. For NO2, 328 metric tons. And carbon monoxide, 892 metric tons. For a particulate matter, 105 metric tons. And carbon dioxide, 11,061 metric tons. This is the conclusion. According to my Aloha modeling works, it suggests less risk to terrestrial communities based on the ship position. And also modeling considered the worst case scenario. Therefore, the result may be over-predicted. And also, but the chemical vapor concentration were very high around the ship area. Therefore, the person who deal with the emergency response should have wear the very sophisticated protective equipments. And also as a result of that, this high possibility of deposition and acid rain around the 10 km area from the ship. The next one is the vessel is at significant distance offshore. The vessel is at significant distance offshore and modeling suggests terrestrial population are considered safe from the effect of individual substance modeling. And also according to the pollution load estimation, it gives the pollutant load as 296 metric ton of sulfur dioxide and 328 metric tons of nitrogen dioxide and also 892 metric tons of carbon monoxide and finally 105 metric tons of particulate matter. This is all limitation and assumption. For assumption, I made several assumptions because I got the metallurgical details from the Katunaga airport. I assume the metallurgical details at the ship location and airport is same. Otherwise, I can't run that model. Likewise, I made several assumptions for my modeling works. These are my limitations and assumptions. These are my references. And thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chandrasena. I think quickly we move to the next presentation. Next presentation is by Mr. Prabhat D. Lucia. His presentation is on study on factors contributing to the vulnerabilities of communities living in landslide high hazard areas, special reference to the Kagol district, Sri Lanka. Over to you.
Hello everyone, I am Prabhadilu Sharanavira from Human Settlement and Planning and Training Division. So my my research topic is study on factor contributing to the vulnerabilities of communities living in landslide high hazard area, okay, study of Kegol district. So when we come to the background, we all know landslide is a major disaster in Sri Lanka, and somehow we have to reduce our risk level. So it is very important to understand the disasters require tracking the connection and the link between the hazard on people. So in this paper, we aim to analyze and understand the factors of and process of the vulnerabilities that generates the landslide risks. So according to that, we identify 7,222 building survey from the project called Landslide Risk Profile Development. So according to that, we extract 15 vulnerability factors from questionnaire. So according to that, we identify 3 main vulnerability categories like root causes, dynamic pressure, and unsafe condition. So according to that, majority of factors are based on the risk position side. When you come to the approval of housing construction, type of terrain, and the surrounding area. Also, the membership in a village or a society is some of the main factors, and also there are some other factors there. They are interconnected with some certain level. So come to the methodology, the survey data are collected under the project called Landslide Zoning Management Project, and also we did literature reviews to identify the vulnerable categories of unsafe condition, dynamic pressure, as well as the root causes. So according to that, for the analysis of the data, we use weighted overlay method as well as the SPSS statistic package. For the case study, when we want to select Kegol district, we use the case study approach, and according to that, the total area of Kegol district is 1,693 square kilometers. And for this study, we use high risk area as well as moderate high risk area, moderate risk area, according to the 10 DSD divisions in Kegol district. And when we come to the analysis and result, according to our literature review, we identify 3 main vulnerability categories called dynamic pressure, unsafe condition, and root causes. For that dynamic pressure, we identify 11 factors from there, and for the unsafe condition, we identify 2 for employment and membership in the village level or society. And for the also in the root causes also, we identify 2 vulnerability factors. So when we come to the dynamic pressure, professional support obtained to the build house is one of the major factors, because we have to get the professional technical support from the professionals. So, but this survey indicate that only 59% haven't obtained the support from the professional. So it will directly increase the risk level. As another factor is design of the house. For that, when architect or draftsman design house according to their rules and regulations and surrounding, but this survey indicates that majority of 37% of the houses are designed by house owners themselves. It surely directly direct to the risk level also. And also there are one major factor is type of terrain surround area. In there we identified floor terrain types, and in there 44% of the houses are located on the steep slope. So another factor is approval obtained for the housing construction. So according to we have to get approval from different agencies, especially in the landslide prone area we have to do, but this survey also indicate 90% of the houses haven't obtained approval from the house construction. So when we come to the change of the morphology, 46% of the people have changed their terrain shape while they are constructing the house. So action taken to discharge water is one of the another factor, because when we are in the high hazard area in rainy seasons, we have people have to discharge their water. So because of that, this survey indicate 41% do not have proper drainage system. So it will directly effect for the high hazard level. And when we come to the community, disaster management community level, disaster management committee in the village and also disaster preparedness and disaster management activities are one of the main reasons. So according to that, availability of disaster management community in the village, 44% of the residents know they have their disaster management community. But when we come to the reserve instruction or message on disaster preparedness, 74% residents have not received any instruction or messages on disaster preparedness, and 83% are not involved in the disaster management community works. So another factor is unsafe conditions. So in there we identify employment and as well as the membership in a village level or a society. In there, 10% of employed in the government sector and 18% are employed in the private sector. When we come to the unemployment rate, it's 21%. And also head of household engaged in the work for a daily wage account is 20%. And another factor is membership in the village level or organization. In there, more than half, it means 57% indicate that they don't have any membership in a village level or organization. So another factor, another vulnerability cause is root causes. In there, possible of access road to house affected by the disaster. So in there, people should have alternative roads to their houses while there is while in the disaster. But this survey indicates majority 76% of the housing units have no alternative roads to access their houses during the disaster. When we come to the preference of disaster include relocation, so we have to identify what are their preference on the relocation. In there, most of it means 48% of families prefer to relocate with their current Gramanildari division. According to that, additionally we made a risk index value calculation based on the 15 vulnerability factors under the root causes, dynamic pressure as well as the unsafe condition. So according to that, according to calculation, we want to know what are the most vulnerable factors affect for the community. So according to that, preference in the event of the disaster induced relocation, approval obtained for the house construction, type of terrain of the surrounding area, and membership in a village level or a society are the most vulnerable factors, more than contributing 80% of the community. So for the way forward, it is very important to direct into policymakers to specify policy recommendation and countermeasures of highly vulnerable factors to reduce the associated land risk of the particular area as well as the other prone areas as well. So according to that, we identify some main issues related to this study. Some of them are nearly half of share of houses located on the steep slope. Majority of housing units have no drainage system available to discharge rainwater. Majority of houses not obtain clearance from the construction landslide prone areas. Nearly half share of houses have been construction after change the land morphology. Other than that, only minor share of houses units built with the support of the professionals, and nearly 2/3 of the housing units do not receive instruction or message for the disaster preparedness. And finally, nearly 2/3 of housing units have no alternative road to reach their houses. And according to that, these are some issues, and also we recommend some recommendations to overcome these issues with the collaborative with other agencies also. So these are my references. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prabhat. Next presentation is on effectiveness of restoring directional gravity drains by hydrojet cleaning, a case study at the Watavala landslide, Sri Lanka, by Mr. Ranjan Veerasinghe. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my presentation of restoring gravity drains by hydrojet cleaning, a case study at Watavala landslide, Sri Lanka. These are my content. Introduction, Watavala landslide. This landslide is located along the railway track between Navalapiti and Hatton, and a massive failure occurred in 1992 because of a heavy rainfall shower of about 196 millimeter, and this railway damage, the failure damaged the railway and the train, and regarded as an ancient, recurrent and recursive landslide, and it has been reactivated several times and usually during the heavy rain period. And this failure caused significant damage to the country's economy. This is the plan view of the landslide. As you can see, some red line indicates the landslide boundary, and streams are in blue color, and many tension cracks and scarps can be seen within the landslide body. Objectives and methodology. Main objective of the study is to assess the mitigation mechanism, current situation and the practices at the whatever landslide, and to determine the effectiveness of the restoration of the subsurface directional gravity drains by hydrojet cleaning method. For the methodology, first it was done the assessment to study the mitigation measures and the study at the current situation at the practices. And the monitoring was done during the period of June 5th to July 5th in 2022. And it was done with piezometers, and groundwater flow rates of the gravity drains and rainfall was monitored. Then hydrojet cleaning was done, period between June 8 to June 20 in 2022. The cleaning of 15 gravity drains was cleaned, and analysis was done using the base observed data and the monitored data. Mitigation measures of the whatever landslide. In the past, it was ad hoc measures was used to mitigate the landslide, but it was not very successful. Considering the economical importance, it was well investigated, and thereafter long-term remedial measures was implemented in 1995. This is the first large-scale installation of the directional gravity drains for the landslide stabilization of Sri Lanka. Australian company, the DJ Douglas and partners, were the consultant for this mitigation work. And these are some images during the installation of directional gravity drains. This is a conceptual model of mitigation measures of the whatever landslide. As you can see, there are eductors, revegetation area, and contour drains, and most importantly, the subsurface gravity drains. Also, for monitoring purpose, it was installed piezometers for the groundwater monitoring. This is the plan view of the mitigation measures existing. About 21 numbers of piezometers are installed there, and 6 numbers of deep wells, and deductor system of 4 groups, and 15 numbers of gravity drains. This blue color indicates the 50 gravity drains installed at the whatever landslide, and other side the recent photograph of pumping well, piezometer, and the directional gravity drain and the collection tank in the landslide area. Let's talk about the current situation of the whatever landslide. Actually, there's no regular maintenance work has been done for the past few decades. So as a result, the directional gravity drains and do not function properly now. And piezometers are stuck at shallow depths. And pumping wells and eductors are broken and blocked. And some concrete dams are separated with the mass concrete layers. So this indicates the mitigation measures no longer meet the original design requirements and some possible reactivation of the landslide with the creep movement. Therefore, it is important to restore the mitigation measures to maintain the stability of this landslide. So some previous attempts were done to clear the blockages of gravity drains by cables. You can see some cables in the photograph there, and they were also not very successful. So in this project, in this study, the primary focus was on the restoration of gravity drains as they play a vital role in the maintaining the stability. Let's talk about hydrojet cleaning method. Hydrojet cleaning method is used to remove the blockages and debris from pipes and drains, and it utilizes the high pressure water jet to effectively clean the inside of the pipe of the drains. And they have some advantages like quick and efficient ability to remove the hard to reach blockages and minimal disruption to the surrounding area. This is the instrument we have used for the hydrojet cleaning. It has a control unit based on the hydraulic and water tank, hoses for 100 meter length, and air compressor, and it is also a track mounted machine. So it has it uses specialized nozzles, so water will jet forward and backward directions. So you can see some photographs that during setting up then the hydrojet cleaning time. 15 numbers of gravity drains was cleaned during the hydrojet cleaning method up to 100 meter length. Cleaning was done for 3 rounds for each drain, and obstructive materialized like fine sediment, plant roots, and clogging, and with the iron oxide was also found during the cleaning process. Let's move to result and discussion. After cleaning, a significant increase in the discharge rate of about 120% was observed compared to the previous overall discharge. And this table shows the flow rates of the each gravity drain after the before and after cleaning, and in the graph at the 10th gravity drain, it was about 190% increase in the flow rate, but also some in the 5th drain it was about only 20%. As shown in the photograph, it was at the 10th gravity drain before and after cleaning, so it clearly identifies that there is an increase in the water flow rate. During the cleaning process, it was observed that the decrease in the water levels of piezometers comparison to the increase in the groundwater discharge. This is the first in the first graph showing the piezometric level fluctuation. As you can see, many piezometric levels were dropped down during the cleaning period time. So in the right side, the total discharge of the subsurface drain there, and we can see some increments during the cleaning period time. As an average piezometric level and the total discharge rate from the gravity drains, we can clearly see during the cleaning period of time, green color average water level was dropped to about, piezometric level dropped to about 1 meter from the overall slide, and there's an increment in the total discharge rate compared to the rainfall. In conclusion, due to the lack of maintenance of the mitigation measures, the mitigation measures no longer meet the original design requirements, and the result of the hydrojet cleaning shows that method of effective and removing blockages in subsurface drain system, groundwater discharge of the rate of the subsurface drain has been improving significantly, and the study found that the increasements of the flow rate subsurface drain and the decrease in the piezometric level indicate that there is a strong hydraulic connection between the landslide body and the gravity drains, and therefore the hydrojet cleaning method has been successfully improving in the functionality of and effectiveness of the reaction gravity drains. Recommendation and way forward. It is recommended to maintain the regular practice of maintenance and monitoring of the mitigation landslide to avoid unexpected events. It is suggested to that reassess the stability of whatever landslide due to the sign of movements. Accordingly, restoration of the remaining mitigation measures incorporating additional measures to prevent the further failures. It is suggested to apply hydrojet cleaning technique to mitigate a landslide to improve the functionality and effectiveness of gravity drains. These are my references, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, all four presenters. I think we can have a quick questions or clarifications or any comments on these four presentations. If you have, we can select few questions if anyone have.
Yeah, thank you. It was very nice researches done by 4 young gentlemen. My question goes to the gentleman who did this study on the chemical effects on the Pearl Express. I did not hear any mentioning about the plastic pebbles which came onto the land, and maybe there's no immediate effect, but there could have been some kind of secondary effects from the plastic pebbles converting into some kind of chemical reactions. Have you done any studies on that?
Actually, I am not. I am. We have did some pellet analysis. My colleagues in my division, and they have. I think they have also presented in the last year symposium, and also there are some few researchers to be present in the session. Yes. Yes.
Any other questions? I think this session mainly discussed about landslides and chemical disasters. I think their findings and outcomes will be very important, and we can implement in our future disaster management process, because especially identification of disaster risk is very important. So as they did one very famous landslide, the Wattawala one, the present situation is very important. Because when I was a student, we were visited very often that landslide, so I'm happy to see that one. And also the other landslide assessment in K-Gold district also, I think those are very important research. So I will congratulate all four presenters and their research teams, and I wish all the best for their future research. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to chair this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very informative and a thought-provoking session. While extending my gratitude, I would like to invite Professor Ranjit Premasiri to award certificates to the four presenters. I would like to invite Lasanda Padmasiri for the case study on adopted rectification procedures. Sorry, hold on. Sorry. I would like to invite Chanaka Imalsha, Precipitation Influence on Landslide, a case study for the landslide event in November 2021 in K-Gold district, Sri Lanka. W.K.N. Chandrasena for the assessment of toxic vapor concentration and estimation of pollutant load for chemical disasters, a case study on worst maritime disaster in Sri Lanka. Prabhat Dilusha, study on factors contributing to the vulnerabilities of communities living in landslide high hazard areas, special reference to Khergol district. Ranjan Veerasinghe for the effectiveness of restoring directional gravity drains by hydrojet cleaning, a case study at the Wattawala landslide. Thank you so much. So I would ask you to remain on stage. I would like to invite Engineer Dr. Asiri Karunavadana, Director General of NBRO, to present the token of appreciation to Professor Ranjit Premasiri, Professor, Department of Earth Resources Engineering at the University of Moratuwa. Thank you so much.
Before we start off, I would like to draw your attention to one more announcement. As a part of the 12th Annual Research Symposium 2022, we have opened an area for exhibiting innovative building materials and technologies where you can explore several new products and technologies in the construction sector. There are 4 stalls in the exhibition area, which comprises products from NBRO and private sector institutes. In addition, NBRO conducts a poster exhibition as a part of this research symposium, which displays NBRO key activities performed during the past several years. So do check out our posters and exhibited items. Now, let's move on to the next technical session. In enhancing disaster resilience, we cannot disregard disaster risk reduction because it involves the actions taken before a hazard event to reduce its impact and potentially avert disasters. Therefore, the theme of our next technical presentation session is risk reduction and for resilience. This session chaired by Professor Udeni Navagamuwa. He is the Director, Planning and Rehabilitation of the Department of Civil Engineering at the University of Moratuwa. Professor Navagamuwa completed his bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Moratuwa in 1999 and master's degree in geotechnical engineering from the Asian Institute of Technology in Thailand. And he holds a PhD in geotechnical engineering from the Yokohama National University in Japan. His research interests include earth-retaining structures, ground improvement technologies, use of domestic and industrial waste in constructions, geo-environmental engineering, development of cricket pitches, landslide studies, and railway geotechnics. Now, I cordially invite Professor Udeni Navagamuwa to commence the technical session 3. Over to you, sir.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Still, the participants are just entering, but we'll start the session number 3. Session number 3 is on risk reduction for resilience. And we have 4 presentations in this session. The presentation number 1 will be done by Lasanda Padmasiri. Second one, Dilsha Gangani. Third one by RDR Ruhunuge. And the last one, or the fourth one, is by Hasali Hemasinghe. So I would like to invite all these presenters here. Can I see Hasali? Right, okay, with this, the presentation number 1, that is on the case study on the adopted rectification procedures after the leakage through a secant pile retaining wall at Goldface Iconic Building by Lasanda Padmasiri. Over to you, Lasanda.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Today I am presenting our case study on the adopted rectification procedures after the leakage to secant pile retaining wall at Gold Face Iconic Building. First, this is the content of the presentation. Move on to the introduction. With the urbanization, the use of availability of space of land has been optimized. Therefore, underground spaces is utilized for parking and other service requirements. For that purpose, deep excavation with several levels of basements are common feature in all new high-rise buildings. When we consider the deep excavations, most of deep excavations are extend below the groundwater table and extend very closer to the side boundary. To safeguard the neighboring structures, retaining structures should be watertight, and the lateral deformation of the earth retaining system should be within the allowable limits. For that purpose, field instrumentation and performance evaluation of deep excavations are essential. In this case study, details of subsidence occurred during the ongoing development project and rectification process adopted to bring the building back to the service will be discussed. Certain subsidence was occurred at the National Gem and Jewellery Authority building, which was located at the retaining side of the secant pile wall for the development project for Gold Face Property Private Limited at Colombo 3. Move on to the details of the development project. The proposed development was office and leisure development with 32 floor levels and 3 basements. There were 2 excavation levels. Major excavation was supported by a secant pile wall and depth was around 15 meter to 20 meter. And there were internal excavation which was supported by the soldier pile walls. The secant pile walls consist of 880 millimeter diameter primary and secondary board cast in situ concrete piles which was located 750 meter center to center spacing. Secant pile wall was socketed 1 meter into the bedrock. At the initial stage, 5 boreholes were advanced to identify the subsoil profile. Move on to the incident. When the excavation was at the depth of 15 meter, sudden water leakage through the secant pile was occurred in the morning of the 16th July 2021. Soil particles also moving with the leaked water. And this video shows the leakage. Leakage was continued and it was due to the high pressure couldn't stop, and it continued, and at the night sudden subsidence of the security hut of adjacent building, National Gem and Jewellery Authority, has occurred. New cracks were formed and existing crack was propagated. However, any personal injury was not reported. NBRO recommended to evacuate the people until the stability of the building is assured. The left-hand side picture shows the cavity after the subsidence at the security hut. When moved to the immediate action, cavity formed by the subsidence was filled with high flow concrete to prevent further settlement and damage to the structure. However, water leakage could not be stopped for a period of 5 days. With the time, the flow of large quantity of sand has stopped. Therefore, any further minor subsidence has not occurred. Leaked water through the secant pile was taken away by the PVC pipe. To stop the water leakage, NBRO recommended to construct grout pile at the retaining site of the secant pile wall. When the drilling was carried out for the grouting, water leakage was suddenly stopped. Then the immediate grouting of the location of the water leakage from the inside of the excavation was done. This was done by installing the PVC pipe horizontally at the leak location, applying water plug, and it was covered with a wooden square type formwork, and inject cement grout through the PVC pipe. After sealing the water leakage, the next step was to rectify the building to bring it to the present, bring back to the service condition. Due to the water leakage, soil particles were come through the secant pile wall, and the ground underneath the foundation were weakened. So first step was to rectify the ground underneath the foundation. That part was consulted by the Geotechnical Engineering Division of the NBRO, and the second task was to rectify the building which was damaged due to the subsidence. That part was consulted by the Project Management Division of the NBRO. In this case study, rectification works adapted to ground improvement will be discussed. Rectification works were carried out 3 main steps. First one is to identify and quantify the damage that occurred underneath the foundation. Second one is to finalize the method of grout underneath the foundation, and then verify the ground improvement. To identify and quantify the damage under the foundation, first we proposed to conduct the resistivity geophysical survey. It was done 6 lines, 2 lines for the outer perimeter and 4 lines inside the building. Results shows that the formation of cavities approximately 6 meter depth from the ground level. After that, borehole investigation was conducted to calibrate the results. Borehole 1 was drilled to very closer to the subsidence location to calibration purpose. However, due to non-availability of the instrument to recover the continuous sampling, the exact details of the cavities couldn't be identified. However, result shows that the presence of loose layer are approximately up to the depth of 6 meter as the geophysical survey. And also, then the borehole 2 was drilled far away from the subsidence location for the comparison purpose. It shows that at the top layers there were no loose layer. The second step was to finalize the grout mix. The details of the existing foundation were not available at that time. Therefore, foundation was exposed by the manual excavation. Then, when finalizing the grout mix, we considered that the mix should be high flowability to fill the cavity and go to the flow laterally. For that purpose, we use flow cable as admixture, and also grout mix should be low shrinkage. For that purpose, Nippon blended hydraulic cement was used with 0.5 water cement ratio. When finalizing the grouting method, to confirm the lateral flow of the grout mix, we use observation holes. For addition to the grouting holes, grout was fed to the bottom of the hole and waited until pressure reached 5 bar or overflow. Once the one-off condition reached, grout hose was raised to the mid position, and repeat the process. Considering the vulnerability of the building, low pressure 3 to 5 bar was used. Flow rate and pressure of grout were recorded at 2-minute intervals during the grouting process. This video shows how the grout was overflowed. Then discuss the method we used to verify the ground improvement after the grouting. First, we conduct the Macintosh test immediately before the grouting and after the grouting. It shows that the ground has improved after the grouting, and then conduct the post-resistivity survey. It also showed that the previously identified cavities has filled with grout and ground has improved. Now, move on to the lessons learned from this case study. Confirmation of the integrity of the earth retaining system before the commencement of excavation is very important. If there are any doubts regarding the integrity, it is recommended to have a line of grout piles installed behind the secant pile interlocking location to enhance the water tightness. It is important to have a construction team readily readily on site during the excavation to seal any leakage immediately after it was noticed. Placement of large quantities of high flow concrete after initial subsidence had been effective in minimizing the flow of sand, although the seepage of water continued for 5 days. During the grouting process, several methods had been adopted to confirm the distribution of grout under the foundation. Those are use of proper mix design with high flowability and less shrinkage, checking the pressure and flow rate during the grouting, confirming the flow of grout using observation hole. We acknowledge Professor S.M.A. Nanayakara for the contribution and guidance given to finalizing the grout mix, and other NBRO staff involved for the project, and civil and structural engineering consultants to granting permission to indicate the technical details in their reports to this case study. And these are the references we used. Thank you.
Thank you, Lasanda. Now we are moving to the second presentation, that is on the development of a road slope risk assessment tool for Sri Lanka by Dilsha Gangani.
Good afternoon. I am VGT Gangani. Today I am presenting the research on development of road slope risk assessment tool for Sri Lanka. This is the content of my presentation. Let's move on to the introduction first. Sri Lanka has achieved a remarkable growth in the road sector in past few years with widening existing road system and constructing new expressway network in Sri Lanka. Therefore, road construction and widening in hilly areas has become a common aspect. As a result, more cut and fill slopes are created along the road network. Therefore, road slope risk management has become an important aspect. For the road construction projects, the relevant authorities are issuing guidelines to be followed in order to ensure the long-term stability of the road slopes. These guidelines are strictly followed in large-scale projects like expressway construction, but according to our experience, mostly the road widening projects are done without paying due attention to the slope stability. As a result, road slope failures are reported frequently in Sri Lanka, and slope risk assessments are done after failures, and consequent mitigations are done targeting the failed locations only. These two photographs shows two failure locations of Peradeniya Badulla Chenkaladu Road. These failures were reported after heavy rain in the area, where unstable cut slopes were made after road widening project. This road widening project was done without paying proper attention to the road slope stability, and the stability of the road cuts became a concern only after the occurrence of a number of failures causing the closure of roads and disruption to the road traffic. These are some photographs showing some similar failure locations, including rock falls that caused road closures. Road slope failures will result a lot of negative impacts. Road closure, life and property losses are immediate issues. And at the large scale, it results great social impacts, environmental impacts, and also economic impacts as well. To overcome these issues, it is necessary to identify potential failure locations at an earlier stage of projects, and implement site-specific risk reduction measures as well. Therefore, the objective of this research is to develop a tool for risk assessment of the road slopes. One of the most accepted method to perform this kind of assessment is to maintain a checklist. Therefore, a checklist is developed under this research as a compatible tool with a simple scoring system, which will give a straightforward result in a short time. This is the methodology of this research: literature review, development of the checklist, application of the checklist, verification of the outcome with slope stability analysis, and preparation of a road slope risk assessment guideline for Sri Lanka. Let me move on to a summary of the literature review. This study was done to identify checklists and scoring systems that are used by other countries. This one is a checklist developed and used in New South Wales, Australia. It calculates a slope attribute score, in short term SAS, based on the following parameters like slope geometry, evidences of previous failures, present drainage conditions, water carrying infrastructure, visible seepages, like that. Next one is slope instability index for rock slope risk assessment, developed in South Korea. A checklist with 12 attributes and predefined score system is used to obtain the SII, the slope instability index. Next one is also a rating system assessing the rock slopes, developed by US Department of Transportation. In here, an exponential scoring system is used to categorize slopes according to their hazard. They also use a similar checklist for that purpose. Now let me move on to the next step of this research, the development of the checklist. Basic concept for this checklist is the disaster risk equation, where risk is calculated by the multiplication of hazard and vulnerability and dividing by the capacity. For the road slope assessment, a hazard is a failure event, and the vulnerability can be simply assessed by the element at risk during a failure event. Capacity is taken as a constant for this assessment, assuming the capacity of relevant authorities to reduce the risk associated with road slopes remain a constant for all type of roads. Therefore, in this checklist, risk is simply calculated by multiplying hazard and vulnerability scores. This is the summary of the checklist. First, the general details are recorded, like road name, chainage, GPS locations, like that. And then the failure shall be categorized into a failure type. If it is a landslide, checklist 1 shall be used. If it is a soil cut slope failure, then checklist 2, and if it is a rock slope failure, checklist 3 shall be used. There is an already developed and well-established checklist in NBRO for the assessment of landslides. Therefore, in this research, I am focusing on developing checklist for other 2 types of failures. For the hazard assessment, these attributes are considered, mainly failure type, material properties, slope geometry, water condition, and any special features are recorded and scores are given accordingly. For the vulnerability assessment, the elements at risk are categorized into 3 as critical elements, moderate to critical elements, and non-critical elements. And separate scores are assigned accordingly. Based on the scores, risk is calculated by multiplication of hazard and vulnerability. The hazard is defined as high, medium, and low according to the shown limiting values, but these values may vary with further application and updates of the checklist. Vulnerability score is given as 1, 1.2, and 2 based on the criticality of the elements at risk. And the risk level is then calculated and identified as high, medium, and low based on these limiting values for the time being. And also these values may vary with further application and updates of the checklist. Now let's move on to the next step of this research, the application of the checklist. The drafted checklist was applied to a selected road segment with known failures to assess the accuracy of the checklist. Kagala Bulat Kopite Road was selected for the first assessment. road segment from Hettimolo Junction to Unduguda with approximately 10 kilometer long stretch was assessed. And as you can see from this image, we identified 30 locations, including failed locations and some locations with failure potential as well. Here is a summary of the 30 locations we assessed. As you can see, the risk levels of each location can be identified, and in this table, the risk levels are shown in different colors for your reference. Here you can see some locations, photographs of the locations which are categorized as high risk, and also some locations under medium risk and low risk as well. Here's the conclusion of this research. The developed checklist gives an acceptable result for the assessed road segment. It means the Kagala Bulatkohopitiya road segment. But the accuracy of the checklist will be improved with the number of applications. So the draft checklist shall be applied for more locations with different terrain conditions, different materials, and different geological formations. This will be done with the collaboration of the district officers of NBRO and the Road Development Authority as well. Further verification of this checklist shall be done using slope stability analysis. The limit equilibrium method will be mainly used for this slope stability assessment. That's about the conclusion. These are some references I made for this study. And I would like to acknowledge Professor S.S. Kulathilaka, Engineer Dr. Asiri Karnawardena, Director General of NBRO, Mr. K.N. Bandara, Dr. H.A.G. Jayatissa, Mr. P.R.C. Ariyaratna, Mr. H.M.L. Indratilaka, and Mr. A.G.R.P. Veerasinghe for their support and valuable time spent for this development of this checklist. And also Ms. Nimali, District Officer of NBRO, Kegol District, and all the staff of Geotechnical Engineering Division of NBRO. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Gangani. Very interesting presentation. And now we are moving to the third presentation, that is on the assessment of potentially toxic elements in commercially available inorganic fertilizers in Sri Lanka. That will be presented by R.D.R. Ruhunuge.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to my presentation about assessment of potentially toxic element in commercially available inorganic fertilizers in Sri Lanka. This is the content of my presentation, and let's move on to the background. What is a fertilizer? If I ask this question from anyone, what comes into our mind first? I think it looks like this: a material which is added to soil or plant to promote growth and the productivity, because we believe fertilizer is an essential component to plant growth. But the real definition and the scientific definition is different than that. It's here. Unfortunately, no one willing to understand these highlighted sections. It contains artificial substance and also chemical elements, and it is used for the enhanced natural fertility of the soil. That means if there is enough fertility in the soil, there is no need of adding fertilizer. So we have to understand these things. So there are several classifications and groups in the fertilizer. We all know organic and inorganic is the main classification. Within our study, we are only focusing on the inorganic fertilizers. What is inorganic fertilizer? It's known as a mineral fertilizer, and it's manufactured industrially through the chemical process and also mining mineral deposit. And why inorganic fertilizer is so much popular among the farmers and the agro sector? There are several reasons. Mainly, use and the application is not labor incentive. That means there is no need of dedicated space, no need of skilled manpower to produce inorganic fertilizer. Like the organic fertilizer required these things. And the amount required to cater the nutrient requirement. A little amount of the inorganic fertilizer can cater the entire requirement of the field. So that's need very little amount. And the rate of decomposition, the decomposition rate is high in the inorganic fertilizer than other fertilizers. So that assists to plant uptakes efficiently the nutrient from the soil. So that's the one thing. And the accessibility, anyone can access from rural to urban areas. In every retail shop there is inorganic fertilizer, so anyone can access. Based on these facts, the demand on the inorganic fertilizer is dramatically increased during the last few decades. To cater that requirement, inorganic fertilizer or the chemical fertilizers are important to the country, nearly 1.3 metric ton per year. That means it costs 56 billion Sri Lankan rupees. Imagine that this much of quantity is added onto our ground annually. What would be the impact? It's a question. However, within our study, we selected 4 types of inorganic fertilizers: dolomite, urea, muriate of potash, and the triple superphosphate. These are the 4 types of readily available inorganic fertilizer in the Sri Lanka local market. This is the objective of my study: determination of level potentially toxic element, including chromium, cobalt, nickel, copper, arsenic, selenium, cadmium, and the lead in commercially available 4 types of inorganic fertilizer. And we check the compliances with the given SLS guideline and to identify the fertilizer with the higher risk level. The importance of having this kind of study is to identify the health risks and also the magnitude of the impact on our ecosystem due to the toxic metal contamination. And it's the methodology. We collected a 10 number of samples from each fertilizer from the retail shop in the Colombo district during 2019 to 2021. The sample were analyzed using inductively coupled plasma mass spectroscopic method, and also we check the compliances as per the SLS standards. We performed the PCA analysis to identify the fertilizer associated with the higher risk levels. Let's move the results. This graph shows the heavy metal concentration of the 10 number of TSP samples. As you can see here, 20% of the sample exceeded the maximum permissible limit for the lead, and the maximum concentration was 32.2 milligram per kilogram. The dotted line shows the maximum permissible limit for the lead. This graph shows the heavy metal variation of the urea sample. None of urea sample exceeded the maximum permissible limit stated in the SLS guideline. This graph shows the heavy metal variation of the MOP samples. In here, 40% of the sample exceeded the maximum permissible limit for lead and arsenic. And also, 20% of the sample exceeded the maximum permissible limit for the arsenic. The detected maximum concentrations were 0.2, 0.3, 0.4 milligrams per kilogram for the cadmium, lead, and arsenic. This graph shows the heavy metal concentration of the dolomite sample. In here, 10% of the sample exceeded the maximum permissible limit of the cadmium and lead. The observed maximum concentrations were 0.2, 0.3 milligrams per kilogram, respectively, for the cadmium and lead. As per the principal component analysis, this PC analysis revealed that all the TSP samples are on the positive loading side of the first principal component. That means TSP sample associated with the higher risk level if the same dosages is applied on the ground. This is the summary of the previous slides. In here, 20% of the sample did not comply with the given specifications. Within that 20% of the sample exceeded the lead maximum permissible levels. And the MOP samples, 70% of the MOP sample did not comply with the given specification. Within that 70%, 20%, 40%, and the 40% of sample exceeded the maximum permissible limit for the cadmium, arsenic, and the lead. 70% of the samples exceeded did not comply with the specification for the dolomite. In here, within that 70%, 10% of the sample exceeded the maximum permissible limit for cadmium and 70% for the lead. These are the recommendations of our study. It is very important to having regular monitoring platform, importation controls, regulation. That is very important to control environmental entry of the toxic substance. And also we need to strengthen the ground awareness about the over application and the route of bioaccumulation, and we have to acknowledge, or we have to aware all the users of the ground level to reduce or prevent over entry of the nutrient or the toxic element to our ecosystems. Therefore, we have to take immediate action to deliver this knowledge to the ground level, because research without awareness, communication, application is nothing. Otherwise, problem remains forever. These are the references I have used for my study, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ruhan. Now we are moving to the last presentation of session 3. That is on the non-structural countermeasures for safe living with landslide, sharing output of NBRO JICA technical collaboration of SABO project by Hasali Hemasinghe.
Thank you. I am Hasali Hemasinghe, scientist from NBRO and a member of the project SABO. Today, I am here to present the outputs of the project SABO. The National Building Research Organization, jointly with the Japan International Cooperation Agency, executed a project called TCLMP1 during 2013 to 2018. Under this project, various structural countermeasures were applied at selected pilot sites in Matale, Nuwara and Badulla districts, and the project focused to strengthening the capacity at NBRO on structural mitigation measures. After successfully completion of the TCLMP1, JICA extended their support to NBRO to implement the TCLMP2 in 2019. Later, this project renamed as the project SABO. Under this project, it was aimed to strengthen the non-structural capacity at NBRO to reduce and manage the landslide disaster risk. Under this project, it was aimed to strengthen the capacity under 3 main aspects. Those are improving landslide hazard mapping and risk assessment, and issuing landslide early warning at local level while improving existing observation system and alerts. And third one is applying risk assessment of sediment disasters to land use planning and development standards. The project was successfully completed in 2022. After completion, the project team has produced a documentary which describes the project activities and its output well. So I am not going to talk further and invite you all to watch the video. Thank you very much.
Sri Lanka is a beautiful country, full of diverse landscapes. The stunning mountainous terrains of its central highlands add much to the beauty of this island. Yet sometimes it only takes a moment for the unforgiving weather to turn this beauty into a tragedy.
මයි 25 වෙනිදා දවසේම වර්ෂාව වැයලා රෑ 8ට විතර ලයිට් නැති වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ අපි මේ නිදාගත්ත ලයිට් නැති නිසා විශාල සද්දයක් ඇහුණ කැලේ. නාය ගිහිල්ලා අපේ පුතාලයි ගේ තමයි ඉස්සෙල්ලම නායට අහුනේ. මගේ ලොකු පුතයි ලේලි දරුවෝ දෙන්න ඒ ගෙදර හිටියේ.
Landslides are the most pressing natural hazard faced by the inhabitants of mountain regions of Sri Lanka. The countless lives taken by disastrous landslides on numerous occasions are quite unforgettable. Managing and reducing the landslide risk faced by the nation in their living environment has been identified as a timely need. In view of that, the National Building Research Organization was established in 1984. Building upon and directing its expertise in the field and multidisciplinary capabilities, NBRO has since been the leading provider of landslide risk management services in Sri Lanka, as well as the designated national focal point for landslide research and risk reduction in the country. It has been identified that the hilly terrains accounting for 30% of the total land extent of the country is landslide prone. These regions, belonging to 14 administrative districts, are home to roughly 38% of the country's population. NBRO has been able to provide its landslide risk management service efficiently and extensively through its 10 district offices positioned across the landslide-prone districts. By doing so, NBRO promotes measures such as relocating high-risk houses, using structural mitigations and encouraging the concept of living with landslides for medium and low-risk houses, while offering technical guidelines for doing future developments in a safe manner. All through history, NBRO has maintained a close relationship with the Japan International Cooperation Agency, also known as JICA, which is a Japanese governmental agency chartered with assisting economic and social growth in developing countries and the promotion of international cooperation. JICA has been providing financial and technical support to numerous projects in Sri Lanka, including several that were in collaboration with the NBRO.
Landslides and sediment disasters are common in both Japan and Sri Lanka. Therefore, JICA and NBRO have been working together for more than a decade on various structural and non-structural projects.
One such recent project was TCLMP Phase 1 that focused on structural landslide risk reduction measures. Making the best use of Japanese technologies and experience to suit the Sri Lankan setting, the project was successfully completed in 2018. However, landslide risk management by structural countermeasures alone is not possible, and the substantial costs of structural mitigations are not always bearable for a developing country like us.
So, unlike flood disasters, it is very much difficult to predict landslide and identify the locations because the landslide is a complex phenomenon. It's caused by not only the water behavior but also uncertain geological conditions. It is impossible to apply only structural measures for entire landslide-prone area. Therefore, we always think about the best mix of structural and non-structural measures.
Hence, aiming for landslide risk management by non-structural measures and strengthening the capacities and knowledge of NBRO on the same, TCLMP Phase 2, which was later renamed as Project Sabo, was initiated in 2019.
National Building Research Organisation is the mandatory organisation for landslide disaster risk reduction in Sri Lanka. NBRO has implemented many activities to reduce the damages due to the occurrence of landslides. Since the potential landslide prone area is comparatively large, it is important to promote the non-structural countermeasures such as hazard identification, risk mapping, early warning, best land use and human settlement practices in landslide prone areas rather than implementing structural mitigation measures. Such measures are important in creating a way for the vulnerable communities to live with landslide by minimizing abrupt disturbance to their lives. The Sabo project is implemented with the technical support of JICA to introduce the best practices adapted in Japan to Sri Lanka, and it is expected to strengthen the capacities on the development of non-structural countermeasures for landslide risk reduction in Sri Lanka.
NBRO has been dealing with landslide risk management in the country for more than 4 decades. Under the Sabo project, it was planned to enhance 3 main non-structural countermeasures. First one was hazard mapping and risk assessment. The second one was landslide early warning system development, and the last one was land use planning concept.
As pilot sites for the project, the Udapotha area in the Kegal district, Viriyapura area in the Badulla district, and Moravaka area in the Mathura district were selected. The project's task force comprised 3 working groups of Japanese and NBRO experts. With their full contribution and intermutual support in accomplishing work group objectives, the project has now reached great success. The landslide hazard zonation maps prepared and presently used by NBRO indicate the susceptibility level of the ground for landslide initiation only. However, identifying the total impact zone of the landslide, which includes the initiation area, debris flow path and depositional area, is essential for effective landslide risk management. Usually, human settlements are more prevalent on gentler slopes associated with the debris follow paths and depositional area. Therefore, identifying such zones which can face huge impacts under landslide disasters is highly important, and developing a scientific approach for the same was a major long-term challenge faced by NBRO. As a solution to the issue, adopting the Japanese method of yellow and red zoning after many trials and modifications to fit the local setting is an important achievement made by the SABO project. So far, yellow zone and red zone maps in 1 to 5,000 scale have been developed for the 3 pilot sites and also another 12 sites chosen from the Kegal district. It is expected to implement orderly land use management plans and disaster management plans along with relevant laws and regulations within the risk zones identified through those maps.
මොරෝක්කන්ද ප්‍රදේශයේ 2017 ආයාමට ලක් වුණේ පවුල් 24ක් විතර ඒකෙන් මරණයට පත් වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් එක හරහා ජයිකා එකත් එකතු වෙලා මේ ප්‍රදේශය අධ්‍යයනය කළා. ඊට පස්සේ රතු කලාප සහ කහ කලාප වශයෙන් නම් කළා රතු කලාප වශයෙන් නම් කරු ප්‍රදේශයේ ජනතාව ඉවත් කළා. උන්ට ඉඩම් ලබා දීමට පාශීල ලේකම් කාර්යාලය මැදිහත් වෙලා කටයුතු කරා.
Presently, NBRO issues real-time regional landslide early warnings based on the rainfall data received by its network of 330 automated rain gauges. 3 levels of warnings, namely watch, alert and evacuate, are issued respectively at predefined threshold limits of 75 mm, 100 mm and 150 mm per 24 hours to the risk areas. For a landslide to happen, the soil should saturate with water, and a measure of the degree of saturation can be indicated by the so-called soil water index. Under the SABO project, a soil water index SWI model was developed and merged with the existing regional landslide early warning system of NBRO, thereby increasing the accuracy of the warnings issued. In addition, the project has taken steps to reduce landslide-induced damages by installing landslide monitoring equipment at yellow and red zones of the pilot sites to detect any ground movements and making the local community aware on how to respond to early warning sirens.
නවීන තාක්ෂණික උපකරණ සහිතව పూర్ව දැනුම් දීමේ සංඥා කුළුණු පද්ධතියක් අපේ ප්‍රදේශයේ පීඩා විඳින ජනතාව වෙනුවෙන් දැන් ස්ථාපනය කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ සඳහා ස්තුතිය පොදු කරනවා NBRO ආයතනයටත් ජයිකා ආයතනයටත් අපි මේ නවීන තාක්ෂණික දැනුම ලබා දීම පිළිබඳව. මෙයින් මේ ප්‍රදේශයේ වැසෙන සියලු පවුල් වලට වගේම ඒ පීඩා විඳින ඍජුම පීඩා විඳින පවුල් වලට මේ ලොකු සේවයක් සැලසෙනවා. ඒ සේවය තමයි දැන් අපට දැනගන්න ලැබෙනවා పూర్ව දැනුම් දීමකින් මේ ප්‍රදේශයේ තත්ත්වය පිළිබඳව.
People's negligence, haphazard constructions, and improper land use practices are a few major reasons for landslide occurrences and associated damages to be abound in Sri Lanka. As a resolution to this issue, local sediment disaster risk reduction plans have been prepared based on yellow zone, red zone maps under Project SABO. With the intention of utilizing landslide-prone lands systematically and minimizing the life and property losses, steps have been taken to plan land use at local levels, prepare guidelines for land use regulations and development standards, as well as to educate the local residents.
උඩපොත නියම ව්‍යාපෘතිය
ජාතික ගොඩනැගිලි පර්යේෂණ ආයතනයත් ජයිකා ආයතනයත් මගින් කරන ඉතාමත් ඵලදායී සහ ඉතා වැදගත් ව්‍යාපෘතියක් විදිහට මම දකිනවා. උඩපොත වසමේ නායෑමකට ලක්වුවා. එනිසා ඉන් පසුව මේ උඩපොත වසම කොහොමද වසම තුළ ජනතාව පදිංචි කිරීමක් හෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් වෙනත් දෙයකට මේ වසමේ භූමිය යොදාගන්නේ කොහොමද කියන ව්‍යාපෘතිය තුළ අපි ඉන්නවා.
JICA and NBRO have successfully completed the planned activities at the pilot sites. By being a part of the project, pilot sites communities have received much needed guidance and support to practice a safer way of living amidst landslide hazards in their living environment.
ඉස්සෙල්ලන් රැට නිදියා ගන්නවත් බෑ ගොඩාක් හිතේ බයෙන් තමයි නිදියා ගන්නේ නායවල්ලේ කියලා මේවා හයි කරාට පස්සේ හිතේ නිදහසෙන් නිදියා ගන්න පුළුවන්.
Efforts taken by NBRO and JICA through Project Sabo to reduce the landslide risks in the country so far are quite commendable. Enhancing the capacities of vulnerable communities to live with landslide hazards is a key outcome of the project that would certainly be a practical solution to the rising land shortage problems in the country. Without limiting the success of Project Sabo to the pilot sites, NBRO expects to further improve and spread landslide risk reduction measures to other landslide-prone areas of the country through Sabo Phase 2 extension, for which the needed arrangements are being made with JICA currently. We hope that we will receive the necessary support for our attempt from relevant authorities and the general public. By way of international solidarity, this project is sure to contribute invaluably towards promoting the nation's ability to withstand landslide disasters and establishing the concept of safe living with landslides.
Right, thank you. It took some more time, right? But let's say we had 4 presentations, and we can have like 1 or 2 questions because we are running out of time. Any questions? Yes, Professor Jaisingh. But yeah.
I'm Professor Tishan Jaisingh from Moroto University. Regarding your what we have shown is a little shocking because all 3 types of fertilizer is having high lead content. So so this would have actually been a very critical situation because we used to have a lot of high usage of fertilizer. Now this time it has come down. So my question is, what would happen if people go for hybrid method where they add lot of green plants to the soil and improve the soil and then try and minimize the amount of fertilizer needed? So that might be one of the solutions for this kind of problems. And also, do you think that it is a problem due to the quality of the fertilizer or some other reason?
Actually, sir, that is the quality of the fertilizer is the one aspect, and also there is some problems with the manufacturing processes. What are the raw materials they are using for the manufacturing processes? We don't know what are the raw materials. So actually it's a quality problem. Most of the chemical fertilizers are imported to the country from the foreign countries, especially for India, China, and like this. So that's mainly because of the quality of the raw material they have been using for the production of the chemical fertilizer. That is the main reason, sir.
Same thing actually, because did you do any speciation study with this? Because say suppose lead in dolomite, and those things actually, that if it is bonded lead, it's not that much toxic. If it is, say, suppose it's in inorganic soluble form, then only that we have to be a little bit careful.
Yes.
But the thing is, that type of speciation study, did you
Yeah,
do,
so
or do you have any plan to do that?
Really, sir, the study was focused only about the identification of the element level in the inorganic fertilizer, not in the environmental level. So, other thing is lead in that concentration that is not toxic to the human beings, but we are repeatedly applied on this much quantity onto our ground. Some fraction absorbed by the plant, other fraction remain on the land. So the accumulation leads to our health risks. That's the main reason, sir. And here there is no study conducted to speciation or something. So the main focus is to identify the element concentration in the inorganic fertilizer which are imported to our country. That is, I want to check whether these are comply with the SLS regulation. Otherwise,
No, that because of the rock phosphate, dolomite, those are natural, no additives. So that therefore it is good to see whether that there are soluble heavy metals. So even very low KSP value is a question. So that is one thing. And the other thing, anyway, as you said, that the accumulation is the problem. But the similar study was done for that what is that called, cinnamon plants, because cinnamon that plant itself is having some sort of affinity towards heavy metals. So that is a good quality of cinnamon. But when it if that fertilizer is having some sort of heavy metals, that can be attracted. When we are exporting, that it will become a problem. But so far, that as you mentioned, it's below threshold values. But anyway, that it is good to continue that type of studies in Sri Lanka.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
The dolomite from which country of Sri Lanka and one you analyzed?
Actually, I gathered all the sample from the retail shops. I don't know where is the source. So I gathered.
Do you have any idea dolomites are exported from?
Really, I don't have idea about the.
Because most of the dolomite produced in Sri Lanka, that's why is even for us it's a bit confusing that you have leads and so many things. So we have to check that one now.
Yes, sir. Actually, within our method, we have using validated method and also recognized method. So ICP, inductive coupled plasma mass spectroscopy method means that is a very accurate methodology for the heavy metal determination. And also we done some spike samples, and also we done some quality control. So there is no doubt about the test results.
It's all right, but we have to.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
See the course.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting presentation. That's why everybody is asking about this fertilizer. It was a kind of a national problem in the country. I think time is up because it's already 3:40, right? So I supposed to finish it around 3 o'clock, right? Okay. I would like to thank these the 4 authors, Lasanda Padmasiri, Dilsha Gangani, Ruwan Ruhunage, and Hasali Hema Singh. Thank you very much for your contribution. It was very encouraging and interesting presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for chairing the technical session 3, risk reduction for resilience. It's time for awarding certificates to the 4 researchers who presented their research work in this session. I cordially invite the session chair, Professor Udeni Navagamua, to award the certificates. The presenters of this session, please come forward and receive the certificates while I read out the names. Ms. Lasanda Padmasiri. Ms. Dilsha Gangani. Mr. R.D.R. Ruhunuge. Ms. Hasali Hemasinghe. Thank you very much, sir. Please remain. Before we wrap up this session, I invite Mr. Kane Bandara, Director of the Geotechnical Engineering and Testing Division of NBRO, to award the token of appreciation to Professor Udeni Navagamuwa. Thank you very much, sir. Next, let's move on to the technical session 4. Physical infrastructural development is an essential component in providing safe and healthy environments for people to live and work safely. To facilitate well-performing and resilient development, comprehensive regulatory frameworks are essential. Therefore, the next technical session is titled Regulating Development for Resilience. This session will be chaired by Professor Chinta Jayasinghe. She is a senior professor and the head of the Department of Civil Engineering in the Faculty of Engineering, University of Moratuwa. Professor Jayasinghe completed her BSc in Civil Engineering with honors and Masters of Engineering in Highway and Traffic Engineering, and also her PhD from the University of Moratuwa. She is the former Director of Postgraduate Studies, Faculty of Engineering, and the Chairperson of the Higher Degrees Committee and Postgraduate Board of Studies. Professor Jayasinghe is one of the leading Sri Lankan scholars whose research provides considerable insights into the area of construction management with a specific focus on sustainable design and green building, earthen construction, and indoor air quality. Now I cordially invite Professor Chinta Jayasinghe to commence the technical session 4, Regulating Development and Resilience. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So may I now invite the presenters. First presentation, it's on a framework for evaluating disaster resilience of code-based building designs in Sri Lanka by H.A. Pathirana. Presentation 2, it's on application of red and yellow zone concept to classify land use zones in landslide-prone areas, a case study in Kotmale, DSD, Sri Lanka, by Pamudhi Manesha. The third presentation is on analysis of the insurance process to compensate the damages to adjacent structures due to high-rise building construction in Sri Lanka by Kasun Ekanayaka. And the fourth presentation, that will be on condition assessment of RC structures, perspective on school buildings in Sri Lanka by R. Savita. Okay. Thank you. So let us move on to the first presentation by H.A. Pathirana, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hashini Pathirana from the Structural Engineering Research and Project Management Division, with my beloved research supervisors, Professor Tishan Jayasinghe, Professor Sujeeva Levangamage, Dr. Asiri Veerasurya, and Dr. Lakshita Fernando. This is a quick overview of the today's presentation. Let me first start with the background and the rationale behind this research study. As we all know, the country Sri Lanka is located in close vicinity to the Bay of Bengal, which is considered as one of the places with severest wind actions on this planet Earth. It is true, the country Sri Lanka is located very far away from the tectonic plate boundaries, especially the Indo-Australian tectonic plate boundary on which the country Sri Lanka rests on. However, just because of that, we cannot undermine its exposure to intraplate earthquakes, because these kinds of intraplate earthquakes can occur at any place at any given time without giving much early warning. As well, according to the world statistics, the country Sri Lanka is ranked as the 4th most country getting severe impacts from the climatic change. Therefore, in the future, the country Sri Lanka might experience natural hazards, especially the wind and seismic hazards, in increased intensity and frequency. Therefore, the time has come for Sri Lanka to rethink about the resilience of its built environment. With that, let me quickly come to the research need. In this kind of a background, the country Sri Lanka has prioritized the designing of disaster-resilient buildings. However, disaster-resilient buildings are an ultimate challenge for building design codes and standards, because disaster-resilient buildings should stay structurally robust even during an event of a natural hazard. If any damage does occur, these buildings should have the capacity to recover quickly with less recovery cost. Therefore, a critical evaluation of the accuracy and effectiveness of building design codes and standards for designing disaster-resilient buildings has become a focal point as well as a timely need in this tiny island Sri Lanka. Here I have specifically mentioned about the building design codes and standards currently practicing in Sri Lanka. This is also a major concern when it comes to the research need. I will connect with it somewhere later in this presentation. Now we are approaching the main part of this research study. That is the proposed framework to evaluate the degree of disaster resilience of code-based building designs in Sri Lanka. The proposed framework starts with the case study selection. That is to represent buildings with higher importance class. It can be a school building, hospital building, university building, or any other building that is categorized under safety critical objective. Then the second step is the linear elastic modeling, analysis and design. That is to evaluate the linear relationships between applied forces and member forces, as well as the structure responses. And also to finalize the structural members, especially the section sizes and the reinforcement arrangement. Therefore, the main output of this second main step is the overall structural design of the building. Most importantly, it is a representation of the building design code in the desired building design code. In other terms, it is simply a code-based building design. And also, an ultimate target of this proposed framework is to evaluate the buildings against extreme external lateral loadings. This kind of an analysis cannot be conducted by just using a linear elastic model. That's why we go to the third main step, that is the nonlinear inelastic modeling phase. That is to assign nonlinear properties to the building model. And also it can facilitate evaluating nonlinear relationships between applied forces and structure responses. When the building model is ready with its nonlinear properties, we can move to the nonlinear analysis phase. Here we have suggested two methods, one for wind analysis and the other one for seismic analysis, depending on the nature of these lateral loadings. Wind loads are assumed to be static, and seismic loadings are, anyway, they are dynamic in nature. In the wind analysis stream, we have proposed nonlinear static pushover analysis. That is to assess how the buildings respond to static lateral loading. The output of this fourth main step The pushover capacity curve can then be utilized in the disaster resilience evaluation. Then coming into the seismic analysis stream, the nonlinear dynamic time history analysis along with the incremental dynamic analysis is proposed. That is to assess how the buildings nonlinearly respond to dynamic lateral loading. The output of this sixth main step, incremental dynamic analysis curves, can be utilized in fragility assessment to show the exceeding probability of structural damage levels due to dynamic lateral loading. The main output of this step, fragility curves, can then be directed towards the disaster resilience evaluation. That's all about this framework. With that, let me quickly move to a quick demonstration, a simple work example to showcase the potential of the proposed framework in evaluating the degree of disaster resilience of code-based building designs in Sri Lanka. Now, let me recall the research need for one last time. There, I hope you can remember, I have specifically mentioned about the building design codes and standards currently practicing in Sri Lanka. A very long time, nearly 13 years has been passed since the British Standard Institute ceased updating British codes and standards. Still, the country Sri Lanka uses British codes and standards as its industrial standards for designing buildings. Therefore, to facilitate or to initiate a meaningful shift from British codes and standards to Euro codes, we have decided to go with Euro codes as the base to this research study. Coming back to the simple worked example or the quick demonstration, here we have selected a school building since the future of the country is there. This school building was modeled in SAP 2000 software, that is a linear elastic model, and it was analyzed and designed following the provisions given in the Euro codes and Sri Lankan national annexes. By utilizing the structural design analysis results of this second main step, we have created a nonlinear model of the building in Perform 3D software that concludes the modeling phase. And let me come to the results and the discussion. First, the results of the wind analysis. These two graphs show the static pushover capacity curves obtained for this building for its x direction and y directional response when it is subjected to extreme lateral loading, what we call wind loading here. This study or these results confirmed that the school building is staying in the linear elastic range even during a wind event with a very large return period of 1,700 years, which is the maximum considered return period in this disaster resilient system, the wind performance objective matrix chosen for this study. It will take some time to load this next slide. Sorry for the delay. I need that slide. There are a lot of photographs, that's why it's taking time to load here. Yeah, it's working. They will share it again, I think. Okay. Still loading. Sorry for the delay. Now let me come into the results and discussion section of the seismic analysis. A set of 20 ground motions were selected from the Pacific Earthquake Engineering Research Center database following the guidelines in FEMA P695, and these ground motions were scaled to match the country's response spectrum by utilizing the SeismoMatch software. And by utilizing the scaled ground motion time histories, incremental dynamic analysis curves were developed. And by using the incremental dynamic analysis curves for both x and y direction, we have conducted the fragility assessment. The output of the fragility assessment, the fragility curves indicated that the school building designed according to the Euro codes and its Sri Lankan national annexes is not exceeding any performance objective, operational, life safety and collapse prevention, even during an earthquake with a very large return period of 949 years, which is the maximum considered return period in the recommended seismic performance objectives. With that, let me conclude and refresh your memory with our research study. In this study, a novel framework was proposed to evaluate the degree of disaster resilience of code-based building designs in Sri Lanka. The effectiveness of the proposed framework was demonstrated by using a school building which is designed according to Euro codes and Sri Lankan national annexes. The results obtained in this study confirmed the adequacy of Euro codes and Sri Lankan national annexes for designing disaster resilient buildings, and also it is vital to apply the same framework for diverse buildings, for example high-rise buildings and buildings with different plan views, to showcase the potential of this proposed framework in evaluating the degree of disaster resilience of code-based building designs in Sri Lanka. I would like to make this an opportunity to pay my special sincere gratitude to University of Moratuwa and National Building Research Organization for the tremendous research opportunity given to me. And I would like to thank my beloved research supervisors for the invaluable mentorship they provided since beginning of this research study. Professor Tishan Jayasinghe, Professor Sujeeva Levangamage, Dr. Asiri Umenka Veerasurya, and Dr. Lakshita Fernando. Then I would like to thank National Building Research Organization for the incredible assistance and funding this research study. I would like to pay my special sincere gratitude to Engineer Dr. Asiri Karunawardana, the Director General of the National Building Research Organization, and Engineer Ms. Dhammika Kahingoda, the Director of the Structural Engineering Research and Project Management Division, and staff of the Project Management Division. And also, I would like to kindly remind Dr. Gobirahavan Rajeswaran for helping me to conduct the nonlinear analysis in this study. Thank you all for your patience and kind attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Pathirana, for that very interesting and insightful presentation. So let us move on to the next presentation by Ms. Pamudi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My research is application of resilient planning concept to reduce disaster risk in landslide-prone area, a case study in Kothmale DSD, Sri Lanka. According to this presentation, which was structured 6 main components. In the past few decades, landslides are considered one of the most serious disasters in Sri Lanka due to heavy rainfall and human intervention. Approximately 80% of central highlands are prone to landslide hazard zone area in Sri Lanka. As a focal point of these studies, the National Building Research Organization is preparing hazard map to identify landslide hazard zonation map in Sri Lanka. The hazard level in this map are simplify and indication of the possibility of landslide in a particular area. The landslide hazard zonation map are used as a decision-making tool for development of Central Highland. However, less attention has been paid the landslide hazard zonation map in the implementation process for land use planning and landslide management practices in Central Highland. Furthermore, NBRO has identified as governments as a lack of awareness are the main problem faced by the local authority and decision makers in the Central Highland. Therefore, unplanned human settlement have increased in the landslide prone area, thereby increased hazard and risk. Hence, there is an increased need to introduce a proper land use zoning mechanism for the landslide regulation, the existing settlement and future development. In such a situation, this research attempt to make a significant contribution to land use planning and development guideline in a landslide-prone area in Sri Lanka. Therefore, the main objective is to reduce landslide disaster risk in Sri Lanka through land use zoning with disaster resilient guideline. As a starting point of this research, especially the relevant legal system related to the land use planning in Japan was reviewed. In Japan, 4 main types of legislation have been enacted for provision of necessary for landslide mitigation. Mainly, the Sedimental Disaster Prevention Act was enacted in 2000 to promote non-structural mitigation measures. Also, the law has been further strengthened by amendment in 2005 to 2017. The Act specifies the process of designation sedimental-related disaster hazard area as a yellow zone and special hazard area as a red zone. You can see the diagram in this slide. The primary purpose of the designation of the 2 zones to identify the affected area when landslide occur in the upper slope. In general, the concept of yellow and red zone focus on 3 types of sedimental disaster, namely slide, slope area, and debris flow. Each sedimental disaster type has its specific way of definition of yellow and red zone, which were based on actual status of past sedimental disaster and their damage situation. This act is more emphasized non-structural mitigation measures. Activity of non-structural mitigation measures, including development hazard man, establishment early warning system, conducting awareness program, and most importantly, land use planning and development guideline. As the next step, this research attempt to integrate the yellow and red zoning concept with the landslide hazard map. The main reason is to overcome the landslide hazard map through the red and yellow zone concept. Landslide hazard zonation map can be identify the susceptibility of landslide initiation but do not indicate the potential of damage zone including debris flow path and deposition zone. But the yellow and red zoning concept can be utilized for the understand the flow path and each sedimental type. Accordingly, the new zone were categorized into 4 types based on the yellow and red zoning concept and landslide hazard zonation map, namely restrict zone, control zone, warning zone, and development zone. We apply these 4 zones for Kothmale divisional secretariat area and also the basic strategies given in each zone. The restrict zone is assigned for the lands identified as a red zone. Any construction which is already in the restrict zone should be relocated with the proper investigation. This land area should be kept as a natural area and required to monitor the environment conditions such as water flow, and the hazard situation should be monitored in detail. In the future, this area will be designated as a sensitive area to control all kind of man-made influence. It is required to conduct detailed investigation and proper early warning system for the upper catchment before converting the area as a green area. When we move to the control zone is considered as a high-risk zone due to the landslide event. Therefore, new developments such as residential, retail, official, and industry should not be allowed in this zone. Existing development are encouraged to resettlement the development zone. When resettlement is difficult, the disaster risk reduction measures such as establishment of proper early warning system will be applied. Development activity of allow the warning zone, but they required to follow the resilient construction guideline which was published by the National Building Research Organization. This zone can be different building density depending on the risk level. However, the entire zone should have a proper early warning system and continuous awareness program should be conducted for communities and residents. The development zone is demarcated by considering the importance of the development activity and the existing hazard level. This zone can be used to develop any kind of construction but should adhere to guidelines which are provided by the planning agency like Urban Development Authority and National Physical Planning Department. Resilient construction techniques are not mandatory for this zone unless the disaster management professional identify the area as a disaster impacted area. If so, then any construction should be adhere the resilient construction guideline. And this map indicates the overall representation of the landslide hazard plan in Kothmale DSD. Accordingly, 40%, 12%, 27%, and 20% of land area belong to restrict zone, control zone, warning zone, and development zone respectively. This conceptual diagram clearly mentions 4 zones. You can see the slide in restrict zone, control zone, warning zone, and development zone. This table shows the allowed and prohibited land use activity in each zone. Finally, we will focus in conclusion, restrict zone and control zone should be free from the settlement as it has a high risk due to the sedimental disaster. The settlement in the yellow zone area should be strengthened by introducing resilient construction guideline and new development should be encouraged in the development zone. The development of land use zoning plan assists in reducing the risk of landslide by regulating construction activity in the landslide prone area. As this study is an applied research, the finding of this study benefit for the communities living in the landslide prone area and relevant decision makers. Therefore, it is recommended to refer this concept and implement the land use zoning plan in local government with cooperation of local authorities. This research was conducted under the SABO project, a collaboration with the JICA and NBRO aiming to reduce the landslide disaster risk in Sri Lanka through the land use zoning with disaster resilient guideline. We would like to express our sincere gratitude all the support given by the JICA and NBRO in completion of the study. This is the references that I use. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pamudi, for that insightful presentation on zoning, and that will be useful for the local authorities. So with that, we'll move on to the next presentation by Kasun Ekanayaka. Over to you, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. My research topic is analysis of the insurance process to compensate the damages to adjacent structures due to high-rise building construction in Sri Lanka. The authors of this paper are Rashni Pereira and myself. High-rise building construction is becoming popular in Sri Lanka due to lack of horizontal spaces in urban areas. But the construction process of the high-rise building is complex and advanced since it has to use piling and excavation works. These piling and excavation related works have some adverse impacts like generate high vibrations, surface settlement, and lateral ground movements. Those impacts are adversely impacted on surrounding built environment, including cracking, settling, failing of foundation, and structural failures. Therefore, consultants are using several technical measures to avoid the adverse impacts occur to the adjacent structures, like follow CE vibration control guidelines and conduct pre-construction surveys and monitoring of water table during dewatering, and keep distance from the construction activities to damage structures and properties, and method statement and monitoring plans and monitoring results of considered parameters. But the risk is unforeseen and unpredictable. Therefore, the common practice is transfer to an insurance scheme to cover up the damages that have taken place by mistaken or negligence. The contractor's all risk insurance is the main insurance scheme used in Sri Lanka in construction industry. It covers the work mentioned in the contract document, plant and machinery, third-party claims, and construction equipments. In third-party claims are applicable to cover the damages occurred to the adjacent properties due to construction activities. The National Building Research Organization, as a regulatory body of assessing the possible impacts to adjacent built environment due to construction of piling and basement, we received many applications from the developers for the geotechnical clearances. And also, we addressed the complaints received from adjacent property owners on structural damages and issues of claiming. Through the observation, we could identify that there is a controversy in considering criteria for the insurance policy and claiming process. Therefore, this research aims to identify the insurance policy for the construction of high-rise buildings in the country and evaluate the compensation process if damage occurs. Through the literature review, we could find that the pre-construction survey is conducting as a assuring method for the developers to manage the compensating of false claims and to minimize the disputes and uncertainties if damage occurred. The pre-construction survey is documenting the current conditions of the adjacent structures before commencement of any construction activities. And then post-construction survey is conducted after completion of the substructure construction or a project completion. But some research say that this post-construction survey is not mandatory, but some have identified that this document is very important to check the conditions of adjacent built environment after major structural work, and to compare situations before and after construction, and to determine considerable changes due to construction activities. And the insurance process and claiming. In the past records shows that more than 85% of the claims paid as a third-party liability, and out of them, most are paid for the damaging houses and boundary walls, as well as rejection claim application of third party was more than 55%. And literature said that these are mainly due to no accurate estimation as per the prevailing market conditions, and no accurate method for submitting the claim documents, and some responsive cooperations between contractor and insurer. Accordingly, the objectives of this research is to analyze the current insurance policy framework applicable for the construction of high-rise buildings in Sri Lanka, and to identify the gaps in the current procedure and provide recommendations to overcome these issues. This is the methodology we have used to achieve that objectives. NBRO received applications from the developers for the geotechnical clearances, Geotechnical clearance projects issued in 2022 was considered for this research. In the initial screening, we have identified that 4 projects have followed the compensation process for damage to adjacent built environment, and those four projects was taken as a case study, and then questionnaire survey was conducted to get information from construction parties and the property owners of the adjacent structures. And the questions directed to construction parties focus on to identify the crack survey details obtained by the insurance company for the insurance process and claiming process, and follow up the renovation of damaged structural components. And questions directed to property owners of the adjacent structures focus on to identify the knowledge of adverse impacts that could occur due to construction activities in the vicinity, and alert on structural changes due to vibration induced by construction, and knowledge on advantage and effects of crack survey and claiming process. Here we first identify the current insurance policy framework. First, the developers will submit the documents to the insurance company, including a contingency plan, a pre-crack survey from a reputed organization, and the project contract. And then insurance company visit the site with its engineer and make reference to the location and adjacent properties. And if some houses did not provide permission to for crack survey, insurance company take a external view photographs for the houses and take down the situation. And during complaint received, the insurance company first check whether the particular house was covered in the crack survey, and if covered in the crack survey, damage is estimated and payment is done. If not, taken photographs compared, and partially payment is done. And the insurance only cover during the insurance only cover the damages considered in the crack survey areas. And then finally, we identify the gaps in the current insurance process. The first is deciding crack survey area on past experience and current practices. We identify that there's no any technical basis to decide crack survey area. Some insurance companies mention the minimum crack survey areas radius to 40 to 70 meters, and it's vary from the insurance company to company, but majority accept the report which is done by the organization. And also there was no the crack survey area is not decided based on the ground condition and nature of the surrounding built environment. And the second one is adjacent property owners are not aware about the possible circumstances, and therefore their involvement are not in a satisfactory level due to lack of knowledge, and sometimes they are not granted permission to conduct the crack surveys. And sometimes some people are not aware about the possible accident, and therefore they are not informing to the developer when slight damage take place, and therefore the developer or the insurance company have to involve it after damage got severe. And the next one is no clear damage claiming and evaluating party for some cases. Here, several contractors are involved in the different phases of the construction, but we could identify that damage occurred in some phases have not identified at the same phase, and they have not completed the claiming and handing over the project to the next contractor. And also sometimes they have not completed the post-crack survey after each construction phases which are having high possibility of damage in adjacent built environment, especially in the after construction of the substructure constructions. And finally, no proper way of monitoring the renovation and quality of renovations after claiming. The payment is done as a one-time payment, and after that, no responsibility is borne by the insurance company to check on the status of the repairing of the damages. And finally, as a conclusion, the main objective of this research was to analyze the current insurance policy framework applicable for the construction of high-rise buildings and identify the gaps of the current procedure. And the contractor's audit policy is widely used scheme in the high-rise building construction. And in the analysis, we could identify that there are several gaps associated with the current insurance process, and therefore we recommend to revisit the current insurance policy on deciding the distance of the pre-crack survey, and a feasibility study would be made compulsory to identify the nature of surrounding built environment and decide the impact area of each project. and make proper public awareness on construction, possible damages, and insurance procedure, and conduct post-cut survey after completion of the substructure works to verify the damages and proper handing over to the next contractor, and implement proper mechanism to monitor and renovation at its quality. And these are references we have used. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Kasun. That's a timely need, and so you have, identified the gaps, and so over to you to revisit and then develop the recommendations. Okay, thank you very much. So the last presentation for the session, shall we move to Ms. Savita?
Good afternoon, everybody. My presentation topic is condition assessment of reinforced concrete structures, perspective on school buildings in Sri Lanka. The author of the study is Ms. E.P.T. Pathirana, presented by R. Savida. Background of the study, we NBRO perform condition assessment of public building under the government granted project. This study covers building assessment part only. The condition reporting part is not covered in this assessment study. Generally, public buildings are designed for 50 years of service life. However, before the end of the service life, around 25 years age, so many schools shows sign of failure. Then school management want to contact NBRO to find out the cause of the sign of failure, and they want to rectify before happening any disaster. For this case study, 22 numbers of school buildings assessed by performing non-destructive and destructive testing are taken for analysis. Then these school buildings, 2 and 3 story school buildings assessed by us in 2021 and 22. For this study, most of the buildings were constructed 25 years earlier, and most of the school building had 27 meter into 8 meter floor area. Then, until NBRO's recommendation is fulfilled, the functioning of the school building is terminated. Then the exposure of the corroded tree bars and cracks in structural or non-structural members of the school building observed, and after the assessment, we want to analyze the reason of failure and how to avoid in future. This kind of building also assessed by us, but this is out of the scope. This also tested by us during the period 2020. However, in this building there is no sign of fracture, because this building they want to construct another story as per their design. Then this is out of the scope. Only the building which shows failure, signs of failure only taken for the assessment. Then we measured strength and durability parameters. We conducted the testing as per international standard. Then test locations, initially our structural engineers go to the site and they select the test location, then they select what are the testing to be conducted. Then the number of test locations and what are the testing to be conducted will be after decided. Then testing part is carried out. Then after the testing and analysis, recommendations are given. Then after that, sometimes our structural engineering division give recommendation for repair, but repair cost will be higher than the demolishing and rebuilding. Then that using the cost analysis, that decision is taken by the school management. These are the testing carried out by us. The core sample test gives the correct compressive in situ compressive strength of the building, but core sample is a destructive testing. Therefore, usually the compression members, beam and column, we don't take core sample, and non-destructive testing, rebound hammer testing is carried out. Rebound hammer testing is valid if the age of the concrete is 14 to 56 days only. Since the school building is very old, this is not give the correct value. Therefore, with the correction of carbonation, we use a rebound hammer test for analysis. And cover meter test, we carried out cover meter test to measure the diameter and depth of rainbow seam bars, and we measure using the half cell potential measurement. We measured the amount of corrosion in embedded rebars. Then other Venaprop testing, chloride and sulfate content and depth of carbonation, those tests were carried out for durability measures. We took concrete core sample from the slab and rebound hammer test in columns. Then for the drill core sample, we carried out depth of carbonation test, and with the rebound hammer test also, by drilling using concrete driller, we measure the depth of carbonation for the correction. These are the durability tests, half cell potential, ultrasonic pulse velocity, and Venafrop test carried out by us. And when we analyze the strength of the concrete in the school building, out of 22 numbers of school building tested, two school building columns and beam had less than 10 megapascal strength. General requirement for the columns and beam is usually 25 megapascal, in some cases with the durability content 30 megapascal. Therefore, this is well below the requirement. The reason of failure is here we can see the 1.5% voidage in concrete drill core sample. It means the more voidage will lead to progress of carbonation. Ultrasonic pulse velocity test. As per the ultrasonic pulse velocity test results, two buildings columns and 3 buildings beam had doubtful quality. And as per the carbonation half cell potential results, most of the tested area is corroded in first tested area, and in second tested area, partially corrosion started. And as a durability testing, whether the school is constructed in urban inland or rural inland or coastal area, we selected the durability testing and we analyzed the test results. Depth of carbonation, resistivity and chloride concentration tests were analyzed for the find out the durability aspects. These are our conclusion. Strength and durability parameters were not satisfied in most of the building analyzed. Premature failure of analyzed school building occurred due to corrosion in rebars and cracking and spalling of concrete. In coastal areas, the main reason was chloride ingress. And in the same school building, we observed different test results. Sometimes ground floor is not okay and first floor concrete was okay and rebars also okay, like that. Different test results, strength and durability observed in the same building. Insufficient cover, poor compaction, poor workmanship were observed. And our recommendations are, it is recommended to implement adequate quality control measures and performance-based durability testing public funded school building construction projects. Those are my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Savita. That's another timely topic. So I'm sure the audience will have questions. So since we are behind the schedule, shall we take one or two questions from the audience to these presenters? So there are 4 presenters here.
So I have a question for the last presenter. It's not only a question, it's a comment as well. One of the things we have seen is that, the school buildings are constructed mainly by, contractors who are not employing any qualified technical people. So one of the main problems we have observed was, mainly they have used very low quality concrete in the columns. So basically it's a huge problem. And also, we have limited budget for school buildings. And just because, the quality is not assured, lot of money is wasted because, many of these buildings have shown deterioration in the 10 to 15 years. Not even on the coastal areas, but even interior. And our finding was mainly the quality of concrete is not concrete in most of the columns, and slabs and beams are generally okay, but it's mainly the columns. They have used sometimes the leftover mortar by adding little bit of cement and little bit of metal. So the main problem is columns, but fortunately because we are using brick walls, the buildings are not collapsing. So that's the observation. But it's a very bad situation because the kids are there, and so this is something that we need attention. And it's a very good, timely study. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Yes, please.
My question is going to the insurance policy things. Actually, now most of high-rise buildings, there are some problems with during construction period. As you tell that only the insurance cover is for the construction period. But due to the settlements of building, it will sometime land settlement and all those, it will take after the construction and some more, maybe within 1 year or so, there are failures are coming. So did you have consider it, or for the after construction for some period it should be covered?
From the insurance?
Yeah.
Insurance is covered for the liability period, so after 1 year of the construction, completed the construction.
Okay.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, since we are behind the schedule, so shall we wind up the session? Appreciating all 4 presentations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam, for chairing the session 4. Now it's time for awarding certificates to the 4 researchers who presented their research work in this session. I cordially invite the session chair, Professor Chinta Jayasinghe, to award the certificates. The presenters of this session, please come forward and receive the certificates while I read out the names. Miss H.A. Patirana, Miss Pamudi Manisha, Mr. Kasun Ekanayaka, Miss R. Savita, Thank you very much, madam, and please remain few seconds on the stage. Before we wrap up this session, I cordially invite Engineer Dr. Asiri Karunawardana, Director General of NBRO, to present the token of appreciation to Professor Chinta Jayasinghe. Thank you very much, sir. Next on the agenda is the final technical presentation session of the day, the session number 5, Quality Assurance for Resilience. This session is chaired by Professor S.M.A. Nanayakara. Professor Anura Nanayakara is a senior professor of civil engineering at the University of Moratuwa. He received his BSc engineering degree in civil engineering from the University of Moratuwa in 1982. And also he holds a doctorate degree from the University of Tokyo, Japan, in the area of concrete technology. He has also held Commonwealth Research Fellowship at the Imperial College in London in 2004. He also has many research and publication awards to his credit, including the President's Award for Scientific Research Publication in 2010 and 2017, the Anton Award presented by IESL in 2006, and the Gold Medal for the Best Paper from the Society of Structural Engineers, Sri Lanka in 2018. He is a member of the IESL and an honorary fellow of the Society of Structural Engineers in Sri Lanka. Now I cordially invite Professor Nanayakara to introduce the presenters of the technical session 5, Quality Assurance for Resilience. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you for kind introduction. So we have come to the last session. Happy to see so many participants are waiting even for the last session. I mean, even though we are behind the schedule, thank you very much for waiting to listen to these 4 presentations. So there are 4 presentations. I request all the presenters to come and take their seat. Mr. S.A.M.S. Disanayaka, Mr. Ilegama, and Mr. Jayasena, and Mr. Suravira. Please come and take the seats. So we have 4 presentations covering many aspects: the quality of river, Kalina River water, the air quality, and use of industrial waste, as well as the development of standard sand. The first presentation is on the improvement of Kalina River water quality with the COVID-19 lockdown by S.A.M.S. Miss Disanayaka, sorry. Please, sir.
Good afternoon. The topic of my research is improvement of Kalina River water quality with the COVID-19 lockdown. First, I will give an introduction. COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2. The outbreak of COVID-19 was first emerged in December 2019 in Wuhan city of China. Since then, the outbreak significantly expanded across borders, infecting several thousands of people around the globe. Consequently, WHO declared COVID-19 as a pandemic on 11th March 2020. If we see the COVID-19 status in Sri Lanka, first confirmed case of COVID-19 in Sri Lanka was reported on 27th January 2020. It was a 44-year Chinese woman. On 10th March 2020, first Sri Lankan citizen was positive for COVID-19. With this, several COVID-19 patients were detected in some districts, and the government of Sri Lanka initiated several actions to prevent, detect, and respond to coronavirus and to strengthen the public health preparedness. Accordingly, the island-wide curfew was imposed on 20th March 2020 to combat the outbreak of coronavirus when the country reached 100 COVID-19 patients. The curfew was lifted on 28th June 2020. During this island-wide curfew period, the industries were closed, public places were not in operation, work from home procedures were implemented. In parallel, Ministry of Health issued series of guidelines and circulars to facilitate the COVID-19 health programs. If we consider the environmental pollution, human activities are the key drivers for environmental pollution. Some of these activities are industrial emissions, emissions from construction as well as from the transport sector. As I said earlier, during the COVID-19 curfew period, the industries were closed, transport sector was not in operation, so we expect an increase in environment. Confirming to that statement, improvement on the environment with respect to air quality and water quality was noticed all over the world during COVID-19. In Sri Lanka, the air quality monitoring stations operated by NBRO reported improvement in air quality in Colombo city. With this introduction, the aim of this research is to detect the quality of water during the COVID-19 restrictions to develop insight into the link between human activities on water quality. For this study, Kalini River lower basin was used. It is a significant basin because it falls under Colombo and Gampa districts with highest population densities. Also, it has a highest industrial density. If we move on to the methodology, 8 samples were collected from this lower basin on 2nd June 2020 during the curfew period, and samples were tested for physiochemical parameters, pH, electrical conductivity, BOD and COD, and samples were tested according to FR 23rd edition. And bacteriological parameters, fecal coliforms and total coliforms were tested according to SLS 1461, section 3. Next, I would like to move on to the results and discussion section. The water quality was compared to determine the compliance status of 6 categories specified in the National Environmental Ambient Water Quality Standards number 1, 2019. The categories are water that requires simple treatment for drinking. Category B, bathing and contact recreational water. Category C, water suitable for aquatic life. Category D, water sources that require to undergo general treatment process for drinking. And category E, water suitable for irrigation and agriculture activities. Category F, water with minimum quality but does not fall into categories A to E. Meantime, the water quality was compared with the previous year, that is 2019. For this comparison, water quality monitored by the Pavitra Ganga program was taken. And for this comparison, only sampling locations, Pussalivoya and Kaduwela Bridge were taken, because these sampling locations are monitored under the Pavitra Ganga program continuously. Here you can see the compliance status of pH. The resulted pH values are low, and all comply with the 6 categories of the standard. If we see the electrical conductivity, the values are very low, and all comply with the category E, that's irrigation and agriculture. The thing is, the standard specifies limits only for the category E, that is irrigation and agriculture. If we see the results of BOD and COD, the results are very low, and the results comply with all categories of the standard. If we see the bacteriological quality, low levels of E. coli and total coliforms were obtained, and these results comply with the category A and B. The standard specifies limit for the that's water requires simple treatment, and also for the contact recreational water. And here the graph showing COD, fecal coliforms, and total coliforms during the 2019 and during the COVID-19 curfew were presented here. As you can see, many measurements of COD, fecal coliform, and total coliforms exceed the ambient water quality standards. However, the results during the COVID-19 period comply with the standards and are the lowest for all 3 parameters. And these reduction of these COD, fecal coliforms, and total coliforms imply reduction in water pollution. In conclusion, during the lockdown, all the anthropogenic activities were reduced to a minimum level, and declined emissions such as industrial and transport sector. Improvement of water quality of the Kalini River signifies this transformation. And we, the human beings, are responsible for the degradation of nature and putting risk to our well-being as well. However, these environmental consequences are short-term. So therefore, it is high time to make proper strategies for long-term benefits as well as sustainable environmental management. These are the references of this study. With this, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Disanayaka, for very interesting study. The positive effects of COVID-19 lockdown. The second presentation is on development of ISO standard sand from local silica deposits for cement testing by Mr. EGHDB Ilegama.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my study is on development ISO standard sand from local silica deposit for cement testing. So let's move on to the content. Initially introduction, then I'm going to describe on the methodology. After then, test result and discussion. After conclusion, and finally, ISO sand production. According to the introduction, I am going to briefly describe on the cement testing. Why cement testing is important? Cement testing is important in mainly 3 aspects, as SLSI certification, product clearance of consignment in harbour, finally source approval in construction project. In the SLS certification, when cement manufacturers distribute their cement to the local market, they should take the SLS certification in their product. For then take the SLS certification, they should test their cement to comply the SLS standard. According to the cement testing, there are main two properties as mechanical properties and chemical properties. According to the mechanical properties, standard strength, early strength, initial setting time, and soundness are described in the SLS standard. As per the chemical properties, standard describe the magnesia content, sulfur content, chloride content, insoluble residue, and loss of ignition. According to the standard strength, there are two strengths, early strength and standard strength. Early strength obtained from 2-day or 7-day curing, and standard strength obtained by 20 curing of the sample. According to the sample preparation on the standard strength, the mortar prison shall be prepared for the testing. When preparing the mortar prison, we use cement, distilled water, and standard sand. This is the standard sand we going to study on this study. We identify there are several imported standard sand to the Sri Lanka. There are three main sources important to the Sri Lanka. The figure shows the main imported materials. So when we move on to the problem identification, the economic crisis happen in Sri Lanka these days. Government take many regulation to imported material. So accredited laboratories and cement manufacturers face several problems to import this material. So NBRO received a request from SLSI to investigate the local source to produce this product. In this study, we conduct the market survey to identify the demand of ISO standard sand. We identify around 40,000 packets used in 2021, and it's consumed 28 million rupees. Now it is double price in this year. So then we move on to the literature survey. According to the SLS ISO 679 standard, describe the requirement for the standard sand. The main properties are the particle size distribution and the moisture content. According to the methodology of the study, first step is the preliminary study. We conduct the testing on ISO standard sand, then investigation the local sources, and finally local standard sand preparation. According to the preliminary studies on ISO standard sand, we conduct test on main properties as particle size distribution, particle shape, and the uncompact void content. According to the study, we identify all three sources comply with the SLS 679 standard, but small deviation was seen on the source 2 on 1.3 millimeters use range. The void, according to the void content, all samples, void content test result of all samples are within range of 40 to 30 to 40% range. All particle shape of the all samples are rounded. According to the mineralogical composition, the quartz is the main component of the these sources. After then, we investigate the local sources to produce the ISO standard sand. We initially conduct XRD analysis on local sources, we take the silica sand and the quartz powder as the local sources, and we conduct the mineralogical analysis. According to the mineralogical analysis, we identify the main mineralogical composition of the local sand is the quartz, and the standard sand is also the quartz. Then we conduct our production for our research study further. The silica sand can be obtained from Maravilla area, and the quartz powder can be obtained from the Naula area. According to the ISO standard sand process, we combine these two sources and produce our final test sample. The reason for using these two sources, the main reason is the particle size distribution. Some particles are not having the silica sand, we add these particles from the quartz powder. These the weight portions add to the prepare the final test sample. Final test sample contain 1,350 grams. So after then we conduct the test on our prepared sample. Initially we conduct the void content. Void content is 34%, and it's significantly different from the sand source one, but it in the range of 30 to 40% range. After then we conducted 28-day compressive strength sample test result test sample from standard sand and the ISO our prepared sand. The test result shows the difference between these samples are less than 5%. After then we conduct the further testing with our sample. We conduct the 2-day compressive strength with ISO sand, all 3 sources. According to the test, we identify there are a significant different test result with ISO sand sources. There are significant difference, and the prepared sample with the particle size distribution comply to the each sources. There are also a significant difference. After then, we conduct the interlaboratory comparison test. We select 6 laboratories, and we take the 3 cement type: ordinary Portland cement, blended hydraulic cement, and Portland composite cement, which are available in Sri Lankan market. And we prepare 6 sand sample on our sand, and we test 2-day and 28-day compressive strength. According to the 2-day and 28-day compressive test result, the test result shows they are in the satisfactory level as the interlaboratory comparison procedures. So, according to the conclusion of my study, all 3 sources of standard sand are comply with the SLS ISO 679 standard. The compressive strength between these sources are significant vary because they have the considerable variation of their particle size distribution. The second conclusion is that if we prepare the particle size with the same sample with different sources, there are also a significant result variation in compressive strength. So, according to the conclusion 3, our standard sand sample have a good repeatability and reproducibility result, and they have in the satisfactory level. So, our manufacturing process can be conducted by under relevant quality and quality control procedure for the production. So finally, we initiate the standard sand production. Currently, we received order was received 90 packets for 2023, and we collect the raw materials in NBRO. And these days, we go in the material preparation for the sand production. And future activities, our process shall be conducted under quality control procedure and and the packing process shall be conducted and issue the order for the customer. We hope to issue our order end of the March. So these are the reference. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ilegama. Another interesting study, especially under the current economic condition of this country. The third presentation is on the identification of actions for effective urban air pollution risk management for short-term high exposure situations by Ms. Jayasen.
Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Dilhara Jaisena from Environmental Studies and Services Division. The study we carried out, identification of actions for effective urban air pollution risk management for short-term high exposure situation. This is our content. Introduction. Ambient air pollution, a growing problem in Sri Lanka. How can it happen? Mainly due to vehicular emissions from industries and power plants, emissions from construction sites, and emissions from open burnings. I think you all can remember the incident on 7th, 8th December 2022 in our country. This document was circulated in social media like a viral. A smoke all around the environment. What was it? It is due to transboundary pollution, a natural occurrence which we cannot be controlled. This incident happened in specific time of each year, but this year in an unusual manner. Why? Objective of our study, to study the pollution patterns and sources that contribute high exposure situation and to identify possible actions that could minimize the exposure levels. As the study area, we identified the city Colombo, most polluted and populated city in Sri Lanka. And also, there is a high concentration of pollution sources in the area. The data available continuously, and the parameter we identified, PM2.5, the most critical and prominent parameter when we're talking about ambient air pollution. Data was collected from Automated Air Quality Monitoring Unit, CMC in Colombo 7 during January 2019 to July 2022 using BM technique. Data was analyzed with WHO standards and national ambient air quality standards. Descriptive statistics carried out, monthly and seasonal variations, US air quality index, and then identified pollution sources that contribute more. After defined actions with possible contribution sources. This is the first study we carried out, daily average PM2.5 variation in each month. This is the plot we found. I think you can show these are the high concentration of PM2.5 from November to March in each year. This is the second study we carried out, daily average PM2.5 variation in each season. This is the plot. This is the more concentrated PM2.5 level, northeast monsoon period. And the third study we carried out with limit exceedance percentage of each standards. You can see The PM 2.5 levels are scattered in each year, but high in January, February, March in each year. From the national standard limit exceedance percentage, there is high concentration in January, February, March. The fourth study we carried out using US Air Quality Index, the main standard with health guidelines. According to this, first, percentage of days as unhealthy for sensitive groups level. The plot is like that. Scattering all around the year, but high in January, February, March in each year. This is the percentage of days as unhealthy level. It is concentrated in January, February, March, April. And also from pie charts, you can see the levels exceedance with number of days in each year. As for the conclusion, the study showed a significant increase of PM 2.5 concentration during northeast monsoon period of each year due to transboundary pollution. And also, there is a high risk in health guidelines. But in 2020 and 2021, there is a drop in PM 2.5 level because of COVID-19 lockdown period. With these factors, more critical in future with global climate change impacts. So, this incident, we have to take on more concern with this short-term high exposure situation. Government and local agencies should be aware of health guidelines accordingly, and also should consider this period as an emergency situation and work cooperatively, should adopt proactive environmental management strategies accordingly. As the identified actions for reducing this situation, limiting open burning within the critical area, construction activities that generate dust and other air pollutants, commercial activities and operations of their power generators as much as possible, high emission vehicles movement in the area, vehicle entrance to the city through public awareness programs, limiting operation of thermal power plants around the Colombo urban area if possible. Finally, reducing human exposure by limiting public gathering, closing schools, institutes, and universities depending on the situation. Way forward, according to these actions, a preparedness plan can be implemented to overcome or to minimize exposure levels on critical days due to high exposure situation. These are my references for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jayasena. Very useful and interesting presentation and findings. Now we have come to the last presentation of the last session. The use of offshore sand sludge as a replacement for silica sand fillers in cementitious style adhesive production by Mr. Suravira.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to present the paper title, Replacement of Offshore Sand Sludge for Silica Sand Fillers in Cementitious Style Adhesive Production. This research is initiated to find a solution for the accumulation of offshore sand sludge during the processing of the offshore sand. This is the content of the presentation. Let's move to the introduction part. The various types of tiles are used to interior and exterior finishing and the decorative purposes. At present, the tile fixed to the surface with the use of the different kind of adhesives. It was a long journey, tile adhesive technology to reach the present cement-based improved tile adhesive. The use of cement paste as additives caused to addition failure and deattachment of the tiling during the process. As a solution, cement-based tile adhesive were developed to improve the quality of the tile laying process. Tile adhesive mainly consists of the binder, mineral fillers, cellulose ether, and redispersible polymer powder. These additives used to alter the function of the binder required in fresh and hardened state of the adhesive. Most typical binders use ordinary Portland cement, and natural sand and the carbonate fillers are used in combination with the binder and additive to improve the adhesive properties. According to that, the use of the tile adhesive during the construction was now becoming very popular in Sri Lanka. So the offshore sand sludge is the waste material which is accumulated in offshore sand processing plants. The initially large shells and gravels are removed and then washing and sieving process continues systematically. The wash water is collected and kept for the sedimentary process. Then washed out, the fine particles are separated from the sedimentation. That is the main concern of this research, and to study the possibility of use as a value-added product. The offshore sand sludge is small grain size sandy material, and the majority of the particles lies in size of range 0.6 millimeter to 0.075 millimeter particle range, and silicon dioxide and calcium carbonates are the predominant compounds in the offshore sand sludge, offshore sand sludge complies the standard requirement of the water-soluble chloride, acid-soluble sulfate, and the sulfur content of the natural aggregate for the mortar. All the properties of the offshore sand sludge were analyzed and published in 2021 in NBRO Symposium. So according to that, in this research, my aim is to evaluate the suitability of offshore sand sludge as a filler material for the ceramic tile adhesive production. For that, the objectives are defined as follows. The investigators study the effect of the particle size distribution of the offshore sand sludge on the properties of the tile adhesive, and they study the suitability of offshore sand sludge in production of tile adhesive and the development of tile adhesive, which consists of offshore sand sludge as a mineral filler. To overcome the aims and objective, methodology was defined. The mixed proportion of the tile adhesive were developed by considering the two particle ranges, and the fresh and hardened properties were determined by using the mortar test methods and the ceramic tile adhesive test methods, and after that finally analyze the performance and determine the suitable mixed proportion for the tile adhesive production. Initially, two mixtures were defined considering the two particle size range as mentioned earlier. 0.6 millimeters, 0.125 millimeter particle range was to make the M1 tile adhesive mixture. The M2 was prepared by using the below 0.6 millimeter particle range. The tile adhesive manufacturing was done by dry mixing process, and until the mixture was become homogeneous mixtures, using mechanical and manual mixing process, it performed. The tile adhesive mortar were prepared by for the testing using the constant water powder mass percentage. So according to that, consistency of the mortar were measured by using the BSCN 1015 test methods. That consistency of the mortar mixtures were given in this table, and M1 shows the high consistency than the M2 mixtures as the two tests. results and discussion. The cracking test was performed to observe the possibility of cracking formulation and the propagation of the adhesive material during the hardening process. Both two mixers were not observed any cracking formation or any cracking propagation throughout the substrate mortar interface or the mortar surfaces during the 24 hours time period. So the compressive strength of the tile adhesive mixture were tested according to BSCN 1015 part 11 standard. It shows the mixture 2 M2 has a high compressive strength than the mixture 1 according to all ages of the compressive strength results. The addition strength, open time and slip resistance were determined by using the BSCN 12004 part 2 standard, part 2 ceramic tile adhesive standard. So all three addition strength parameters were satisfied according to the specification as per the BSCN 12004 part 1, C1 type tile adhesive and also C2 type tile adhesive. Mixture 1, M1 only satisfy the open time 20 minutes test results according to C1 type specification given in the BSCN standard. The slip resistance of these two mixers also satisfy the given requirement. The water retention of the mixture 2 is getting lower than the mixture 1 due to the presence of fine particles, which cause it to have low open time addition strength than the mixture 1. And also water absorption of the offshore sand sludge is higher than the natural sand due to the presence of high amount of the fine calcium carbonate, and it may cause low tensile low addition strength in open time results. The linear shrinkage also determined by using the STMC 1148 in the normal conditions. So the maximum shrinkage of the M1, mixture 1 and mixture 2 are 0.094% and 0.076% respectively. And the shrinkage value getting decreased compared to the initial period of hardening time. According to all the results and discussion in the these two mixers, M2 has better compressive strength and the addition strength properties, but both mixers have mixers satisfy the adhesive strength requirement limits as per the BSCN 12004 part 1 standard. It is required to improve the open time properties of the developed tile adhesive mixtures. It can be achieved by adjusting the polymer content, additive content of the mixture. The particle size distribution of the offshore sand sludge mainly influence the compressive strength and the addition strength properties of the ceramic tile adhesive material. Therefore, offshore sand sludge can be used for the tile adhesive manufacturing process as a filler material replaces the natural sand and the carbonate fillers with the improvements of that open time properties. And finally, development of tile adhesive manufacturing process with the use of offshore sand sludge can be economical product while giving the solution for the industrial waste disposal issues. These are the references which are used for these studies. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Suravira, for very useful study that is use of some industrial waste to produce tile adhesive. Now, so we all have listened to 4 presentations and interesting studies. Now it is open for discussion and comments. I'm sure that I think a lot of people must be having questions to ask and clarify certain things regarding the presentations. Yes.
My question goes to this Ms. Jayasena about this air pollution presentation is very attractive, but the thing here, from that 1996, that when we started the air pollution long before, that we noticed that the northeast monsoon we get high pollution compared to southwest. That is one thing is, as you mentioned, that the transboundary. Then the other one is actually that there is a possibility of formation of wind shears. That is northeast monsoon, and the time that is directly the opposite to the sea breeze. Therefore, there is a tendency of accumulating of pollution. But this time, actually, this was it was very significant. So, but anyway, that you get about 200 to 250 times. Even before those days, it was like that, 200 to 250% higher pollution levels in northeast monsoon. But that is common to major cities, westerly cities, even in other countries. But anyway, that my the question is actually, but say suppose next year, will you be in a position to give early warning to the government about pollution? Because now that you are aware, but you have to strengthen your monitoring programs during that time, and that you have to have a very because that we are, according to this NDI framework, that the seventh target is early warning. With respect to air pollution, I think that we will be in a better position to advise the government about this. But I think that you can go ahead with that. So then it will be recognized, because sometimes that people will misinterpret that as this is none of the business of NBRO, that CEA is there. No, CEA is a regulatory agency. But I think it's a research organization should do that the regulatory agencies can use that information to go for regulations. Then that, as you mentioned, that the emissions can be cut down, that if the early warning is there. So that can be done by CEA. But the monitoring and the interpretation, that you can make use of, you can go ahead with this, because I think the other thing that since you are directly coming under that the disaster management ministry, that is giving information to early warning information to the general public is, I think, is yours.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Professor.
This is actually for the presenter one about the water quality, right? So now you had some observation in 2019, and then during the COVID you had this curfew period, you had some observations. Did you collect some information now, right? So after COVID or after some time, right? So was there any comparison?
Actually, sir, that the ex-NBRO, we are not collecting, so for the consultancy purposes we are collecting, but I think under the Pavitra Ganga program, the program monitors the water quality, the lower Bay, Kalni River lower basin, and also in the middle basin. There are 18 locations are monitored under that program. NBRO actually not cover that.
That is only for 2 locations, right?
No, 8 locations are monitored.
Pavitra Ganga project?
18 locations.
18 locations.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to see, right? So there was a kind of a higher value before this COVID, and then there is a drastic reduction during curfew time. And is it come back to the previous value, or is it very much lower?
Yeah, actually, sir, I got the results after the later periods of the COVID-19, after the country back to normal.
Yeah.
And I haven't actually, I didn't analyze those results. The results
That should have been the comparison. Then we can see that we can just see the real impact.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comment?
regarding the water air quality again, because it is interesting what we can found that the main component, the main pollutant is transboundary event. During the northeast monsoon, that is the dominant part, you can observe that. So have you done any work? What is the local impact? Because in your conclusion said vehicles and population and industrialization and all those things, what is the contribution from that? Could you separate those two? Because those are not related to the monsoon activities. Just so, have you done anything on that?
These are the activities we can control from our side. As a country, we can reduce the impact from the actions like limiting construction activities at that period of time.
Yeah. Okay, I will comment on both Samarakodi and your questions. Actually, for the forecasting, we have to go to forecasting. In forecasting, there are several methods we have to follow. Simplest one, we can use the statistic analysis for the forecasting. For at least it is the 3-year data, continuous data for the forecasting. That's why we are again, definitely we can go for it in next year, because now we have 2 years data is available. 3-year data is needed for the those simplest analysis for the forecasting. We can go for it. And also since we have the data in the all over the country, there are, as example, we have some monitoring location consider to particularly tackle the pollution levels of the transboundary pollutant levels. As example, Navalapitiya we have one location, and then Nuvarali we have one location. Both levels are very low compared in normal times, and from that we can get the how much contribute from the transboundary pollutants. Then after, by reducing those, we can get how much we are developing and how much the coming from the outside. It is there. Now we are monitoring those data to compare these how much of pollutants coming from transboundary. Based on that, but main things with this paper we have tried to, because we cannot stop the transboundary pollutants coming. Therefore, in the particular time, we have to limit our emissions as much as possible to maintain the levels without affecting the people. That's why we are trying to identify some actions for that.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Any other? Yes. Yes, President Algama.
This is actually about this silica sand project. It was very interesting actually, even in soil labs that we use this Ottawa sand or Toira sand for our work. Sometimes we have also tried to develop or make our own sand sizes, but because of these shapes, this angular and these different shapes had caused us some trouble. But my question is actually that when you compare the strength of the 3 sources, but you had compared these local ones, are also 3 different values. Why? Because in the local one, you can compare only one local value with all these 3. Why did you compare 3 different values?
Initially, we compared with one source. There is some different, but it's
no. My question is that when you specify 3 sources, those are imported sources, right? So then, when you compared those values with local one, that you had compared individually with 3 different values. Either you have to compare it with one local source, otherwise it's very difficult to compare.
Yeah, sir. We one local source complied to their sieve analysis of one source. We prepare the sample with the sieve analysis of each source.
Okay, so you okay. Now I understood, right? So you made that So a sand sample equivalent to the imported.
Import to zero.
Okay, okay. Now I got it. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Mr. Prenasiri, because Mr. Prenasiri, that what I thought of, because the thing here that early warning means, as you mentioned, that we can do modeling and everything to go for very sharp predictions, but that we have monitoring information, long years of monitoring information. With that, we can predict that northeast monsoon that we get high pollution. So that actually that disaster management center, that every northeast monsoon that the northeast preparedness program is there, so that early warning. So therefore, that you also can present not only that the rain and other things, that the pollution is also will be high. So then all that other stakeholders will get ready to address that if something is there, right? Because this is I'm saying because not sharp predictions, but northeast monsoon pollution is very common in Sri Lanka, in Colombo.
Okay, thank you. I think we are having a very lively discussion. I don't want to stop it because that is why we are gathered here. They have done a lot of effort to do these studies. So I think we must encourage this kind of discussion. So any other questions? I think we discuss more about water quality and air quality. There are two more presentations. I think Brezhnavagam was one. I think I see that, I mean, people are from the cement industry. So do you have anything to ask from them?
So thank you very much for the research and the inviting for us to participate. I'm from INSEE actually. So my question is related to that, the previous studies which related to the standard sand. For that particular case, we have identified some of the variations related to the standard sand, what we are purchasing from other countries like China, France, and some Europe countries. And with that, we have identified the factor, basically, which is coming from the shape and the other things. So how you can identify whether it means, I also had a discussion previously with Professor Nanakar about that matter, how we can quantify and how we can overcome some kind of a challenge that we are facing in the marginally achieving compressive strengths and the other parameters, how we can link those things and to avoid this kind of issues that could face, especially on the marginal cement strength or the marginal properties in the cement parameters. And sorry, another thing is that the cost, what would be it has to be very cost competitive to be viable for this the project, because of that we are taking more of like a very big lump to purchase for the requirement for whole the year as an organization. Because of that, the cost, the affordability, the quality, and the variations, because for us it's very crucial that not to be in the minus side. Suppose that the strength of our cement, which is having about X number of X. So if it is reflecting in X minus 2, as in the data what you have shown, that is not good for the organizations because they are reflecting minus side and plus also not good for the country. So how to overcome those things? Thanks.
Yeah, when we use the same source in Sri Lanka for all cement manufacturers and testing unit for testing the cement, there's no problem, I think, on the compressive strength. Our test samples also give the same result of among the important sand. And our next step is to give the certification and the good quality on our product. So this procedure also described in the ISO standard. So according to the quality procedure following in our product, we can obtain the good quality in our product. So according to the price is very low comparing to the imported sand.
So we use in the local sources. So those sources are available always in Sri Lanka. So we can reduce our production costs when we use the mechanically. And these days we use in manually. So, but the production cost is less than the important cost of the material. So welcome to our join with us our production as cement factory. Like to thank you.
I want to just clarify that question by Engineer Kalinda. I think you have raised an important issue, and also the Professor Nawagamwa, he identified that difference. Now, even though the 3 samples that they have tested are branded as ISO standard sand, there's a difference in the particle size distribution as well as the particle size shape. So, but still still within the ISO limitations, ISO particle size distribution limitation. So you can say that it is ISO standard sand. Now, in this study, what was realized that even such deviation can result on strength. If a cement is satisfying marginally, sometimes if you use the one particular ISO standard sand, it will give a negative result. Sometimes with another ISO standard sand, you can get as satisfactory. So that is why it is very important to use the consistent quality sand. So it is not just particle size distribution, but also the particle size shape is important. And this small variation can affect the strength. Of course, it is marginally, but when it comes to the cement satisfying marginally, that will significantly affect the result. So that is the important finding of this research. That is why if we are testing cement here, if the standard sand coming from the same source, then it is fair for all the players. It is fair for all the players, because if you, there are a lot of complaints coming from the cement suppliers that their sample tested at this particular laboratory satisfies, but when you test it at another laboratory, it fails. So that does not mean that the testing was not done properly, but the sand they have used may be coming from 2 different sources. Still, those are standard sand. So that is the important point of this study. Okay, thank you very much for the raising that question. So that is why they have tested the same 3 different sources matching the those particle size distribution, find out the effect of that one, right? Okay, so thank you. Any other questions? So I think we had enough questions in these sessions. So thank you very much for effectively participating. So I must thank the audience for generating the discussion, and also the 3 presenters. They have done a very good job doing the research and also making the very effective presentation. So shall we give our appreciation?
Thank you, Professor Nanayakara, for facilitating our last presentation session for today. It's time for awarding certificates to the presenters of this session. And I cordially invite the session chair, Professor S.M.A. Nanayakara, to award the certificates. The presenters of this session, please come forward and receive the certificates. First, Ms. S.A.M.S. Disanayaka. Next, Mr. E.G.H.D.B. Ilegama. Ms. J.M.M.D. Jayasena. And finally, Mr. S.A.D.A.S. Suravira. Thank you very much, sir. And before we wind up the session 5, I cordially invite Engineer Dr. Asiri Karnavardhana, Director General of NBRO, to present the token of appreciation to Professor S.M.A. Nanayakara. Thank you very much, sir. And now, to deliver the concluding remarks of this event, let me kindly invite Mr. Chintaka Ratnasiri, Acting Director of the Human Settlements Planning and Training Division of NBRO. So over to you, Mr. Ratnasiri.
Very good evening, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, it's my duty to deliver the concluding remarks of the 12th Annual Research Symposium of the NBRO. We held the 12th Annual Research Symposium of the NBRO under the theme, Building Resilience Amid Economic Challenges. So retired General Kamal Gururatne was the chief guest for this event. So I express our gratitude for being with him today. Keynote address delivered by Professor Srimal Abeyratne, Head Department of Economics, University of Colombo, on building resilience amid economic challenges. So we express our sincere thanks to Professor Abeyratne for delivering such a timely, valuable keynote address. There were 7 special launchings of the NBRO for the year 2022. I'm not going to detail out with the time limitations, but you can have details and get more information through NBRO website. Then we conducted a special panel discussion on inclusive risk management and resilience building amid economic challenges. So there were 5 panelists and moderator. So I take this opportunity to thank 5 panelists and moderator for their great contribution for the success of the panel discussion. Then we conducted 4 technical sessions today, and 16 papers were presented under 4 themes. Understanding disaster risk, session chaired by Professor Ranjit Premasiri. Risk reduction for resilience, session chaired by Professor Udeni Nawagamu. Regulating development for resilience, session chaired by Professor Chinta Jayasinghe. Then we had the final session, this quality assurance for resilience, session chaired by Professor S.M.A. Nanayakara. So we thank 4 session chairs for being with us today as well as always. And then I would like to thank all 16 presenters who did a wonderful commitment, as well as for the first time we attempted to create a platform for innovators in building materials to exhibit their products today. So I take this opportunity to thank all manufacturers joined with us today, and hope NBRO can support all new material producers to standardize their products in the market. And we must especially thank to Japanese International Cooperation Agency, JICA, for being with us as always and supporting this symposium as well. Also, we must thank RR Construction Private Limited for supporting the symposium in these difficult financial situations. Also, we must thank Triforces joined today who involved with this disaster management sector for being with us entire day. Thank you very much. And also, I take this opportunity to thank all the supporting staff and service providers for their great support to make this symposium a successful one. Finally, thank to all the participants. We hope you had a wonderful day today, and hope you all will contribute and will join with NBRO in future R&D related matters for our nation living in a safer, sustainable, disaster resilient built environment. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ratnasiri, for your thoughtful closing remarks. With that, we are going to conclude the 12th Annual Research Symposium of the National Building Research Organization. We again thank everyone in the audience for taking your valuable time off from your busy schedule to be with us until the very end of this event. And before you leave, we kindly request you to enjoy some tea or coffee. And thank you very much.